Welcome to Simplilearn's complete SEO full course. SEO or search engine optimization is the secret to getting your businesses noticed online. It helps your website rank higher on Google so that when people search for what you offer, your site appears at the top. The better your ranking, the more visitors you get and the more your business grows. By 2025, SEO experts will be in high demand. In India, beginners can earn between 3 lakhs to 6 lakhs per year, while experienced professionals can make up to 15 lakh to 25 lakh per year. In this course, you will learn how to pick the best keywords, improve your website content, and use smart strategies to beat your competitors. We will also cover the best SEO tools and how to track your progress. And by the end, you'll have everything you need to shine in the fast growing SEO world. So let's get started. Before we commence, if you're interested to start your career in digital marketing, then check out Simplilearn's postgraduate program in digital marketing in partnership with Purdue University. This course provides a robust and industry relevant curriculum to help you become a certified digital marketing expert. This program covers essential digital marketing components like website creation, SEO, SEM, social media marketing, mobile marketing, content strategies, and advanced topics like leveraging ChatGPT and other generative AI tools as well. So hurry up and enroll now and find the course link in the description box below and in the pinned comments.
Rachel is a baker who runs her own bakery. To expand her business, she decided to create an online presence by first setting up a blog. She began posting on her blog regularly. However, even after regularly posting on the blog, there were barely any visitors showing up. Deciding not to give up, Rachel began searching for a solution on the internet. That's when she came across SEO, or search engine optimization, a term she's never heard before. So, let's take a journey together and help her learn about SEO. Search engine optimization is a method that could improve the quality and quantity of the audience coming to Rachel's website from search engines. It could increase brand awareness, attract local customers, and build credibility and trust. And all of this is possible without having to spend a single penny. To bring visitors to her website, Rachel would have to take advantage of the two types of SEO, on-page and off-page SEO. Rachel first decides to tackle on-page SEO and get that sorted. On-page SEO involved Rachel optimizing her website, both in terms of content and the technical aspects, including the HTML source code, schema, meta tags, and more. She started off by using tools like Google AdWords, Ahrefs, and SEMrush to identify popular search terms associated with the recipes she planned to publish on her blog. She began to look for search terms related to the broader area of baking, cooking, and related topics. Once she found these search terms, she began to incorporate them into her recipes. She started off by providing an introduction to the recipe. With this, she could provide an engaging beginning to her story, like how the dish reminded her of her childhood, and enabled her to naturally include the search terms into the blog. She also included these keywords in the actual recipe as well. Additionally, she added pictures, videos, time lapses, and more to increase credibility and engagement for her content and subsequently persuading search engines to show her content to more people. After this, she moved to the website meta content that search engines display when her blog appears in search results. She optimized the meta tags, alt tags, header tags, and more. This completed the on-page aspect of SEO. Thanks to this, she saw a significant increase in the number of visitors coming to her page. Having done all she could on her webpage, she now decides to explore what could be done off-page to improve her page's visibility on search engines. Off-page SEO involved Rachel doing things outside her site page to help increase its search engine rankings. Making optimizations outside the site would improve the site's popularity, relevance, trustworthiness, and authority. This is possible with the help of reputable websites vouching for your content with backlinks, social media marketing, guest blogging, linked, unlinked brand mentions, influencer marketing, and much more. Rachel also understood that for her content to reach people, she would have to promote it on social media platforms like Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, as well as niche platforms like Quora, Reddit, and Medium. These could help her achieve greater reach for her website by sending stronger social signals to search engines, leading to the page being shown as highly relevant for related searches and audiences. And even after understanding and implementing all of this, Rachel had just scratched the surface of what was possible with SEO. Before we find out what she did next, let's have a look at a quiz. Which of the following is the most effective way to improve off-page SEO? 1. Creating plenty of web pages of a content. 2. Getting backlinks from relevant and authoritative sites. 3. Acquiring backlinks through link buying. 4. None of the above. Let us know your answer in the comments section below for a chance to win an Amazon voucher. Now, let's go back to Rachel. Rachel decided to take up Simplilearn's digital marketing certification. With classes covering just about everything she needed to know about SEO, it was only a matter of time before Rachel began to implement her learnings on her website and see a massive uptick in the number of viewers coming to her website. In time, she could even earn money off the site by setting up an online shop. And with that, we've covered an introduction to the concepts of SEO and the possibilities it can open for you, either as a marketer or a business owner.
Ever wondered how websites appear at the top of the search results when you type a query into Google? Well, that's the magic of SEO. SEO stands for Search Engine Optimization, and it's the process of fine-tuning your website to rank higher in organic, that is unpaid search results. In simple terms, SEO is all about making your websites more visible to people who are searching for the things online. When someone types a question or a topic into search engine like Google, SEO helps your website appear higher up in the list of search results. This means more people are likely to click on your website. Just like how you are more likely to visit the shops on the main street than those tucked away in an alley. Study shows that organic search drives are whopping 53% of all website traffic. In fact, a recent survey by Moz revealed that 61% of marketers consider SEO to be the most effective digital marketing strategy. So in this video, we will cover what is SEO, types of SEO, how does SEO work, things to keep in mind while doing SEO. Alright, so let's start with the first topic, which is what is SEO. Imagine you have a fantastic store, but it's hidden down a dark alley. SEO is like putting up bright lights and clear signs so people can easily find you online. That's what SEO stands for, that is Search Engine Optimization. It's about making your website more visible in search engines like Google. When people search for something, search engines use complex algorithms to rank websites. SEO helps your website tick the right boxes for these algorithms. Good SEO means your website appears higher in search results, which can lead to more visitors and potential customers. It's like putting up the big sign outside your shop so more people know you are there. When your website ranks higher in search results, it's like having a prime real estate in the digital world. Study shows that most people don't click past the first page of search results, so being at the top can make a big difference in how much traffic your site gets. SEO isn't just about getting more visitors though. It's also about attracting the right kind of visitors, people who are interested in what you offer and are more likely to become customers or engage with your content. By understanding what people are searching for and optimizing your website to match those queries, you can connect with your target audience more effectively. So this was about SEO. Now let's understand about the three types of SEO. Alright, there are three main types of SEO you need to know about. First one is technical optimization. So this is like the backstage work of SEO. It involves doing things on your websites that improve its performance in search engines, but people don't see them. For example, submitting your website sitemap to Google helps search engines understand and index your site better. The next one is on-page optimization. This is about making sure that your content on your website is top-notch and relevant to what people are searching for. You do this by using the right keywords in your content and providing a great user experience. It's like making sure your website is likable and helpful to visitors. The next is off-page optimization. So this type of SEO happens outside of your website. It's all about building your website's reputation and authority on the internet. One big way to do this is by getting other reputable websites to link to yours. These links, called backlinks, tell search engines that your website is trustworthy and valuable. By understanding and working on these three types of SEO, you can boost your website's visibility and attract more visitors, helping your business thrive online. So this was about the types of SEO. Now let's understand how does SEO work. So basically there are some steps to how does SEO works. First, search engine crawling. Search engines like Google use automated programs called crawlers or spiders to browse the web. So these crawlers follow links from one web page to another, collecting information about each page they visit. They gather data on the content structure and other elements of the web pages, which is then stored in the search engine's database. Now, next one is search engine indexing. Once the crawlers collect information about web pages, the data is organized and stored in a massive database called an index. The indexing process involves analyzing the content keywords, meta tags, and other factors to understand what each web page is about. This indexed information allows search engines to quickly retrieve relevant results when someone performs a search query. Alright, now the third one, which is search engine ranking. When a user enters a search query, the search engine's algorithms shift through the index pages to determine which ones are most relevant to the query. The algorithm considers various factors like keyword, relevance, content quality, website authority, user experience, and more to rank the pages. The pages that best matches the search query and meet the algorithm's criteria appear higher in the search engine results pages. Websites with strong SEO practices, including optimized content quality, backlinks, and user-friendly design, are more likely to rank higher in search results. So in summary, SEO, that is search engine optimization, boosts a website's visibility online. We discussed three types. On-page focuses on content, off-page builds site authority, and technical ensures smooth site operation. SEO involves understanding how search engines find, organize, and rank websites. To succeed, maintain quality content, use relevant keywords, and earn trustworthy backlinks. Regularly track performance to refine strategies. Remember, SEO is an ongoing effort requiring adaptation to industry changes for sustained online success.
Today, I'm talking about something that could seriously boost your career, the top 10 digital marketing certifications. So if you're interested in digital marketing, you probably already know how powerful this field is. It's all about helping brands reach people online, creating content that stands out, and using smart strategies to make an impact. And here's the best part. Companies need skilled digital marketers more than ever right now. Why? Because everything is going digital. And that's great news for people like you who want a career in this space. So there are so many roles you can go for, from social media manager to content creator to SEO expert. Plus, digital marketing careers offer excellent salaries and there's plenty of room to grow. But here's something important to keep in mind. If you really want to stand out and land the best jobs, getting certified is key. Certifications show that you're serious about your skills, you know the latest tools, and you're ready to hit the ground running. It's like having a badge that says, I'm ready for this. So in this video, I'm going to share the top 10 certifications that can help you build and level up your digital marketing skills. So if you're excited to kickstart or grow your digital marketing journey, stick around and let's dive into these certifications.
So first on our list is a professional certification in digital marketing by SP Jain School of Global Management. So it's recognized as a top-ranked institution, SB Jain, in collaboration with Simplilearn. This course offers a professional certificate that makes you job-ready in just 8 months. So this program covers essential tools like SEO, SEM, social media, mobile marketing, marketing analytics, and even the latest generative AI tools for marketing. So here are the key features. It has got certificate from SP Jain School of Global Management as well as Simplilearn. It's a collaboration. There's masterclasses by top faculty and Meta Blueprint trainers. They provide hands-on learning with 35 plus digital marketing tools, 10 plus case studies, and 20 plus industry projects. Also, you get a free Meta Certified Digital Marketing Associate exam voucher. You can learn to leverage GenAI tools to streamline sales and marketing strategies. Also, you have access to live online classes delivered by experienced digital marketing experts. You can work on 5 capstone projects and solve 15 plus course end projects that replicate real-world scenarios. Also, you can work on case studies on renowned brands like Adidas, KFC, Nike, Intel, and more for practical insights. Also, you have a comprehensive coverage of 20 plus essential skills, including web creation, campaign management, SEO, content strategy, automation, and mobile optimization. Also, Simplilearn's Job Assess program for personalized career guidance and networking opportunities with top employers. So this program isn't just about learning theory, it's about real-world application. Now, next up is a Google Digital Marketing and E-commerce Professional Certificate from Coursera. So this program puts you on the fast track to a successful career with training directly from Google experts. You'll gain skills in digital marketing fundamentals, customer engagement through search and email, and measuring performance through analytics. And the best part is designed for beginners, so no degree or prior experience is needed. Now, the key features of this course is that it has professional level training from Google experts. Also, you can learn at your own pace with flexible scheduling and self-paced modules. You can earn a certificate recognized by top employers worldwide. You can master essential topics such as building e-commerce stores, analyzing performance metrics, and growing customer loyalty. You also get hands-on practice by working on portfolio-ready projects to showcase your skills. You'll be having access to tools and resources that teach you how to attract and engage customers effectively. Also, by doing this certification, you can qualify for roles such as marketing coordinator, e-commerce associate, paid search specialist, and more. So this is a great option for those new to digital marketing and wanting a well-rounded foundation with the credibility of Google behind them. So the projects you complete during this program will be valuable additions to your professional portfolio. Now, third on our list is a Search Engine Optimization SEO course from Simplilearn, ranked among the top SEO certifications by SEMrush. So this course, aligned with OMCP standards, help you master SEO strategies to drive sales and boost website conversions. So you will attend live interactive sessions led by experienced SEO experts and gain hands-on experience with industry tools like SEMrush, Ahrefs, Moz, and more. So the key features of this course include access to comprehensive SEO content as per OMCP standards. You'll get a free 1-year access to the SEO ranking platform to enhance your SEO learning. Also, practical learning through case studies, assessments, and hands-on projects that provide real-world experience. So it covers essential SEO skills including on-page and off-page optimization, technical SEO, competitor analysis, and link building. Also, user experience and voice search optimization strategies to stay ahead of industry trends. It also teaches conversion rate optimization to ensure your SEO efforts translate to tangible business results. You can also master tools like SEMrush, Ahrefs, Moz, and Google Keyword Planner for data-driven SEO. So if you are mainly aiming to become an SEO expert or boost your skills in optimizing websites, this course offers everything you need, from technical SEO to voice search optimization and conversion strategies. So the combination of expert-led training and practical projects will equip you with the needed skills to excel in this digital space. Now, next is the Digital Marketing Certification course by HubSpot Academy. So this free course is perfect for small business owners, marketing managers, and anyone looking to break into the digital marketing space. So the course focuses on a human-centered, inbound-first approach to create a solid digital marketing strategy and compelling content that engages users and ranks well on search engines. So this course is completely free and provides unlimited access once you create a HubSpot Academy account. It also gives you personalized training recommendations tailored to your learning goals. It covers key digital marketing aspects like SEO, social media, and email marketing. It also has a globally recognized certification, which is available in 5 languages. Also learn to optimize your website and build advertising strategies that expand your audience reach. So this course not only helps you build skills, but also provides a globally recognized certification that sets you apart in the job market. Now, fifth on our list is a technical SEO course by Bastian Grimm on SEMrush Academy. So this free course is tailored for those new to technical SEO or professionals looking to deepen their knowledge. So whether you're an SEO consultant or working agency side, Bastian Grimm's in-depth modules will help you grasp complex technical SEO concepts, including crawling, indexation, and HTTP response codes. So the best features are that it's developed by industry experts at SEMrush. It covers essential topics such as international SEO and potential issues to avoid. It is engaging, up-to-date content that aligns with the ever-changing SEO landscape, and also it has practical applications that strengthen your understanding and implementation. So this course equips you with the technical know-how to tackle complex SEO challenges and ensures your skills remain sharp in this evolving field. Now next, we have the Digital Marketing Specialist course by Simplilearn. So this comprehensive program covers 35 plus digital marketing tools and includes over 20 projects and 10 case studies, providing you with a practical experience to master domains like SEO, SEM, social media, and email marketing. So some of the key features of this course is, it is industry recognized digital marketing specialist certificate. It has classes led by digital marketing experts. You can learn to use generative AI tools for marketing efficiency. We also get free Meta certified digital marketing associate exam voucher worth $99. Also, you'll be doing 5 capstone problem statements and 15 plus course and projects. You'll also be working on real-world case studies from brands like Adidas, KFC, Nike, and Intel. Also, we have Simplilearn's Job Assess program for career support. So with a combination of advanced training and practical exposure, this program is perfect for those looking to become experts in the digital marketing field. So 7th on our list is a postgraduate program in digital marketing by Purdue University in partnership with Simplilearn. So rated the #1 digital marketing course by Search Engine Journal, this program is designed to make you a certified digital marketer with applied learning through DM simulation, 35 plus tools, Harvard case studies, and capstone projects. So this program is designed to take you from beginner to advanced digital marketer with a mix of live interactive classes and hands-on projects. So you don't just learn concepts, you actually create and promote your own website through the course, which is a rare opportunity to gain real-world experience. Now, one of the biggest highlights of this course is its focus on applied learning. We'll work with tools like Stuken's digital marketing simulation, Harvard business case studies, and more than 35 industry standard digital marketing tools. And by the end of this course, you'll have completed 10 plus brand case studies, capstone projects, and 20 plus other assignments, covering everything from SEO and content marketing to social media and analytics. And here's another major plus. This program is an official partner of Meta. So you'll have master sessions with Meta Blueprint trainers and receive a $99 Meta exam voucher. You'll even get hands-on practice with Meta's business code chatbot. Plus, if you're interested in AI, the course offers training on tools like ChatGPT, Stable Diffusion, and Blue Willow to bring generative AI power into your digital marketing. So if you're serious about building a strong foundation in digital marketing and want a program that includes both traditional strategies and the latest in Gen AI, then the postgraduate program in digital marketing from Purdue University is definitely worth a closer look. Now, 8th on our list is the lead generation course by Alex Hormozy. So this course is ideal for those looking to master lead generation and scaling strategies from a proven expert in this field. So the program covers everything from the basics of lead magnet creation to advanced content methods and cold outreach techniques. So some of the key features of this program includes comprehensive framework for attracting and converting leads, modules on creating the first 5 client frameworks in effective cold outreach, a detailed strategies for paid advertising. They have got playbooks for leveraging referrals, affiliates, and agencies, and they have got hands-on exercises that guide you through building successful lead gen strategies. So if you're an entrepreneur, marketer, or business owner, this course offers essential tools to boost your lead generation efforts and scale your business effectively. Now, 9th on our list is the Meta Social Media Marketing Professional Certificate. Designed by Meta experts, this program is perfect for those looking to build job-ready skills in social media marketing. So in under 5 months, you'll gain the expertise needed to establish an online presence, create engaging social media posts, and launch ad campaigns on Facebook and Instagram. So some of the key features of this courses are, it provides professional training from Meta and Apple, 6 course series covering major platforms like Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, and YouTube. And they've got portfolio-ready projects such as creating social media pages and content calendars. You also gain hands-on experience in building ad campaigns with Meta Ads Manager. Also, they have got optional learning on generative AI tools for advanced social media strategies. So by completing this course, you will earn a Meta Professional Certificate and the Digital Marketing Association Certificate, showing your skills to potential employers. Now, rounding out our list is the complete digital marketing course by Udemy. 12 comprehensive courses in one, covering everything from social media marketing and SEO to email marketing and analytics. So they provide 22.5 hours of on-demand video content, 35 articles, and 8 downloadable resources for continued learning, strategies, and more. Also, they have got flexibility to learn on mobile and TV. And also, at the end, you'll get a certificate of completion to showcase your expertise. So this course is ideal for those who want an all-in-one solution to learning digital marketing, whether you are starting from scratch or enhancing existing skills.
And that's a wrap of our list of the top 10 digital marketing certifications to boost your career. From foundational courses to specialized certifications, each of these programs can help you stay competitive and current in the fast evolving digital landscape. So remember, Investing in the right training can open doors to incredible opportunities, and it's all about finding the program that best fits your goals and career path. If you are looking to boost your website's traffic or dominate search engine rankings, then today's video is just for you. We are diving deep into keyword research, a crucial part of any successful SEO strategy. By the end of this tutorial, you'll know exactly how to find the right keywords to help your content reach its full potential. So let's get started. To kick off things first, let's understand what keyword research is. Now, keyword research is all about discovering the exact phrases and terms your potential audience is typing into search engines. Now, by identifying these keywords, you can create content that directly addresses what people want to know, buy, or learn about. This not only drives more visitors to your site, but also helps you connect with those who are most likely to engage with your content. In essence, keyword research is the backbone of a strong SEO strategy, guiding you in crafting content that resonates with your audience. Now that we know what keyword research is, let's dive into why it's so important. Picture this: you're hosting a party. Would you invite random people who might not even be interested? Or would you carefully choose guests who are excited to attend? So, keyword research helps you do the latter by attracting the right guests to your website. When you know the exact keywords your audience is searching for, you can tailor your content to meet their needs. This increases your chances of not only driving more traffic, but also engaging visitors who are genuinely interested in what you have to offer. The better you understand your audience search behavior, the more effective your content will be. Remember, it's not just about quantity. Getting the right kind of traffic is key to conversions and overall success. Moving on, let's talk about the different types of keywords you'll encounter in your research. This is important because not all keywords are created equal, and understanding the distinctions can greatly impact your strategy. So, short tail keywords are broad and usually consist of one or two words like SEO or marketing. Now, these keywords have high search volumes, which means lots of people are searching for them. However, they're also highly competitive, making it tough to rank for them unless you have a very authoritative website. Next comes long tail keywords. Now, long tail keywords, on the other hand, are more specific phrases like how to do keyword research for SEO. Now, while they have lower search volumes, they tend to be less competitive and more targeted, attracting visitors who are further along in their buyer's journey. For instance, someone searches for best budget laptops for students is likely closer to make a purchase than someone just searching for laptops. Now, next type of keyword is LSI, which is latent semantic indexing keywords. Now, these are related terms that search engines consider relevant to your main keyword. Now, for example, if your main keyword is digital marketing, then LSI keywords could be online marketing, SEO strategies, or social media advertising. Now, even in this example, if you have given best leather shoes, the LSIs would be official and casual wear, best footwear brand, original leather shoes, etc. So, using LSI keywords helps you create more contextually relevant content with search engines' favor. Now, by balancing these types of keywords, you can create content that appeals to both broad and niche audiences, giving your website a better chance to rank well across different searches. So, alright, now that we have covered the types of keywords, let's explore some of the tools that can help you find them. So, keyword research tools are like treasure maps. They guide you to the keywords that can drive the most traffic to your website. Number one is Google Keyword Planner. So, Google Keyword Planner is a fantastic starting point, especially for beginners. It's free and provides a wealth of information, including search volumes and competition levels for various keywords. You can also discover new keyword ideas based on what people are already searching for. Next is Ahrefs. Ahrefs is a more advanced paid tool that offers in-depth analysis. It doesn't just give you keyword data, it also provides insights into how difficult it is to rank for a particular keyword, as well as click-through rates, CTR, and related keyword ideas. So, Ahrefs is particularly useful for competitor analysis, helping you see which keywords for your competitors are ranking for and identifying gaps in their content that you can exploit. Now, next comes SEMrush. Now, SEMrush is another powerful tool that goes beyond keyword research. It offers comprehensive data on keywords, including trends over time, and allows you to conduct competitive analysis, track keyword performance, and more. SEMrush is a go-to for many SEO professionals because of its all-in-one capabilities. So these tools simplify the process of keyword research, allowing you to focus on creating content that will resonate with your audience and perform well in search engine results. So with so many tools at your disposal, the next step is figuring out how to actually find the best keywords for your content. So here's a step-by-step approach. Number one, start with a brainstorming session. So you can list down potential keywords related to your topic. Think about what your audience might search for and consider different variations of those phrases. So use the keyword research tools we just discussed to analyze these keywords. Pay close attention to search volume, competition, and user intent. The goal is to find keywords that have a good search volume but aren't too competitive. And next, consider user intent. This is crucial. Ask yourself, what is a searcher hoping to find? If someone is searching for best travel laptops in 2024, they are probably looking for product reviews or recommendations. Tailor your content to meet that specific intent, and you'll have a much better chance of converting those visitors into customers. So by following these steps, you can pinpoint the keywords that will not only drive traffic, but also ensure that the traffic is relevant and likely to convert. Now, one of the most effective ways to find high-quality keywords is by analyzing your competitors. This might sound like a spy mission, but it's completely above board and incredibly valuable. So tools like SEMrush allow you to see which keywords your competitors are ranking for. So this gives you insight into what's working for them, and more importantly, it highlights gaps in their strategy that you can exploit. For instance, if you notice that a competitor is ranking well for a keyword like affordable SEO tools, but their content is outdated or lacking in detail, you can create a more comprehensive and up-to-date piece to outrank them. So by leveraging competitor insights, you can stay ahead in the SEO game, ensuring that your content is always relevant and competitive. Now, finding the right keywords is only half the battle. The next challenge is using them effectively in your content. So here's how you can do that. Number one, place your primary keywords in strategic locations such as title, meta description, headers, and throughout the content. This signals to search engines that your content is about, helping you rank for that keyword. Number two, avoid keyword stuffing. This old school tactic doesn't work anymore and can actually hurt your rankings. Instead, focus on naturally integrating keywords and using variations. For example, if your primary keyword is digital marketing strategy, you could also use online marketing strategy or effective digital marketing tactics to make your content more readable and engaging. Now, the third one is using LSI keywords to add depth and context to your content. This not only improves readability, but also helps search engines understand the broader topic of your content, which can positively impact your rankings. Remember, the goal is to create content that's both optimized for search engines and enjoyable for your readers. Lastly, keyword research is not a set it and forget it process. It requires regular monitoring and adjustment. SEO is a constantly evolving field, and what works today might not work tomorrow. So make it a habit to regularly check how your keywords are performing. Use tools like Google Analytics to track your rankings and see which keywords are driving the most traffic. If you notice that certain keywords are underperforming, consider tweaking your content or trying out new keywords. So by staying on top of your keyword strategy, you can ensure that your content continues to perform well and adapt to changes in search trends. And there you have it, a comprehensive guide to keyword research. I hope you found this tutorial helpful and that you are now ready to start finding the best keywords for your content. Remember, keyword research is all about understanding your audience and creating content that meets their needs. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe to the channel and ring the notification bell so you never miss an update. Imagine a small online boutique with a great product line and a beautifully designed website. Despite all the effort put into the business, it's barely getting any traffic and sales are stagnant. The owner is frustrated and wondering why potential customers aren't finding their store. That's when they turn to Google Ads. By setting up targeted campaigns, they start reaching customers who are actively searching for products just like theirs. In a matter of weeks, the business sees a noticeable increase in website traffic and sales, all thanks to the power of Google Ads. Google Ads has become an essential tool for businesses looking to connect with the right audience at the right time. A Google Ads campaign helps businesses reach potential customers online by displaying targeted ads across Google's vast network, including search results, YouTube, and partner websites. Advertisers set a budget, choose a campaign objective, and create ads that are shown to specific audiences based on keywords, demographics, and interests. The campaign operates on a pay-per-click model, meaning you only pay when someone clicks on your ad. making it an effective way to attract interested customers and achieve your marketing goals. So in this video, we are going to walk you through everything you need to know to get started with Google Ads. We'll cover how to create a campaign from scratch, set your budget, and choose the right bidding strategy. We'll also dive into targeting options to ensure your ads reach the right audience. And we'll show you how to craft compelling ads that drive results. By the end of this video, you'll have the knowledge and confidence to launch your own successful Google Ads campaign. So let's get started.
So to kick off our Google Ads campaign, we'll start by creating a new campaign. So once you're logged into your Google Ads account, begin by clicking the blue plus new campaign button. So here you're presented with a list of campaign objectives. Now choosing the right objective is crucial because it guides Google Ads on how to optimize your campaign. So let's see one by one. The first objective is sales. So this is perfect for businesses looking to drive direct conversions, whether it's online purchases, phone orders, or in-person sales. So for instance, if you run an e-commerce store, this objective will help you target users who are ready to buy. So Google will prioritize showing your ads to people most likely to complete a transaction based on their behavior and intent. So this makes it ideal for businesses focused on generating immediate revenue. So you can use this when your primary goal is to turn clicks into sales, making it perfect for businesses with clear purchase paths like online stores or service providers. Now next we have the leads objective. So this is designed for businesses that want to gather contact information from potential customers, such as through form submissions, phone calls, or signups. So for example, imagine you are a real estate agent aiming to build a list of potential home buyers. So by selecting the leads objective, Google Ads will optimize your campaign to reach users likely to fill out your contact form or call your office. Now next is website traffic. Now this is the objective you'll want to choose if your main goal is to drive more visitors to your website. So this is particularly useful for increasing brand awareness or getting people to explore your products and services online. Like for instance, if you're a blogger or a content creator, so this objective will help you attract visitors to your site to engage with your articles, videos, or any other content that you put up. So now next comes app promotion. So this is when you have created an app, like for example, an online gaming app or anything, and you want more installs or downloads. Now next you have awareness and consideration. So it is designed for businesses that want to engage users and encourage them to think about their products or services. So this is especially effective when introducing something new to the market. And then you have local shop visits and promotions. And then you can also create a campaign without a goals guidance. Okay, so here we are planning to give an example for lead generation, like how to generate lead for a free online course provider. So let's select leads and continue. Now, as we have selected an objective which is generating leads, the next step is to choose your campaign type. So there are several campaign types, like Google Ads offers several types, but the two most common are search and display ads. So anyways, let's start with the search ads. So these are the text-based ads that appear at the top of the Google search results when someone searches for keywords related to your business. Like for example, let's just see car rentals near me. So your ad could appear like this, like as you can see the sponsored ads. So your ads could appear at the top of the search results. So this is highly effective for capturing high intent users. So people who are actively looking for what you offer. Now next we have display ads. So these are visually engaging ads that appear across the Google display network, like which includes websites, like basically the ads you see in others' websites, apps, or even YouTube. So now display ads are perfect for building awareness and keeping your brand top of mind. So they work well for retargeting, like showing your ads to people who have previously visited your website but didn't take any action. Now the next one is shopping ads. Now shopping ads are a powerful tool for e-commerce websites. So these ads showcase your products directly in the search results, complete with images, prices, and your story. Like for example, if we search leather jackets, just a second. Leather jacket, yeah. So your shopping ad could appear displaying a product image, price, and a link to purchase directly from your website, as you can see here. So this makes it easy for potential customers to see what you're offering and click through to buy. So shopping ads are ideal if you're looking to drive sales of physical products, providing a visual, direct path to purchase. Then we have video ads, which is another impactful way to reach your audience, especially on platform. Video ads, you can create engaging content that appear before, during, or other videos on YouTube. So it is basically the videos, like the ad videos that you see like while watching your YouTube video. And then we have Performance Max campaign. So this type uses Google's machine learning to optimize your ads across all Google properties, like including search, display, YouTube, Gmail, etc. So Performance Max campaigns are perfect when you want to maximize your results without managing multiple campaign types separately. So Google's algorithms will automatically find the best combination of ad formats and placements to meet your objectives. So right now we'll select the search campaign type, and we'll be giving lead form submissions, and let's press continue. And let's just keep like lead search. So now that we have selected our campaign type, the next step is to set your budget and bidding strategy. So this is crucial as it determines how much you're willing to spend and how Google Ads will manage your bids. So now for bidding, since our objective in this demo is to generate leads, we'll choose conversions. So this strategy lets Google automatically set your bids to get the most conversions within your budget. So now you can set a target cost per action. So this budget is the amount you're comfortable spending per action. So like you can just give 0.3 rupees, per action. And let's press next. Now next, let's define our targeting options. So this step is about deciding who will see your ads, where they will see them, and when. So you can target users by location. As you can see, all countries and territories, India or any other location, you have options. So for example, if your store is in Delhi, you might want to target only people within a 50-mile radius. Now, additionally, you can also refine your audience based on demographics such as age, gender, and household income. So this ensures your ads reach the most relevant customers. And you can also select the languages that your, customers speak. Like you can give English, you can give Hindi. So you can select multiple languages that your target audiences speak. And also you can, select the audience segments, like what your audience might be doing. So like, for example, we are actually, giving this example for lead generation for a free online course provider. So what we do is we can actually, like, our audience will be students, right? So we can give students. Yeah, you can give current university students. And this is also for working professionals. So you can give working education jobs, IT and technical. So you can select who your target audience are. So effective targeting is crucial for maximizing your ad spend. So take the time to consider who your ideal customers are. Now let's go to next. So now next is selecting keywords. So for search ads, keywords are the backbone of your campaign. So these are the words or phrases users type into Google when looking for products or services like yours. So choose keywords that are closely related to your business. So for example, we are actually looking for lead generation for this particular website, which is Simplilearn skill website that provides free online courses. So first you have to give the final URL, and then you have to enter your keywords. You can also, type in the products or services like you advertise, like the course name and everything, and you can enter the keywords. Now you can take the help of Google's keyword planner for keyword ideas and see how often they are searched. So let's just go to keyword planner, discover new keywords. So now here you have to enter the products or services closely related to your business. So here I'll just type free online course, digital marketing. So you can give so many keywords, okay? And let's get results. So now these are the keywords that are suggested by the keyword planner. So what you can do is you can just select the keywords. Like you can select so many multiple keywords. You can copy it. You can paste it here. So this is a demo. That's why I've just taken, 3 to 4 keywords. But in fact, you have to use more keywords. So now you have selected your keywords. Now it's time to create your ad. So your ad copy includes the headline, description, and display URL. So this is what users will see in the search results or across the display network. So basically in your ad. So making it engaging and relevant. So first you can give the URL of your website. So in the headline, you can grab the attention by highlighting your key offerings and including one of your main keywords. Like for example, you can give master digital marketing. You can give, like, you have to fill at least 3 headlines. So you can give free digital course, or you can give best digital, and you can even fill more headlines. Now you can use the description. So this is the description part. So you can use the description to expand on your offer. So like you can highlight unique selling points of yours, like expert instructors. For example, you can give expert instructors, or flexible learning, or like enroll today to boost your career, etc. So once you have done this, let's go to next. Now this shows your budget. So as you can see, we had given like 0.244 cost per conversion. So your weekly cost will be 58,100 rupees. So here you can see the budget. Now the final step is, before we launch, it's important to review all the details. Now Google Ads will show you a summary of your campaign settings, including your budget, targeting, keywords, and ad copy. So you can double check. So next is the review. So here you can double check everything to ensure it aligns with your objective. So this will take some time. So like once you're satisfied, you can publish your campaign. So your ads will start running shortly and you can monitor the performance in real time through dashboard.
Google Tag Manager. Thanks for joining, and let's get started with this Simplilearn webinar. So let's start out with why GTM. So let's just say you're Sam and you have your own e-commerce website and you want to understand how people are interacting with your website. Well, Sam, today's world of websites contain a lot of interactivity, everything from videos to PDF downloads to commenting to form submissions to all sorts of chat functionality, interactivity going on throughout the website. So there's just a lot that you need to track outside of just page views. And so really what GTM does is they help you track all these things I just mentioned. Everything from somebody clicking on the play button of a PDF to somebody clicking on the submit button of a form to somebody entering in something on a chat function. So that's what GTM is. So why GTM? Because it helps us track all that interactivity. So all GTM is really allows you to really place a piece of Java code, which is just script, and this script that's added to a web page to collect information. So that's really what a tag is. It's just some script that gets put on a web page in order for you to collect information, like page views, clicks, etc. And they send it to third-party tools. Okay, so that's what GTM does. It basically allows you to take all these tags that collect information and you can use them in GTM. So if you want to, for example, collect how many people, enter a chat functionality and start chatting. Well, you're going to take that script and you're going to put it in GTM, and GTM will then allow you to start tracking that information. So that's really what GTM is. It just allows you to put tags into a container, or think of it as a toy box. You have all these toys and you want to track. Well, you can put all those toys or tags in a toy box or container. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that. But before we get into GTM, let's just say, you're communicating with your developer and there's a new user request on your webpage and you want to update the tag. Well, your developer, considering it's probably a small update to your website, is probably gonna not hesitate and is going to go ahead and turn around and do it normally. And so normally what happens is the developer is going to go to the website and update the tag. Well, what if you have a few things that you want to track? All those things I mentioned before, from downloads to clicks to, somebody checking out to watching a video. Well, your webmaster, your web developer is going to go, well, hold on a second. Now, all these requests are going to take time. I need to put them into the work queue, so to speak. Well, what happens is when they go into a work queue, usually it's going to take some time. And in some cases, you as a marketer need to launch a campaign. And you want to get that tracking added to the website in time for the campaign launch. So you want to go ahead and quickly turn around the tracking for that particular campaign. Let's just say you're launching a campaign and you're sending people to a landing page that has a form submission, and you want to be able to track how many people click on the submit button of that form submission. Well, if you need to turn that around, your developer's like, well, I need to put that in a work queue. The timing isn't going to always work out between you and your developer, is my point. And so that's where GTM comes in, because there is a solution to update your tags faster. And that's Google Tag Manager. So when we say GTM, that's what GTM stands for, Google Tag Manager. It's a place for you to add tags quickly and easily. So tags, remember, are just snippets of code that allow you to track things on your website interactively. And Basically, when you have GTM, you can bypass the webmaster and do it quickly and easily. So that's what GTM is all about. So why GTM? Because we just identified 2 benefits. 1, you could track all the interactivity on your website. And 2, you can bypass your web developer or webmaster. And so that's the benefit of GTM. So the benefit, you get those tags updated very quickly via Google Tag Manager. Okay, so that's what Tag Manager is. So what we're going to talk about today is specifically what Tag Manager is and what it does. We're going to list some of the benefits of Tag Manager. We're going to show you how it works, and then we're going to show you how to get started with Tag Manager. Tag Manager, if you're not familiar with working with webmasters and dealing with JavaScript and tags and all this jargon is just new to you today, okay, well, don't fret, sit back. We're going to take it slow. This is an introduction into Google Tag Manager. Again, let's start out with what is Tag Manager? So we've already introduced it to some degree because we already introduced it as a tool where you can put all your tags into a toolbox, toy box, or container, so to speak, right? And we already mentioned that, hey, you can bypass your webmaster. So you're probably thinking, well, if you're not familiar with Tag Manager, how can I bypass my webmaster? Well, first of all, it's a free tool and it's a Google tool, hence the name Google Tag Manager. And it helps you really, that's the main point, is deploy and track tags on your website, bypassing your webmaster. So that's Tag Manager. And so examples of tags that can be deployed via Google Tag Manager are numerous. These are just some examples like Google Analytics, Facebook's pixel tracking, or Google Ads. There's no limit into the number of tags you can track in Tag Manager. There is no limit. You can add any number of tracking tags in Tag Manager. Okay, so some of the benefits, well, again, we just listed 2. You can put any tag into Tag Manager and track that onto your website. And we know you can bypass your web developer or webmaster. And what it also does is it also allows you to test and deploy your JavaScript codes quicker. So remember, these JavaScript codes or snippets of codes are just there to track certain things on your website, whether that be a page view or somebody clicking on a play button or tracking somebody who converts or even just goes to your website. So the biggest benefit is you can take that snippet of code, let's just say Facebook. Let's just say you're doing Facebook marketing and you want to put that Facebook pixel on your website so that you could track people who come from Facebook and convert. Well, you don't need to put that Facebook pixel on your website. You can go right to Tag Manager and you can put that snippet of code right in Tag Manager really quickly. And the other benefit here is all tags are managed in one place. And that to me is really a good benefit, because when you start adding tags on your website and you have some tags in Tag Manager, it just gets very confusing. So ideally, all the tracking code you have on your website needs to be in Tag Manager. Think about that. All the tracking. So if you're doing Bing or you're doing Facebook or you're doing Twitter or you're doing LinkedIn and you're doing Google, you're doing all this type of marketing on all these different platforms, you're going to have tracking code for all these different platforms. And instead of putting all that code on your website, return going to slow down the load time of your web page and website. You want to put them all in Tag Manager so they can be organized and you know exactly what you're trying to track. And the other great benefit of Tag Manager is there's a versioning control. So let's just say you have added tags to your website via GTM for the last 6 months. Well, and let's just say you add another tag yesterday. If you added that tag yesterday and something doesn't work, well, you can just roll back to a previous version. It's that simple. So you have versioning, and that's a good thing. When you have versioning, you can control what gets published, and if something doesn't work after it gets published, then you can roll back to a previous version. So it's a peace of mind, so to speak. Just because you've added code to your site, there's no guarantee it's going to work. And so you can always control what version you're dealing with in Tag Manager. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. So the biggest benefit here to me with Tag Manager is you have event tracking. And so we talked about some of the things you could track on your website, from videos, from play buttons to somebody clicking on the stop on the video or pausing it, all the way to somebody, again, chatting, or let's just say somebody clicking on that purchase button on your website. Okay, and you want to track all these different things, these different interactivities and buttons. Well, event tracking is what you're going to use to track all those buttons. And to me, this is the biggest benefit of Tag Manager. And I'll show you some examples as we go along. And if we didn't mention it already, I'll mention it again. It is free. Tag Manager is free. There's no limit. So once you have Tag Manager going, you can add as many tracking codes as you want. There's no limit on the number of tracking codes you can add to Tag Manager. Okay, so it's free and you can use it to its fullest advantage. Okay, so it's also high security, meaning that it has different levels of permissions. Okay, so you can have somebody just go in and look at the different tags and tracking codes you have in GTM, or you can ask somebody who is very familiar with Tag Manager and can go in and add the tracking code to Tag Manager and then publish that tracking code when it gets added. So those are all the benefits. Let's talk about how it works now. Specifically, how does Tag Manager work? Because you're like, Rob, okay, again, a lot of jargon. You know, you got tags and JavaScript and versioning and publishing and all this other stuff. Well, I know I'm throwing a lot at you at once, but just bear with me here. Okay, so let's start talking about how it actually works. So you have a website, okay? Whatever that domain is, you have a website, and there's chances are on your website, you have some form of interactivity, whether that be a video, whether that be a blog, whether it be a form submission. You have a website with some interactivity. And let's just say you're even thinking about getting ready to launch some type of campaign on maybe Google or Facebook, and you want to drive traffic to your website. Fair enough. You're joining the millions of other websites that are out there that have interactivity that also drive traffic to the website. So in comes Google Tag Manager. And so Tag Manager is important because, again, we know we want to track people coming from that Facebook campaign or that Google campaign and interacting with our site. So if you are running Facebook and you are running Google Analytics, well, guess what? You want to put that tracking code in Tag Manager. So Google Analytics, being a Google product, works very nicely with Tag Manager. Facebook has its own tracking code, but you still want to be able to track people who come from the Facebook campaign to your website. So you're going to get that tracking code from Facebook and put it in Tag Manager. That's generally how it works. So here, information from your website is shared with another data source through Tag Manager. So think about that. If I add Facebook tracking code to Tag Manager, or let's just say I add Google Analytics tracking code to Tag Manager is the one that's pushing out and doing all the heavy lifting. They're the ones that are controlling what code gets fired and what code doesn't. So if you're putting the code in Tag Manager is controlling the code. Think about it that way. And let's show you an example of what that looks like. So here I am, I'm in Tag Manager. I just went to tagmanager.google.com, and here I could see a list of tags. So in our conversation, we're talking about tracking Facebook and we're talking about tracking Google Analytics. Well, Google Analytics is easy because it's a Google product. So here, if I look at all the different tracking code I have on my website through Tag Manager, let's just take a look at Google Analytics. So if you're going to use Tag Manager, you might as well put the Google Analytics code in here. So here I can see I have Google Analytics as a tag in Tag Manager. Now, for Facebook, if I'm running a Facebook campaign, well, I can take that pixel tracking and put it in GTM as well. And here I can see Facebook pixel. That code is added to GTM. I just basically took what Facebook gave me and put it into Google Tag Manager. So you can see I can add Facebook and Google Analytics. And again, I can't stress it enough, any tracking code from any platform I can add to Google Tag Manager in order to track the behavior from those sources. So let's take a little bit deeper dive into how Tag Manager works. So I just showed you an example of how you could take Facebook and Google Analytics code and put it into Tag Manager. But if you're not familiar with Tag Manager, then how do I do that? Well, let's talk about the structure and how Tag Manager works. So when you have a Tag Manager account, you have a container. Remember, I mentioned toy box earlier. You have a bunch of toys. If they're code and you're tracking different bits of code from different platforms like Facebook, think of those as toys, and you have a toy box. Okay, well, that's what this code is, and that's what a container is. The code is the code, and that's going to go into the toy box or container. And so the way Tag Manager works is you have tags, triggers, and variables. So if I take my Facebook tracking code and put it into a container, I need to set up a tag and a trigger. Okay, so let's take a look at what that is. So first, if I go back to Tag Manager, I'm going to have an account, and if I have an account, I'm going to have a container. So here I'm just going to click on an account with a container, and a container is nothing more than what website you're adding the tracking code to. Okay, that's all the container is. We're just letting Tag Manager know this is the website we're adding all this code to. So you have tags, triggers, and variables. That's the structure of Tag Manager. So tags are just what it says, tags. What are we trying to quote unquote tag? Well, if it's Google Analytics, that's easy. Here I could see I have Google Analytics added. So if I click on Google Analytics, here's my tag. And if I take a little bit of a deeper dive there, since Google Analytics is a Google product, it integrates already with Tag Managers. It's pretty easy. I can just choose Google Analytics, then I'm going to check page view, and that's my tag. Now, every tag needs a trigger. Okay, so I need to tell Tag Manager how or when to fire the Google Analytics tracking code. So in this case, I'm going to tell Tag Manager to fire on all pages. So if I get somebody, a visitor to my website, Analytics is firing on all pages. So whatever page that visitor lands on, Google Analytics is going to fire. So that's really what it comes down to, is I have a tag and I need to tell Tag Manager when to trigger that tag. That's really what the structure of Tag Manager is. It's tags, triggers, and variables. And variables we're going to talk about here in a couple minutes. But you have a piece of code. You're going to go ahead and put that into Tag Manager. You're going to tag it, and then you're going to fire that trigger. So let's take a look at another example here. If I go back here, you can see Facebook. Well, here's my Facebook pixel. Okay, that's my tag. So when is it going to fire? Well, it's going to fire on a specific domain or subdomain. That's basically what we're doing. We're trying to tell GTM when to fire that particular tag. So those are the three main components: a tag, okay, which is going to contain the JavaScript code that you get from, say, Facebook, the trigger. So you're going to go into Tag Manager and tell Tag Manager when to fire that code. That's the trigger. And then you have variables. And so variables are basically just additional information that Tag Manager may need for your tag and trigger to work. So that's what a variable is. It's there to get the tag and trigger to fire. So variables are divided into built-in and user-defined variables. So common used variables include, say, page path or page URL or host name or click class. Again, they're there, and these examples I just gave you are there to get your tag and trigger to work. Think about it that way. That's a component. And if I go into Tag Manager here, and here on the left side, I can see variables. So remember, I have built-in and user-defined. So built-in means that Tag Manager already built these for me. So in case I need to get my trigger to work with my tag, I can use a variable. So those are built in, and then I have user defined. So these are what I define. These are what I created. And again, the variables are there to get the tag and trigger to work. Okay, so that's the job of the variable. The job of the tag is to host that JavaScript code. Okay, in the case of Facebook or Analytics, that's where we're putting our code. So here, if I click on AdWords Remarketing, again, it's a Google product, so I don't really need to even deal with code. I'm just going to select Google AdWords Remarketing. Okay, so you could see GTM integrates nicely with some of the other Google products. But let's just say you have a Facebook pixel tracking code. You're going to choose custom and you're going to put the code here. So that's part of the tag. And then the trigger again is there to get the tag to fire. So you're telling GTM when to fire the tag. And the variable is there to help you make sure that that trigger and that tag work together. So that's how all three kind of work together. You need the tag to put the code. You need the trigger to tell GTM when to fire the tag and code. And the variables there to help you define when that tag and trigger should work or how it should work. So again, review. Tags they're just small codes of JavaScript or tracking pixels on your website. And so tags are allowed to manage events like scroll tracking, remarketing, clicks, downloads, files, play buttons, you name it. Even clicks on external links. For example, let's just say you have a click or a Facebook icon on your site, and when somebody clicks on it, they go to Facebook. You want to maybe track that. You're going to create a tag. Okay? The trigger is there because you need to tell GTM when to fire that tag. So it's a certain condition, whether it's, fire the tag if the URL equals facebook.com or some other condition. So the tag cannot be created until the creation of the corresponding trigger. So tags and triggers go together. You can't just create a tag and not have a trigger. Otherwise, your tag will never fire. And then the variable is there again. It stores the information when defining a trigger or transferring data to tag. So a variable has a variety of data. Okay, so you pick and choose the variable you want to use with that trigger. Okay, so you're making sure that by defining a variable, you're making sure that you're telling GTM how that trigger should be fired. So let's take a look at another example here of how all three play together. If I'm in this account, I'm in this container. If I look down here, I could see Google Optimize. That's another Google product. So what I'm doing here is I just chose Google Optimize as my tag. It's already integrated. So what does that mean? I don't even need to deal with any code. I'm just going to select Optimize. Well, we have the tag Google Optimize, but we need to tell GTM how to fire that. And so here we're going to tell GTM to fire it on all pages. So that's basically a very simple example because we're firing it on all pages. So if I want to look at something specific again, Facebook, here's my tag, here's my code. What's my trigger? Well, my trigger is it's going to fire on specific pages. How do I know that? Well, if I look at the trigger, here I could see the trigger is a page view, but I'm telling it to fire on this particular hostname. So the tag and trigger go hand in hand. So how to get started with Tag Manager. So first things first, you have to create that account. So you're going to go to tagmanager.google.com, or you can do a search for Google Tag Manager, and you're going to create your account. And then when you create your account, what's going to happen is you're going to set up a container. And when you set up a container, you have choices. So you could set it up for your website, for an app on iOS, or maybe Android, or you can even set it up for AMP, an accelerated mobile page. So most people by default are probably going to set up Tag Manager for their website. And so when you do that, when you actually select website, what's going to happen is you're going to get some Google Tag Manager code in return. And so the whole idea here is you're going to do a swap. What you're doing is basically you're saying, okay, Google, I'm going to take this Google Tag Manager code and I'm going to put it on my website. I'm going to put it on every page of my website. So notice Tag Manager has two scripts. One goes in the head as high as possible. The other goes into the body tag as high as possible. And so what you're doing is you're making a deal. You're putting this Tag Manager code on your website, and in return, every code you deal with, whether that be Facebook or analytics or optimize or remarketing or whatever it is going to go in GTM. Okay, it's going to go into the container you created. So you need the Tag Manager code on your website in order for Tag Manager to work. Okay, so when you add this code to your website, then you're free to start adding all sorts of tags to your container. But if you don't have this tracking code on your website, then none of the tags you add to your container are going to work. So that's the idea behind the container. And then one thing I wanted to mention on the account is it's a Google account. So when you create your account, then make sure it's the same account you use with, say, Google Analytics or some other Google product. That's a good best practice, is always use the same email address when you set up your account so that it integrates nicely across all the different platforms. Meaning you can go from, say, Google Analytics right to Google Tag Manager in one browser without having to log out or log in. Okay, so when you create the account, you're going to create your container. If you choose web, then you're going to be asked to place code on your website. And when you place that code on your website, then you are free to start using Tag Manager. And that means you're free to start adding tags. Okay, so if you want to know more information about installing Google Tag Manager, then what I would recommend is visit the Quick Start Guide website of GTM. So again, if you're curious as to where that code is located in Google Tag Manager, well, when you create an account and you create a container, that container is going to have a specific ID. So if I click on that specific ID, here's where I can get my code. Okay, so again, when I'm logged in to Tag Manager, I'm going to click on Workspace, but in the top navigation, I'm going to see my unique GTM ID. If I click on that, that's where my code is going to be located. And so again, your code needs to go in the header, and there's another script that needs to go in the body. And if you're not sure how to add the code to your website, well, you can always click on the Quick Start Guide here. Okay, and that'll take you to a Quick Start Guide page, a reference page related to Google Tag Manager. So let's talk about creating a tag. So once you get Tag Manager installed, I'm sure you're excited to get going and create that first tag. So let's talk about how to create a tag in Tag Manager. So when you're in Tag Manager, all you need to do is basically you're looking at all your tags. If you click on tag in the left side navigation, you'll see all your tags, and there's a new button there. So you just click new. And so basically what you're going to do is you're going to create your first tag. And so what I would recommend, once you get Tag Manager installed on your website, I would recommend setting the first tag up as Google Analytics. So that will get you going with tracking page views on your website when somebody visits your website. Okay, so ideally that's what you want to do. You want to get Google Analytics as your first tag in Tag Manager. So what I'm going to do is, because Analytics is a Google product, it's already integrated nicely with Tag Manager. So I'm just going to click on Google Analytics. It's going to be a page view. That's what I'm tracking. And now I have to set up a variable. And so what it's going to do, it's going to ask me to select a variable. And so what you're going to do is you're going to select new variable. And what you're going to do is you're actually going to go and add your tracking ID here. That's going to be your variable. So where do I get my tracking ID in Analytics? Well, if I'm in Analytics, I'm going to go to Admin. And then under Property Settings, I'm going to see my tracking ID. And all you need to do then is go to Tag Manager and paste copy. First, you got to copy over that tracking ID. Then you're going to go to Tag Manager and going to paste it. And then that's going to create a variable for you. And then when you create that variable, you're going to see it in the drop down here. So I've already created it. And basically, that's your tag with a variable. Then what are you going to do? You're going to set up a trigger. So see, I have some triggers already set up. You're going to see a default trigger already set up for you, and that's going to be all pages. So ideally what you want to do is you want to select all pages in order for Analytics to fire on all pages. So that's what we're doing. We're setting up a trigger. We're basically telling Tag Manager, hey, if I get a visitor to any page on my website, then I want you to fire Google Analytics. So that's basically, in summary, how to set up your first tag. And my recommendation is your first tag should be Google Analytics. And when you set up analytics, you're going to have to set up a variable for the tracking ID. And so you get the tracking ID again from admin, property settings, copy and paste that tracking ID over, save it. You have your variable. That variable is going to be included in with the tag. Then your trigger is going to be all pages. And there you go. You have your first tag. You have your first variable, you have your first trigger. So that's basically what you want to do. And once you've added that tag, once you've added that trigger, then the only thing you need to do now is basically publish the tag. And so anytime you save a tag, you're going to go ahead and submit it so that way it gets published. So again, what you're going to do is let's take a step back here. You're going to choose new tag. You're going to choose analytics from the drop-down menu. You're going to choose page view. Then basically you're going to add your tracking ID so you could set up the variable. And then basically that's what you need to do. Okay, you're going to add that tracking ID and then voila, that's your tag with a variable. And then once you've done that, then you're going to click submit. So when you click submit, you're basically saying, hey, I want this tag to go live now, this tag and trigger. And once you've done that, then analytics is ready to go. And anytime somebody goes to your website on any page, Tag Manager is going to fire Google Analytics. So the great thing here is you have something called Google Tag Assistant, and that's an extension that works with Chrome. And so when you've actually added Tag Manager to your site, or you have analytics running in Tag Manager, you can confirm if those tags are firing properly. So let's take a look at how Google Tag Assistant works. Okay, so if you just do a search for Google Tag Assistant, you're going to see here that it's basically just an extension that works in Chrome, and unfortunately it only works in Chrome browser. It doesn't work in any other browser. So go ahead and install that extension into Chrome. And when you do that, you're going to see this nice icon here in your browser. And now, if you go to any website and I click on Google Tag Assistant and I click on Enable, okay, so basically I'm loading Google Tag Assistant. And now once I refresh the page, I can see that this particular site has Google Tag Manager installed. And not only does it have Tag Manager installed, I can see that it's also has Google Analytics running. I have also Google Optimize running, and I have Google Ads Remarketing Tag running in Tag Manager. So that's what Tag Assistant does. It allows you to see if one, Tag Manager is on the site, and if it is, great, what other tags are firing on this particular site. So Tag Assistant's telling me I have these particular tags firing on that site, and they're firing within Tag Manager. So Tag Assistant is a great way to confirm if one, Tag Manager is on the site, and two, what other tags are firing on the site. Now, another way you could confirm if Tag Manager is firing on the site is you can go into preview mode. So even before you submit and publish your tag and trigger, you can click on the preview mode. So if I click preview in Tag Manager, so basically that's going to put me in preview mode. And so what does that mean? Well, that means that now I'm free to go to my website and see if those tags are firing. And so let's take a look at what that looks like. So if I go to the website and just click refresh, then what's going to happen is Tag Manager is going to load in preview mode, just as you see here. Okay, so that's going to take a couple seconds to load up. And now what can I see in preview mode? I could see that I have GTM firing, but I also have some other tags firing on this page. Remarketing, I have Google Analytics, I have Google Optimize. I have some other tags firing as well. And so the preview mode shows me what tags are firing on any given page. And I can also see what tags did not fire. Okay, so here I have a number of tags already in GTM, but they didn't fire on this particular page. So let's just say I clicked on the Donate Now button. I'm still in preview mode, so I'm going to be able to see what tags fired. Now I could see I have a couple of tags that have fired on this particular page. And then I could see what tags did not fire on this page. Okay, so that's the preview mode. You can use the preview mode before you even submit a tag and trigger to see if it fires. And that's the great benefit of Tag Manager. So if you're not sure if something's going to fire or not, then you can always go into preview mode. And if you are sure it's going to fire, then you can go ahead and submit it. So you can leave preview mode and just go ahead and submit that particular tag and trigger. So here I'm going to leave preview mode, and now once I'm done and I'm sure the tag is going to fire, and go ahead and submit all my changes that I've worked on in terms of setting up tags and triggers. So that's really GTM in a nutshell. So I have my tags, okay? My tags are just snippets of code that I'm going to put in, whether that be Facebook or event tracking or any other Google product like Optimize or Page View. Then I have my triggers. My triggers are there to tell GTM when to fire that tag. And the variables are there to help those tags and triggers work together. So remember that particular variable we set up for Google Analytics. Okay, so here it is right here, because we want to tell GTM what property to specifically fire in Google Analytics. So that's why we set up that variable. But there are all sorts of variables. Google Tag Manager has built in, or variables already created for you, or you can specifically define a variable. So variables are there to help the tags and triggers work together. So when you set up a tag, you set up a trigger, you use a variable, you can always go into preview mode, preview it by going to the website, seeing if it fires. If it fires, then voila, you can go ahead and click submit, and that will publish the tag and trigger, and you're good to go. That's pretty much how Tag Manager works. And again, I can't stress that there's an unlimited number of tags you can add to Tag Manager. There's no limit. So you got anything from Google to non-Google to event tracking, okay? To Facebook, to anything that you want to track, you want to be able to put into Tag Manager. And again, there's versioning. That's one of the great benefits of Tag Manager. So if I want to go back to an older version, I can simply do that. So here you can see I'm on version 32. That's how Tag Manager works. And I can't stress that, Tag Manager is there to help you track interactivity on the site. Because if you have a site that's interactive, that has a video, that has a download button, let's just say, you have all sorts of newsletter signups, Facebook, YouTube buttons on your website, just like this website does, and you want to be able to track how many people click on that particular button, well, you're going to need Tag Manager. And when you have Tag Manager, you're going to be able to track all of these button clicks and interactivity on your website.
Choose from over 300 in-demand skills and get access to 1,000 plus hours of video content for free. Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
We're going to talk about how to rank #1 on Google. So let's get started, and let's go with the scenario that you have a friend named Sam, and he has a website where he sells shoes. But Sam doesn't understand why his website's not ranking #1 on Google. And so typically, to rank #1 on Google, there are some factors involved. And those are factors that are going to help Sam get his website rank #1 on Google so he can sell his shoes, get traffic, and convert that traffic to conversions. So there are factors involved. And so what are those factors? Well, it always starts with keyword research. So in order to rank for a website where you sell shoes, or you sell products, other products like clothing or food, or you're an automobile website, you're a mechanic, it doesn't matter whether you're selling to customers or selling to other businesses. You have to start with the keyword research. And so we're going to go into really explicit detail on how to conduct a proper keyword research. And then the second factor involved is high quality content. So in order to rank high on Google search, you need to have high quality content. So we're going to go over what's involved with creating high quality content. Then we're going to take that content, we're going to optimize it using on-page elements and website level factors. So we're going to take into account what's involved with your website and what's involved with specific pages on your website in order to rank #1 on Google. Then we're going to get into the off-site engagement. So when it comes to ranking on Google, you need to optimize your website and you need to do some elements off your website. You need to be engaging off your website, meaning on other websites. And so we're going to talk about what's involved with off-site engagement. So SEO being a major channel for most companies and websites where the opportunity to drive a lot of traffic is there. But you have to earn that reward. The reward is a lot of traffic, but you have to earn the reward, and there's a lot of work involved. And so ideally, what we want to do is follow what we call the 80-20 rule when it comes to search engine optimization and ranking on Google. And what do we mean by the 80-20 rule? Well, 80-20 means we're investing 20% of our effort and 80% of the results are obtained. So we want to invest 20 and get back 80. That's basically what we mean by 80-20. So, for example, if 20% of our targeted keywords bring in 80% of the traffic, then that's following the 80-20 rule. Or 20% of our landing pages drive 80% of the overall traffic, that's following the 80-20 rule. Or 20% of our backlinks pass 80% of our link juice. That's the 80-20 rule. Meaning these targeted keywords, these targeted landing pages, these trying to target backlinks using off-site engagement. We want to put in 20% of our effort on those keywords, landing pages, and backlinks in return for 80% of the results. So without further ado, let's get started with the keyword research. Let's talk about that keyword research for a website with shoes. And it doesn't really matter what particular product you have. If you need to rank number one on Google, it all starts with the keywords as I mentioned before. And so in this example, if you have a website where you sell shoes for kids, you're going to want to be found for certain keywords. So the obvious keyword here would be shoes for kids. Well, every keyword that you target has search volume associated with it. So that means when we talk about search volume, we're talking about how many people on average type in that keyword or related keyword on Google.com or Google search. And there's always an average number of searches associated with every keyword, and we call that search volume. How much search volume? So obviously if we're going to target a keyword, we want to have as much volume as possible. However, there's always going to be competition for those keywords, meaning there's always going to be other websites who want to rank number one on Google for the same keywords. And we call that competition or difficulty. So for every keyword, you're going to have volume and you're going to have competition or difficulty. And the difficulty ranges as well, depending on the tool you use. And we'll get into that in a minute, but search volume is how much, on average, people are typing in that keyword or close variants of that keyword. And the difficulty is measured in terms of, for kids, is highly relevant, has high volume, and low competition, then that's a keyword we want to target. So we always want to focus in on those three areas. So there's always a trade-off with keywords. So shoes for kids might have high volume, but also might have high competition or difficulty. If we look for another keyword that's just as relevant, for example, shoes for children, it may still have high search volume, but the competition or the difficulty may be lower. And if that's the case, then that may be a better keyword for us to target. Instead of something highly competitive like shoes for kids, we can focus on another relevant keyword like shoes for children with just as much volume and lower competition. And the reason why we want lower competition is because we want to be able to rank for that keyword. So the higher the competition, the harder it is for us to rank number one on Google for that keyword. And so the whole idea beyond keyword research is analyzing and choosing the best keywords. So we want to identify a list of keywords that are always relevant. We want to choose the keyword that your competitors are ranking for. And we want to use third-party tools to choose keywords to identify which keywords have low competition and what keywords have high search volume. So one thing to take into consideration when you're doing keyword research is that the longer the keyword phrase, or in other words, long tail keywords or keywords with 3 keywords in the phrase or more, you're going to always have less competition. But there's always a trade-off. With long tail keywords, meaning the longer the keyword phrase, there's going to be less volume, but the trade-off is less competition. And so what we want to do is we want to brainstorm some ideas and find those relevant keywords. So let's look at an example here. So if we go to Google Ads, so Google Ads has a tool called Keyword Planner. And let's just say I have a website where I'm selling dried figs. And if I'm selling dried figs, I want people to buy these dried figs. However, in order to attract them, I want to be able to show them that, hey, we have a bunch of recipes. And if I show you a bunch of recipes where you can use dried figs, maybe you'll buy these dried figs to use in these recipes. And so we're going to look for keywords related to bread recipes, because if we can optimize for our recipes page for bread, then that will attract an audience who wants to make bread and use dried figs with those bread recipes. So that's the example I'm going to give here. And so if I look at the keyword planner in Google Ads, if I just type in bread recipes, what Google is going to do is they're going to give me an average monthly search volume. So I can see the average monthly search volume here is 60,500. And so in order to do keyword volume and the competition you're getting for certain keywords. So if I go into a spreadsheet, here my theme of keywords is bread recipes. My keyword is bread recipes, and my volume therefore is going to be 60,500. However, if I go back into Google's keyword planner, Google's telling me the competition is low. So that's great. I want high volume, I want low competition. But how low is low? So we want to be careful. So if we're going to put in numbers into a spreadsheet, we want to figure out what that competition really is for the keyword bread recipes. So if I go to Google and just type in bread recipes, I'm going to be able to see 771 billion results for the keyword bread recipes. Now, is 771 billion our real competition? Maybe, maybe not. What we want to do is put in a syntax, and we want to put in the syntax all in title and then colon, space, and then our keyword. And the reason why we do that in search is because we want to be able to identify the true competitive number, or the true number of websites who are trying to rank for bread recipes. And if we put in the syntax all in title, colon, and then our keyword bread recipes, we'll be able to see that there are 998,000 results. That's a lot lower than 771 billion. So that means that 998,000 sites or listings have the keyword bread recipes in the title tag. And the title tag is what shows up in the search engine results. And so if I look down and scroll down here, I can see bread recipes are in every one of these title tags. So title tag is an important element to rank #1 on Google, and we'll talk about that in a few minutes. But if we understand that there are 998,000 results with bread recipes in the title tag, then this tells us that those are the websites who are trying to rank #1 on Google for that keyword, and therefore those are the websites we need to jump over in order for our website to rank #1 on Google. And so therefore I'm going to put in 998,000 in my spreadsheet as the competitive number. And so now I could see for the keyword bread recipes, I have 60,500, and if my competition is 998,000, then my KEI, or Keyword Effectiveness Index, or in other words, the ratio of volume to competition, is 6%. So that's nothing more than volume divided by competition. So that tells me that my KEI, or my ratio between volume and competition, is 6%. So remember, we want more volume than we want competition. So anytime you do a keyword research, you're going to find a number of different relevant keywords. So if I go back into Google's keyword planner, if I typed in bread recipes, you could see that Google is going to give me a number of different keywords related to bread recipes. Let's just say I have another keyword that I want to think about optimizing for, being ranked on Google for, and that's banana bread recipe. Very similar keyword as bread recipes, except it's a little longer tail. Now, if I type in banana bread recipe in Google's keyword planner, now I can see the average monthly search volume has actually gone up. It's 368,000. I can also see the competition is low. So those are good signs. So now I can see 368,000. I'm going to go ahead and put that in my spreadsheet. Now I'm going to go into Google. I'm going to put in my syntax all in title. I'm going to put in banana bread recipe. I'm going to hit enter. And now I can see I have 233,000 results with the keyword banana bread recipe in the title tag. So if I look at the title tags, I can see banana bread recipe, banana bread recipe, banana bread recipe on all the listings in the Google search results. So that tells me I have 233,000 results that I have to jump over in order to rank number 1 on Google. So I'm going to put 233,000 in my spreadsheet. Now I can see my KEI, or my volume to competition ratio, is 157, 158%. And so to me, that's a lot better number to work with, or in other words, that's a lot better keyword because it's just as relevant and it has a higher ratio of volume to competition. So therefore, banana bread recipe is going to be a better keyword to optimize for in order to rank number 1 on Google. So that's the whole idea behind keyword research. You want to brainstorm ideas. There are plenty of tools out there. So the tool I recommend is Google Ads Keyword Planner. Google's going to give you how much search volume. They're going to tell you the competition, but then you're going to go into Google search. You're going to use the syntax all in title to get a more accurate read on the actual competitive number. And so to find out how keywords that your competitors are ranking for, you can use those keyword tools that I mentioned. Another tool that I use is Moz. So Moz, if you go to moz.com, they have a tool called Keyword Explorer. So if we just type in the keyword, for example, bread recipes, it's going to be able to tell us how much volume and the difficulty. So you can use other tools at your disposal, figure out the volume and the difficulty. There are plenty of tools out there. But the one thing I would just make sure is you use everything at your disposal. So you can use social media to find the most shared article for a particular topic or keyword, like bread recipes. You could check other platforms that have a lot of shared content, like Reddit and Quora, where you can ask people about certain topics using keywords to figure out how much competition or volume there might be. You could stay up to date on industry news to get an idea of what types of keywords are trending. But when it comes to keywords and keyword research, remember, for every web page, we want to be able to pick 2 keywords. We want a primary and secondary keyword. So when we do keyword research and we enter all our keywords into our spreadsheet, we want to be able to have a number of different keywords. In this case, we're focusing on the theme bread recipes. We want to have different keywords because we want to be able to choose a primary keyword and a secondary keyword, because we want to be able to focus on multiple keywords for each page, because we don't want to put necessarily all our eggs in one basket, meaning we won't want to put all our emphasis just on one keyword to rank for. We want multiple keywords to try and rank for. So the primary keyword can define the nature of our business. The secondary keyword could be just highly relevant to our keyword. At the end of the day, we want to choose multiple keywords to try and rank on Google for that page. So for example, we have a blog and we're using ice cream recipes and we're blogging about ice cream recipes. We can have a primary keyword that is about ice cream recipes or homemade ice cream recipes. We're going to always want to find out what the volume and the competition is. Our secondary keyword could be built around other similar keywords like low-fat ice cream recipes or fat-free ice cream recipes or low-fat homemade ice cream recipes. Those are complementary keywords, just like our bread recipes and banana bread recipe. So one thing we want to do when we do keyword research is we want to be able to target one keyword per content when you can target many. We want to be able to target multiple keywords, not necessarily target one keyword. And so we want to be able to cluster keywords. So we don't want to target just one, we want to target multiple keywords per page. And when we talk about clustering, if we go back to our keyword research, what we're doing is we're clustering a bunch of keywords under the theme bread recipes. And so by looking at the volume, looking at the competition, looking at the KEI, we can choose different keywords for our page. And that's what we mean by clustering. We want to cluster keywords into a content theme. So why target only one keyword per content when we can target many? Because we don't want to put all our eggs in one basket. We don't want to target just one keyword. We want to target many. And so that means clustering your keywords into a theme and choosing multiple keywords for that particular page. And when we do that, we have a better opportunity to rank high on Google search. And the whole idea behind ranking high on Google search is we can get the volume. So if we know we're ranked number 1 on Google search for bread recipes or banana bread recipe, we know we stand a chance of getting a majority of the volume associated with that keyword. And if we can get the volume and get the traffic, then we can get the conversions. So let's move on to high quality content and talk about the impact content has on your ability to get your website ranked number 1 on Google. So let's just say you have content on your website and the content is ranking on page 4 of Google. And it's that blog with ice cream recipes. And if it's just content for the sake of content, it's not really informative, then it's not necessarily going to get good engagement. In the eyes of Google, they want to rank content that's very informative, it's very fresh, it's exciting to read, it's interesting. It's going to have good engagement. So if it's a recipe or an article about any topic, if the content is just not informative, then you're not going to get good engagement. And when you don't get good engagement, if people don't stay on the site to engage in the content and they just leave the website after landing on the page, causing a bounce, then the content is just going to continue to fall down the rankings. And we want to prevent that. We want to move up the rankings. We want to be number 1 on Google. We don't necessarily want to fall in the rankings for our content. So content is a key driver in being able to rank number 1 on Google. So if the content is on page 9, what can we do? Well, we want to be able to, take that content and do something with it. We feel like we did write engaging content, so let's go ahead and share it on social media. And to me, social media is a good platform to share your content because on social media platforms like Facebook, for example, you're building a community on that platform. That community is already interested in your content. So if you're sharing an ice cream recipe, especially in the summertime, and you're engaging with your community on that platform, then the likelihood of that community on that platform is going to increase engagement. Increased engagement will send social signals to the search engine that says, hey, this content is good quality. Likewise for any other platform. Most social media platforms have engagement metrics, and those engagement metrics pass signals. Is it good? Is it not good? Do we like this content? Are we giving it a thumbs up? Are we going to want to follow it? Are we going to want to share it? And so if you share content that you feel is engaging on social platforms, then it's going to be engaging and it's likely going to cause an increase in engagement, for example, a decrease in bounces. And once you share that quality content, then the likelihood of it moving up the rankings, even as far as number 1 on Google, is going to be greater. So you always want to start out writing good quality content. So let's talk about good quality content, because Google does take content seriously. They do take into account what other people think of that content. So high quality content is an important factor. So how to create good content? That's always the question. So let's talk about some best practices here. Remember, in the last segment, we talked about keyword research. So we want to perform good keyword research. Why? Because we want to choose keywords. Remember, we're choosing multiple keywords per page. One keyword could be related to our brand. One keyword could be related to the content, but another keyword could be related to a user's intent, like recipes. If you recall the example we use with bread recipes. Maybe somebody's looking to type in a keyword that says, how do I make, a bread? Or how do I make a specific type of bread? Or how do I make banana bread? Or what's the best recipe for banana bread? They're question related, and we want to be able to answer those questions. So that's where choosing those right keywords that's going to respond to a user's intent. So starts with choosing the right keywords. So remember, we talked about a number of different tools when we talked about keyword research. So there's a research tool that you can use called phrase.io. And that will help you do quick research on, keywords and trends and whatnot. So if you know a better research tool that you use for keyword research, then drop us a comment below. I'd be interested in getting your comments about keyword research and what research tools are out there. So if you know something better than phrase.io, drop a comment below and we'd be interested in getting your perspective. So keyword research is key, but creating content that fulfills users' requirements. So answering those questions. If it's a recipe, we want to answer that question. If it's directions, we want to answer that question. If they don't know how to do something, we want to answer that question. And that's the whole idea behind content. Content is not just to fill a page, it's to really fulfill users' requirements. That's when you get good engagement. So if somebody's typing in something on Google and they're looking for an answer, your content should answer that question. But we also want to make the content readable. So in other words, write for your audience. Don't impress anybody with very high vocabulary type words that somebody doesn't necessarily know the meaning of. Don't use jargon. Don't use a street language, for example. Use everyday common language that's just easily digestible when your audience is reading. And then we want to keep that content organized. And so when we mean organized, we want to use headers and subheaders. Break your content into paragraphs. Keep the flow organized. If we can keep the flow organized, then it's going to be easier for somebody to read. And then it's okay to add resources, especially resources from credible sites. So if you can incorporate those resources in there, then it's just going to add the credibility to your content and let the audience know that, hey, I've done my research on this topic, and this is what this person has to say about it. This person who seems to be credible. Okay, so it only adds value to your content. So these are all tips to remember when creating content. And then the one important tip here is we want to use white hat techniques. And when we say white hat techniques, that means, if we've chosen keywords that are going to answer somebody's question, we don't want to stuff those keywords into the content. We want the content to be naturally written. So when we say opt for white hat techniques, that's what we mean. Write the content naturally. Keep it organized, keep it readable, include third-party sources, and make sure it answers a question. So there are different types of content. So there's content where you just write words. It's all text-based. You could also use an infographic. An infographic is simply just a graphic that visualizes exactly what you're trying to explain. For example, if we want to write an article about how to write good, engaging content, we don't necessarily have to write all that out as a text. We can create an infographic. So for example, here's an infographic on 20 effective ways to basically not bore your readers, but write engaging content. So you could see this is an infographic. It's all graphically laid out. So infographics tend to be easier to understand because they're visual. They're easy for the end user to comprehend because there's generally no jargon. It's usually images that are portraying the point of what you're trying to get across. And so it tends to break it up, the monotony of just text. It's more visually appealing and it's laid out and organized. So you can see this infographic has 20 different steps or rules, and they lay those out all here in this infographic. And the great thing I like about infographics is you could share them on social media. You can re-engage them as a post. You could save them on really any social platform. So infographics tend to tell a better story versus, say, just writing text. You can use video and images, so you don't necessarily have to lay it all out in an infographic. You can certainly insert a video or an image into your content, especially if it's a blog post. If it's a blog post, then sometimes video and images on its own tell the story. You don't necessarily need text to go ahead and tell your story. A video or an image, as they say, tells 1,000 words. And so images and videos are great to use in a blog post. So using different forms of content, you always want to review your content. When a user dwells on your web page for a longer time, Google will tend to think, okay, this person's engaged, so we're going to rank that favorably. So if you're using infographics, videos, and images, then the chances of somebody being more engaged are going to increase versus just text that's not well organized and written out in a way that somebody doesn't necessarily understand. So be creative in the types of content you use. So longer engaging content tends to bode well with search engines. So this is according to HubSpot. So the more word count you use, the more words you use, the chances of you ranking higher are going to be better. Just take into account best practices. You want to maybe break up the content with an image, organize it, make it engaging, use headers. So it's not necessarily just words, it's the words and how those words are written, how they're structured, the types of keywords you're using, how you're engaging with your audience. There's a lot of factors, again, those best practices we just went over. But the key is, if you have longer, more engaging content, then it's going to bode better for you on search engines. So a couple of steps to create high quality content. So you want to begin with a comprehensive introduction. So always introduce your content. Remember, the content should be relevant to the keywords. So if you're choosing keywords in your keyword research, think about answering that question. If somebody's typing in bread recipes, maybe they're looking for banana bread recipes. How to make the best banana bread, or how to make banana bread using dried figs. We want to be able to align our content with that keyword naturally. You want to create a title that's worthy, that's click worthy. So remember, if you're in Google search and you're doing search for something simple like bread recipes, we want to make something that's going to be engaging for somebody to click on, like easy perfect yeast bread or easy crusty French bread, or something that's going to be engaging. The best bread recipes, or how to make the best homemade bread. Something that's going to draw somebody's attention to the title of that blog post. So we want to include LSI keywords. So what I mean by LSI keywords in your content, we mean, long tail keywords. Make it natural. Headings and subheadings should consist of keywords and variants. So if you're writing headers and subheaders, include the keyword in there. And that way, the content always stays relevant to the audience. Okay, shorten your sentences and paragraphs, so don't write long paragraphs. Remember, we want to break this up. We want to make it easy for the end user to read. And we want to always put internal links on our blog post. Why? Because if we have internal links, then if we have a link from one blog post to another blog post, or say our blog post to an internal page on our website, we want to make sure that it's relevant content. That way, if somebody's reading something and you have an internal link, let's just say from a bread recipes page to a banana bread recipes page, then they may find it interesting, click on that link and go to the banana bread recipes page. So it's keeping somebody engaged on your website. So putting in internal linking will help keep the end user engaged, because you're offering up links that's relevant to the content. You always want to break up that content with images. Okay, we want to use alt tags, meaning we want to pen the image with text, so that way if the image doesn't load, then at least the alt text will load. So we can incorporate call out boxes, and more importantly, we want to update our content regularly. So we always want to get the best recipe out there if it's banana bread, or different ways to create banana bread, or always just coming up with ways to update the content. So we want to keep our content, our blog post fresh. And then we want to include a CTA, call to action. If we include a call to action, then that's going to keep somebody engaged and have them act on your content. So these are steps to creating high quality content. And so let's look at an example here. And this is a 3-month-old post on BuzzFeed. And it's 21 pictures that restore your faith in humanity. So it has a lot of likes, a lot of tweaks. And that means it's engaged. People are engaged when reading that. And so if we go and look at it as an example, we could see it on BuzzFeed here, 21 pictures that will restore your faith in humanity. So this was written back in 2012. Again, a lot of engagement. But if we look at it, we can see immediately that it's taking into account third-party sources. It's got some content. It's got images. It's being broken up by images. We could see there's call to actions on there in the form of social, so people can go ahead and share it if they like it. Okay. It includes videos. It includes images, third-party sources. So it's a good post because, listen, it's engaging content. It's probably answering somebody's question about humanity. And we could see clearly that, look, there's a lot of different examples here from a lot of different sources, and we could take action on this content. So not just video, not just images, but text as well. And so it's very engaging, answers questions, takes into account the different types of content available. So this is a good post in that regard. So content's updated regularly, it's engaging, and it includes sources from high authority websites. Some do's and don'ts on the content. So take into account the best practices I mentioned about creating high quality content. Okay. Answer those questions that the end user wants to hear, because that likely is going to be their search. And so you want to be able to respond to the end user. That's part of creating high quality content. Different types of content, i.e. in the form of infographics or videos or text or images. You can add images from public domain sites. You can be relatable and use examples to clarify points, just like the BuzzFeed article. Simplify complex words. Don't use sophisticated language. Talk to your audience as if they were standing right in front of you. And use bullet points to exemplify your examples, your points. So some do's, the don'ts. Obviously, don't lift content. We don't want to lift content from another website. So that's plagiarism. So we want to have our own unique content. We also don't want to take images from other websites. And so if you do happen to find an image that works for your post and it's on somebody else's website, ideally that's not a good situation. But if you do happen to do that, then always give credit to the website. Okay, so if you took it from xyz.com, credit xyz.com for the image. And even put a link back. But ideally, you don't want to take images from other websites. Just as much as you don't want to take copy, you don't want to take images. Use your own imagery and content. But if you don't have imagery, then you can always go to stock photography. There are plenty of websites out there where you can sign up for a subscription, like Adobe Stock Images as an example. You could sign up for an account, and in some cases you can sign up for a free account and use stock imagery. Okay, don't give less information to your audience. Give your audience what they deserve, which is the information they're looking for. They're looking for the best banana bread recipes. Give them the best banana bread recipes. Incorporate your own images. Break it up with titles. Give them a good quality piece of content that they're going to be able to engage with. And so if you put long paragraphs in your content, then it's going to be less engaging. So try to avoid those long paragraphs. Remember, shorten up the paragraphs, keep the language simple, add in images, answer those questions, use third-party credible sources, but write it in your own words, and you should be on your way to creating good quality content. Okay, so now that we've talked about high quality content in order to get your pages ranked high on Google search, let's turn our attention to optimizing on-page elements and discuss some website level factors that are both going to help you rank high on Google search. So let's just do an overview of what we're talking about when we talk about on-page elements and website level factors. So optimizing on-page elements include a number of different things. But primarily, we're going to focus in on meta tags, also known as meta description tags, header tags, also known as title tags, and URLs. So those are just some of the on-page elements we want to be able to optimize using relevant keywords in order to rank high in Google search. We also want to take a look at some website factors that will affect our ranking on Google search. They include website architecture, having a secure website, having a sitemap, and taking a look at page speed. So all of those are some of the website factors we need to take into account in order to rank high on Google search. So title tag and meta description together are considered meta tags. So both play an important role in ranking high on Google. So we want to be able to write unique title and descriptions for each page on our website. When I say unique, that means the title and the meta description need to be different for every page on the website. And so if you're not quite sure what a title tag and a meta description tag is, if you go to search and just type in any particular search query, the title tag is what's going to show up here in bold, and then the description is going to show up below it, below the URL, and that's going to describe the page. So both of these meta tags are important because it describes what your page is all about, and that's what Google uses in the search results pages. So we want to be able to pay attention to the length of our meta tags. So if we go back to our search results pages, title tags are generally 65 characters. Meta description tags are generally 160 characters. So anything really longer than that, then what's going to happen is the meta description tag or the title tag will get truncated. And so if we look here, for example, we can see all of the title tags here fit the 65 character limit. But if you run over the character count on meta description, then Google is going to truncate the copy. So you want to stay within your parameters in order to avoid getting your content truncated. And so the other thing when we're writing title meta description tags, we want to minimize keyword repetition. So if we're optimizing for keyword, we don't want to necessarily just plug that keyword into the title tag and meta description multiple times. We want to make sure our title tags and meta descriptions are naturally written. So if somebody's typing for banana bread recipe with dried figs, we want to have a nice title tag and a description that is going to get somebody to respond based on their need. And so we definitely want to avoid keyword repetition, but we want to be able to use that keyword in the title tag. Because if you remember from the earlier segment, when we did the all-in title syntax to find out exactly how many competitors were using that particular keyword, well, we obviously want to use that keyword in the title tag because, again, the title tag is an important factor when it comes to search engine results. So we want to use the keyword, but we want to avoid stuffing or using it repetitively in our title tag and our meta description. We want the title tag and the meta description to describe the page, sound natural, but also be engaging, because the point is we want people to click on our link and go to our website from search engines. So title tags with numbers tend to result in higher click-through rates. This is according to Moz. So for example, if you just put in a title tag that says learn digital marketing, well, that may work, but if you put a number in there like 5 easy ways to learn digital marketing, that might get somebody to click on your link and go to your website. So having questions in your meta tags can also increase your click-through rate. For example, if you just put learn the importance of first page rankings, not too bad, but again, generic. But if you put it into the form of a question, how to rank number 1 on Google, it's more action oriented. It's going to get somebody to resonate with the question that they have. And that may be their query, how to rank number 1 on Google. And so these techniques will help you get higher click-through rates. And so according to Backlinko, title tag with a keyword can improve site ranking. So remember, we want to include that keyword in the title tag. Even though we only have 65 characters, we want to include that keyword, but we want to avoid stuffing the keyword in there. We want to, again, make the title tag action-oriented, maybe with a number, maybe as a question, with the keyword in there once, naturally. Not easy to do, But that's the beauty of SEO. If you can follow these best practices and write a good title tag, then the chances of you improving in your search results are going to be greater. So having only one H1 tag in your post is going to be good. So remember, when somebody clicks on a link, so let's just say they do find a title tag engaging and they click on this link here and they go to that website, you want to start out with having that particular H1 tag, because the H1 tag, especially with the keyword in it, is going to signal to Google, hey, we're organizing our page, and because it's an H1 tag, it's important. We're structuring the page according to best practices. So having only one H1 tag in your post is definitely helpful. Having multiple tags, H tags in your post, help organize the page a lot better. So we want to add that targeted keyword in that tag, and your header tags should be relevant to the content. So if we go back to our example of the using dried figs with banana breads, well, the title says California fig banana bread. And remember the last segment when we were talking about high quality content? Well, look no further than including a video into our content. So not only will this video help keep the engagement high, but it breaks up the monotony of the page. And it's from a third-party source, so it adds credibility to the page. So adding a video based on the last segment of high-quality content definitely helps with ranking high on Google search. So following hierarchical structure, that means putting those H tags in there. H2 tags help break up the content. And we want to avoid repetition of H1 tags on your different web pages of your site, meaning don't just put the same H1 tag with the same keyword in it and keeping it blasé. We want to make those H1 tags exciting to read, but also used appropriately to break up the content. So remember, all white hat techniques. We want to avoid hidden tags. We want to avoid stuffing keywords. We want things to be natural. We don't want things to be forced. And your H1 tag should be 20 to 70 characters. Don't make long H1 tags. So if we go back to our page example, a short, sweet tag here, California fig banana bread. It's relevant to the content. It's short, sweet, and breaks up the monotony of the content. And more importantly, and again, any content you have on the page should always answer the user's intent. Remember, people are using search to answer questions, find information. Our content should be able to answer that for them. So, according to John Mueller, Senior Webmaster Trends Analyst at Google, header tags would definitely help Google for rankings in the search results. So we want to use header tags. So when it comes to URLs, we want to use hyphens and avoid underscores. So if we look at this URL here, this uses hyphens, fig and banana bread. So it's all broken up with hyphens. That's a best practice. Remember, canonical URLs. A canonical URL signals to Google this is the original content. So we want to use original content. And if you have multiple sources of content out there on, say, different websites, we want to use a canonical tag to signal to Google, this is the original content, please index this content. And that doesn't hurt to use a favicon in URL, meaning a small icon. It helps to break up the monotony and help your URL stand out. We can add targeted keywords in the URL. So again, looking at the URL here, I could see we're using targeted keyword as part of the URL structure. Fig and banana bread. And notice the H1 tag is fig banana bread. So it's all consistent and it flows naturally. URLs that are no longer existing, then we want to be able to set up a redirect for those URLs, meaning a 301 redirect is a server response for Google that says, hey, Google, this page is no longer available, but we permanently redirected it to this page, which is now available. So that's what a 301 redirect does. It helps signal to Google and all the other search engines that if the page is no longer there, that's fine. You're just going to go to this page. this is the page that's permanently there now. And another thing we want to do here is if you have mobile URLs, you want to include those in the sitemap. And we're going to hit on that in just a minute. But all URLs should be mobile friendly as well as desktop friendly, meaning take into account those best practices. Keep your URLs short, use hyphens, put the keyword in that URL, and make it easy to understand. Want to avoid capital letters in the URLs. The URLs are case sensitive, so go lowercase. You should always go lowercase on the URL. Readable URLs, again, the rule of thumb here is if you understand what the URL is, then Google's going to understand what the URL is. So the shorter the URL, the easier it is to read. The easier it is to read, the better chance you have to rank high on Google search. So according to Backlink 2, URLs that are shorter definitely help you rank. So we want to be able to shorten those URLs. Keep them short and sweet. Don't make them long and unreadable. So those are some optimized ways or on-page elements that help you optimize. Now we want to look at some website level factors that will help you optimize and rank high on Google search. So good site structure provides better crawling for search engine bots. And what do we mean by that? Well, we mean having your site organized in a fashion that Google's going to be able to find all the pages. So what do we mean by that? Create a logical hierarchy structure. So if you're selling shoes, you're going to have a home page, break the structure up into men's shoes, women's shoes, children's shoes. Then under men's shoes, you could have it by brand. It could be Nike, Puma, Adidas. On the women's side, it could be Nike, Puma, Adidas. On the child side, it could be Nike, Puma, Adidas. And so you want to keep the structure, flow, and a hierarchy. So we want to balance the amount of subcategories within each category. So the men's, if it has Nike, Puma, Adidas, the women should have Nike, Puma, Adidas. And so you want to code your site navigation in CSS or HTML, meaning we want to be able to use something that Google is going to be able to index. So most sites are built in HTML, and that's what Google likes to index. They like to index something that they could take back to their servers. And then more importantly, build a comprehensive structure for internal linking. So internal links mean that if you're on a site, you should have natural links pointing to other pages on your website. So to keep the flow going, and we don't want to have unnatural inbound links. You always want to have natural internal links to keep the flow of the user going from one page to the other. So here I could see, as an example, all the ingredients in this recipe. Well, this has an internal link to another page on our site. And this happens to link to a page where somebody can buy the ingredient. So it's a natural internal link. So John Doherty of Credo has claimed that one of the biggest changes that he can make in fixing the Credo website is architecture. So for example, in Credo, John Doherty has increased the organic sessions by 74% and pages per session by 41%, just by changing the site architecture. So you'd be surprised by changing the site architecture what that will do to engagement. And so let's turn our attention to secure versus non-secure. So what we mean by that is securing your site. We want to make it sure that compliant with certain protocols. And so if we go back here, we can see that this particular site is compliant, it is secure. HTTPS means it has a secure license, meaning the site is secure. So Google likes secure versus non-secure. So non-secure would be HTTP. So we want HTTPS as our protocol. And what that means is just enabling SSL certificates. And that means when you enable an SSL certificate, that means your domain or your protocol is going to be turned to HTTPS. So Google prefers sites that are secure versus non-secure. So if you use HSTS as a protocol, that adds an extra layer of security over the HTTPS. And HSTS prevents cookie hijacking. So adding multiple layers of security always helps. In my opinion, if you have an HTTP website, a non-secure website, you should look into buying an SSL certificate, getting your sites flipped over to HTTPS, because what's going to happen is your URL structure is going to change. When your URL structure changes, Google's going to recognize that because they're going to index your site. And when they index your site, they're going to see those secure URLs. And that's going to work favorably in your favor and help you rank higher on Google search. So websites using secure or HTTPS have a higher chance of ranking higher. So HTTPS is a ranking signal because Google indexes those pages. So let's also talk about sitemaps. So sitemap is one of the most important ways to improve your website ranking. Why? Well, because sitemaps are a way to organize all your URLs into one file. So we're basically going to prioritize all our web pages in a sitemap. So if you go to any particular website and you type in sitemap XML, you're likely going to see all the pages on your website. So usually the sitemap is located in the root directory. So if I type in sitemap.xml, I'm going to be able to see all the pages in my root directory. And I can also prioritize them. I can also alert Google as to how often they change. And every page is going to have a date stamp associated with it. So Google can actually see how often it changes. So remember, we want our content to be updated frequently. So if content's not updated frequently or it's not fresh, then Google's going to see that date stamp, that last modification date. So we want to be able to make sure our content's updated frequently. We want to let Google know that we changed it frequently. And we want to be able to prioritize our pages, let Google know, hey, these pages are important to us. So all that can be set up in a sitemap. We want to be able to add canonical versions of URLs in the sitemap. So we want to be able to add all our original URLs in our sitemap. And so we always want to build dynamic URL sitemaps for larger websites. And what I mean by dynamic URLs, that means that if I look at this sitemap and we're always adding content, let's just say in the form of a blog, well, guess what? We want those pages to be added to the sitemap as they're published. So as we add pages to the blog or to the site, then they should automatically be added to the sitemap. And so in effect, what's going to happen is we're going to be able to see the sitemap grow with more URLs. When the sitemap grows with more URLs, then that means then Google's going to index more pages. They're going to index more fresh pages. So they're going to be able to get those pages that are just published quicker. So that's the whole idea behind dynamic sitemaps, is we want to be able to capture all the URLs just as they're published. And we want to be able to maintain our sitemaps. And so I would always recommend a dynamic sitemap, but you can always create your own sitemap just by going to a tool called XML sitemap. So if I just type in XML sitemaps into Google search, here I could see XML sitemaps generator, and I can be able, if I have a small website, just create a free and simple sitemap on my own. When XML sitemaps creates it, or your platform creates a dynamic sitemap, either way, the sitemap's going to sit in the root directory. And then what we want to do in turn is let Google know where that sitemap is. So in Search Console, we want to be able to submit the sitemap. So you're going to add the sitemap, you're going to let Google know where it is. It should be in the root directory, and it should be called sitemap.xml. And when you do that, Google's going to be able to take those URLs and index them. So we could see we submitted 528 URLs, Google indexed 521. So one thing about URLs here is when we create a sitemap, we're putting all our URLs in there. We do not add no index URLs in your sitemap. And what that means is that any URL we don't want Google to index, we're just going to exclude from the sitemap. Okay, so we want Google to take all the URLs we want indexed and put them in the sitemap. So according to Edgy, using sitemaps for SEO can increase your website's visibility and help you get indexed. Why? Because what you're in effect doing is taking all your URLs that you want indexed, you're telling Google how often they're modified, you're telling Google which ones are important, and you're submitting that to Google. And so Google's going to be able to take all these URLs quicker, index them quicker, and when they're indexed quicker, you can get ranked quicker. And when you get ranked quicker, you can get traffic quicker. So that's the whole idea behind sitemaps. So let's turn our attention to page speed now. So one of the last factors for our website, besides architecture, making it secure, and adding sitemaps, is we want to take a look at how quick our pages load. here are some tips in order to optimize page speed, because ideally the quicker a page loads, the more engaged the user is going to be. If it takes a longer time for the page to load all the elements of that page, then what's going to happen is the user is going to get impatient, maybe leave the website altogether or go to another page. And so we want to be able to optimize images. So any image that's of large size in terms of megabytes, we want to be able to optimize that, compress the image. So that's one way to speed up page speed. We want to use a simple website design. HTML with CSS or cascading style sheets. Just a simple design with simple hierarchy and website navigation structure. So nothing fancy, nothing complex, just a simple website design with optimized images. We want to leverage browser caching, and we want to upgrade the server response time, meaning all your files are sitting on the server. So when somebody goes to a web page, the server is serving up all of those files, the images, the text, etc. And so we want the server to respond as quick as possible. So when it comes to page speed, we can look at the factors affecting page speed in Google Analytics. So if I go to Google Analytics and I go under behavior and I go under site speed and I go to overview, I'm going to be able to see what my average load time is for my site. And ideally, we want our pages to load as quick as possible. So that means anything under 4 seconds. Anything 4 seconds or higher, and it's likely the end user is going to leave the page. There's a correlation between page load time and bounce rate. And so what Google actually does is give you speed suggestions. So if we do have a page that loads slow, we can just go to speed suggestions in Google Analytics. And we go to speed suggestions, then Google's going to be able to tell us, hey, this particular page load fast, this particular page load slow, and if it loaded slow, why is it loading slow? So here we could see the home page, as an example, is loading on average of 7 seconds. Well, if we look here, they're going to give us some suggestions. So if I click on this page speed suggestions, it's going to load a report and a tool called Page Speed Insights. And basically what it's then going to do after it's done running is it's going to tell me all the ways in which I can optimize my pages. Not only for desktop, but also for mobile. So here I can see for desktop or for mobile, I can look at some ways in which I can optimize it to increase page speed. For example, sizing my images properly, server response time, reducing my server response time, avoiding multiple page redirects. So there's a lot of opportunities that we can do to speed up page load time. And all that's found in Page Speed Insights, and all that's found within Google Analytics. So remember, optimizing code, minimizing redirects, optimizing your images, upgrading your server response time, all of those are factors. And so again, you can go into Analytics, Page Speed Insights, and you can see exactly what Google is recognizing as what's lowering or slowing down your page load time. So Google takes site speed as one of the most important ranking factors. Why? Because they're going to rank pages not only with high quality content that are relevant to the keyword queries, but they want those pages to have a good user experience. So if somebody clicks on the page, then the user should be able to see that content fairly quickly. And so that's why it's such an important factor. So the quicker your pages load, the chances of you ranking higher are going to be better. So according to Web Performance Today, Walmart, as an example, experienced a decline in conversions. So what they did was looked at their page speed. And when they looked at their page speed, you'd be surprised what that did. Just increasing it from 1 to 4 seconds or decreasing it basically increased conversion. So there's always going to be a correlation between how quick a page loads and how engaged the user is. Because if the user is engaged, they're going to stay on the site. And if they stay on the site, then their chances of converting are going to be higher. So just even 1 to 2 seconds increase in page load time will make a world of difference in terms of engagement and conversions. Let's turn our attention to off-site engagement. So previously we talked about on-page elements and website factors that affect our rankings for search results, but we also need to turn our attention away from our website, meaning what we do on our website, and turn our attention what we can do for our website off our website and onto other websites. So that's off-site engagement. And so let's look at an example. So that ice cream recipes blog, I'm going to talk about how to rank YouTube videos today. So at Simplilearn, we take our videos on YouTube very seriously, meaning that when we create videos, we want people to see them because we know we make good videos and we know we have good content and we know that our audience is going to enjoy it. And so we want our audience to see the videos that we're creating. And so we're going to give you some tips and tricks and methodology and ideas on how to get your videos to rank on YouTube. So at Simplilearn, if I go to YouTube and I just type in machine learning, you can see we're right here is the first organic video on YouTube for machine learning. If I jump over to Google and I type in machine learning basics, you can see we're number one for machine learning basics under videos. If I click on all, we're also ranked here as well under the videos section on organic search results. Another example, data science for beginners. We ranked number 1 for that. If I look at another keyword, data science interview questions, okay, we'll rank number 2 for that. So we're ranking for a lot of videos. And why are we ranking for a lot of different content and videos on Google search and on YouTube? Well, we put a lot of work in behind the scenes of creating the video, and that's what we want to show you. So part of that has a lot to do with how our audience engages and sees our video. So for example, we're looking at the machine learning basics video here. And we can see that it has over 221,000 subscribers for this video, 234,000 views. We've had over 2,000 people like the video, and we have had over 270 plus comment on the video. So when we get our videos to rank, then we can see there's a lot of engagement. And so that's the whole idea, is when you do a video and you want it to show up on YouTube, you want people to enjoy it, you want people to share it, you want people to like it, you want people to comment on it. And that's part of the whole ecosystem of YouTube. It's, we're going to show you behind the scenes of what it takes to get your videos to rank. And then we're going to show you some of the metrics involved with some of these videos. We're going to talk about how to get traffic to your website. So thank you for joining, and let's get started. So let's imagine you're setting up your own website. Okay, you're clicking away, you're developing using some good tools, you're developing, you're designing, you're doing some QA, you're testing, you're sharing with friends in an alpha version, and then finally, your website is all set up. Congratulations. Well, when you hit enter and your website is finally published, what's going to happen? Well, a few days later, you're checking your website and you're looking at analytics and you notice your traffic's very low. Okay, well, you're scratching your head because you've done all this work with your website, but you're not getting any traffic. So the reason is you spent all your time developing and designing the website to make it look good, but you didn't do anything or any planning or any strategy around bringing users to your website. So the two go hand in hand. You just can't build a website without thinking about how to drive users to the website. And so before I tell you how to bring traffic to your website, let me tell you why this is so important. Okay, why do we want to bring users to our website? I mean, it has to be on equal ground as web development and design. Is somebody who goes to your site and then does something when they get to your site. So you have users, and when those users get to your site, they're generating page views and traffic. And you want to turn that traffic into engagement. Okay, so each page's traffic is configured independently of all their pages. So when somebody goes to your website, they look at a page, that's a page view. And certain pages on your website, you want to turn that page view into a conversion. Okay, whether that be, looking at a video or purchasing something. So think of these pages on your website as salespeople. They're trying to convert visitors who come to your website. But first, we need to get the visitors to your website. So when you get visitors to your website, again, you can generate sales, which means revenue, or you can increase brand awareness, or you can earn revenue through sponsored posts and advertisements. So if you have, for example, a lot of content on your website, you can turn that into revenue by hosting ads on your website. So when somebody clicks on that ad, you're going to earn a percentage of that click, okay, what that click is worth. So having a website means a lot of good things for you. But first you got to get the traffic there. And so what we're going to do is we're going to tell you how to drive traffic to your website. So there's lots of different ways in which you can bring traffic to your website. Well, the first is paid advertising. So paying to advertise your products, services with ads is one of the easiest ways to drive traffic to your website. So some of the options available are search ads, social media ads, or display ads. So search ads are ads that are displayed in the search engine results. So when a user types in a keyword query, you want your ad to show up based on that keyword query. Okay, so an example is digital marketing course. Somebody types in digital marketing course and Simplilearn is the first ad that shows up. How do we know it's an ad? Because you can see the word ad next to the domain. So when somebody clicks on that link, Simplilearn is going to pay Google. So that's how search advertising works. Okay, the next is social. So social media marketing involves increasing traffic or engagement or brand awareness, lots of different strategies. But instead of doing this on search, you're doing it on a social media platform. Okay, so for example, you can advertise on any particular platform. And the way you advertise could be with an image, it could be with a video. So in this case, you could see Cobrio is doing a sponsored ad here, how to succeed with Google Ads. And then another form of advertising is display. So display means creating ads that are placed on specific websites. So with display, unlike search, you have a choice in the ad format. With search, you only have text ads. But with display, you have text ads, image ads, rich media ads, video ads. So you have lots of different options in which you can advertise on other websites. So the idea here is to get your ad in front of the right audience. When they could see your display banner, your banner ad, then it's going to be more visual, more appealing, generate some brand interest, and hopefully you can get somebody to click on that ad and over to your website. So that's paid advertising, again, through search, through social, through display, but you can also promote your site on social media. So once your content has gone live, you could take advantage of different social media platforms. I mean, it really depends on what you're trying to promote, because what you're trying to promote needs to align with the appropriate social media platform. So Facebook is best suited for industries like food and beverages and news and media, and if you're selling a product. So you fall under one of those categories, and Facebook could be the right platform for you. If you're involved in, again, beauty or food and beverage or e-commerce, then you can also leverage Instagram, which is part of Facebook's ecosystem. So if you advertise on Facebook, you can also advertise on Instagram and or Instagram. So it doesn't have to be and Facebook and Instagram. It could be Facebook or Instagram. You also have LinkedIn as a platform. LinkedIn is great for B2B. So if you're trying to promote industry news or tips and best practices or job postings, then LinkedIn is the place for you. It's a B2B platform. It's great for targeting specific industries, targeting specific job levels or job descriptions. Okay, so LinkedIn is great if you're into B2B, focusing on the business side of it. So you also have YouTube. Now, YouTube is part of Google's ecosystem. YouTube is a video platform. Okay, so it's great if you're trying to promote gaming or entertainment, or if you're a vlogger. Okay, so YouTube's a great way to promote your site by getting your product out there in the form of a video. Okay, then you have Twitter. Twitter, to me, encompasses a lot of different industries: beauty and fitness, news and media, entertainment. Okay, you have limited number of characters, but a lot of people are active on Twitter. And it's a great way to generate some awareness and get some clicks over to your website. So these are just some of the most popular social media platforms. Of course, there are plenty more out there. The third way in which you can drive traffic to your site is guest blogging. So most of you already know what blogging is all about. Well, if you're blogging for your own site, you can jump on somebody else's site and blog on their behalf. So having the opportunity to guest post on another website can be very helpful because, one, that other blog could have lots of traffic and have a well-known brand. So if you're blogging on another blog, it's going to build your brand awareness and potentially increase traffic to your blog or website. So it exposes to you to targeted traffic. So if you're going to guest blog on a site that's very relevant to your business or industry. That way you're targeting the right audience. Okay, you can expand your personal network. So getting yourself out there, getting your brand out there in front of a different audience. And then obviously for SERPs, because it generates a backlink. So SERPs, search engine ranking pages, means that, hey, if you want to rank organically, you're going to have to generate some backlinks. So guest blogging is a way to generate some backlinks to your site. And in effect, that's going to help you get your pages ranked higher, because Google's going to recognize the relationship from one blog to your blog and build up your relevancy. So some other benefits here to guest blogging is you can grow your social media following, because you can then promote that on social media that you're guest blogging. Okay. Again, you can improve your online authority. Okay. Because when you're guest blogging and you have recognition on that guest blog, if it's a popular blog, then that's going to help your domain and page authority for SEO. And then the end result is going to improve your backlink score. So there's a lot of benefits to guest blogging. To me, at the end of the day, it's just about reaching out to your audience, using another platform to do that in the form of a blog. And the results of that is going to mean more brand awareness for you and turning that traffic from that other blog into qualified leads. So you can also interview industry thought leaders. So that's another way, an interesting way to generate traffic to your site. So reaching out to thought leaders for interviews, okay, could generate some credibility for you and the other person. So it's reciprocal. So it means that you're active in the industry that you're in, and it allows you to engage with other leaders in the industry. And the indirect net result of that could be increased traffic, because if you do the interview and you record it, or if it's via video, then you can obviously post it on other platforms. And that could in turn drive traffic to your website. Obviously, just like guest blogging, it's going to increase your reach. So getting yourself out there. If nobody knows who your brand is, and they know who the thought leaders are, and they see you interviewing the thought leaders, then that's going to put you in front of these people. And so it's going to increase your reach. Another way to drive traffic to your website is just to make sure your website's responsive. And what do we mean by responsive? Well, we mean, does it work on multiple devices? Specifically mobile. So depending on the device, your website hides, shows, shrinks, enlarges, or moves content so that it conforms to the browser that person's looking at on your for your website. So if somebody's looking on mobile at your website, you want to make sure that your website adjusts accordingly. So you want to be able to, test to make sure it's responsive. And so is content arranged based on importance? Okay, does it work across different browsers on different devices? And do the images, text, and everything else align just like it does on desktop? So there are plenty of tools out there on the web. All you need to do is just do a search for, check my website for responsiveness. So you can use plenty of tools to check to see if your website is responsive towards multiple devices. Why is that important? Because if somebody goes to your website via mobile and your site doesn't align properly, or the content's all stretched out, and somebody has to maneuver their browser just to see your website, then chances are they're not going to come back. Chances are they're not going to convert. Okay, so you want to be able to revise your device browser combinations. You want to make sure that everything works accordingly. You want to be able to test those fonts, make sure they look good. And then you also want to make sure that people can navigate. So if they're on mobile, are they going to navigate just as easy as they can on desktop? And if you have any pop-ups, you want to probably make sure they're removed. So that way when somebody's looking at your website, they're not getting interfered with on mobile. And then, of course, you want to make sure that these pages load. Okay, so they load just as quick on desktop as they should on mobile, and vice versa. So they should not take a long time to load. So moving on from responsiveness on mobile to building a brand community. So brand community refers to a group of people who identify your brand and use your brand as a platform to exchange ideas and contribute content. Some advantages of having a brand community are promoting brand evangelism and loyalty. It can be a source of feedback, loyalty, and ideas. So build a community, build a brand community who, identify with you. Okay. So continue to, treat these people as loyal customers. Okay. Maybe give them a promotion to use specifically just for them that they can use on your website, or talk directly to them because you know that they're followers, they're repeat customers, they purchase from you multiple times. So talk to them differently as well. You know who these people are. And that's what building a brand's all about. It's about identifying your brand with other people, okay? And identify people who identify with your brand, and messaging and talking to them as if they're part of your own community, your own family. So you can use user-generated content that provides future marketing strategies. So the feedback you get from your own community could be in turn used to promote or used in future marketing strategies, i.e. advertising, i.e. post on social. Okay, it can also provide PR opportunities. So it's a chance for you to, put out press releases based on the community that you built. So any brand, regardless of who it is, should be able to identify with their audience, their target audience, and that target audience eventually going to become part of a community. These are a group of people who identify with you, what you're trying to sell, what your cause is, what your mission statement is, what your service is. They identify with you. So leverage them and reciprocate. Identify them, talk to them separately, give them what they deserve, the respect and loyalty that they deserve as well, because they're communicating and they're following you as a brand. So the next thing you could do to drive traffic is be active in the comment section. So engage in relevant and thought-provoking conversations on other blogs and sites. It doesn't necessarily have to be another blog per se. It could be other sites like Reddit or Quora or Medium. Sites that have a lot of content that are broken out by industry, that allow you to engage in conversation, that allow you to either upvote or share or respond. Okay, so be active, because when you're active, people are going to see that, hey, you're a leader in the industry. You know what you're talking about. You have some brand equity. You have some thought and some knowledge on the specific topic and subject. So it just puts you in a better light when you can respond and be active on these different platforms. Okay, let's turn our attention to search engine optimization, also known as SEO or organic search. So in order to drive traffic to your site, you're going to have to implement an SEO strategy. Why do you want to implement an SEO strategy? Because it can help you improve your overall searchability and visibility on search engines. And obviously that comes with advantages. One of those advantages is obviously more traffic to the site. Search is still king in terms of volumes of people using search on a daily basis. So you have a great opportunity to be found. It also builds trust and credibility, because still a majority of the people who do a search click on an organic search listing. And so if you're found organically and you're ranked number 1, then chances are somebody's going to click on your listing. And it provides increased engagement and traffic. And so what that means is more traffic, more engagement. And engagement is something you define. It could be, again, a download of a document, or the clicking on the play button of a video, or submitting a form, or signing up for a newsletter, or calling. These are all forms of engagement. So the amount of traffic you drive from organic search to your website is only going to improve engagement. Okay, so you can also provide an improved user experience. And what do we mean by that? Well, if you're getting lots of traffic from organic search, you have a really good opportunity to do A/B testing. And when you do A/B testing, you can improve user experience, meaning you're showing one variation against the other from people coming from organic search. And so this is helpful in that, if you're running an A/B test, the variation has a chance to improve or outperform the original. And if it outperforms the original, you're improving user experience. And then it helps target quality traffic. So SEO, to me, or all search, is the only medium in which you're meeting somebody halfway. You're addressing what they're looking for. So if somebody's looking for a pair of red women's Nike shoes, the 2019 model, and you have that particular product to offer, well, you have a chance of showing up via organic search. Somebody types in, women's red Nike shoes, size whatever, at the year 2019 model, then of course they're going to probably likely click on your listing because you have what they're looking for. And that goes with any keyword, any industry, any business, any segment, any type of product you're selling. So again, you have a chance to really be visible for what people are looking for. And so that's the beauty of search engine optimization. You have a really good opportunity here to meet people halfway, to drive quality traffic, to get them to enjoy a good user experience, all the while generating engagement. And along with SEO, we want to be able to build backlinks. So SEO is a two-pronged approach, meaning you have two strategies in one, on page and off page. And so off page involves backlinking. So backlinks are just links that direct users from other websites to your own website. So with that, inherently, it's going to drive traffic, qualified traffic to your website. Because if somebody's on a relevant website that's linking to yours, and they click on that link and go to your website, it's likely going to be qualified, meaning they're going to be relevant. And so backlinking, because it's an off-page strategy. Why is it an off-page SEO strategy? Because if Google crawls that other site that has a link to you, then that's going to give you credit because Google will say, hey, this site's getting some links from some relevant sites. We must think they're relevant, and therefore we're going to trust this site. So by Google trusting your site, it's going to improve your organic ranking. And with the organic rankings being improved, meaning it's going to mean faster indexing. So what does that mean? So you want to be indexed by the search engines. And so the quicker Google can find your pages, even if it's on somebody else's site, then that means they're going to follow that link, go to that page on your site, and take that page back to their servers to be indexed. Okay, so the quicker you can get indexed, the quicker you can get found. And then it helps with referral traffic. So again, we noticed that our efforts are on SEO, organic search, but if you're getting traffic from another website, hey, that still counts. That's referral traffic. Okay, so that's a side advantage to having backlinks, is good traffic from other sites. Okay, so those are inherently some of the reasons to do backlinking. Okay, never hurts. I mean, there's brand awareness reasons to being on other sites as well. There's industry leadership, meaning if you post content on Reddit, okay, you're coming across as an industry leader, but yet generating a backlink, which helps with SEO and referral traffic. So there's a lot of benefits to building backlinks. And the opposite of backlinks are internal links. So you want to do internal linking, and that just means connecting one page on your site to another. And why is that beneficial? Because it can help direct visitors to other pages they wouldn't normally otherwise find via your navigation. So if you're active on a blog, don't be afraid to include multiple internal links. You want to move people through your site. You want the flow of traffic to go from one page to another to another. And so when you do internal linking, just like with backlinks, it's going to improve the indexing of your website. Google's going to follow those links and index those pages. And Google does give credit from an SEO perspective, from an internal linking perspective. So if one page is linked to another and that page has really good relevance in the eyes of Google, then the other page is probably going to benefit from that. The other reason you want to do internal linking, again, you want to move people from your one page of your site to the other. And when you do that, it's going to reduce bounce rates. So bounce rate is simply the rate at which people land on a page and then leave. So if I have 100 people land on my home page and only one person went to another page and the other 99 left the site, then that's a 99% bounce rate. So by putting internal links in place, you're helping people move from one page to the other and thus reducing the bounce rate. And that's what you want. You want to keep people on your site. You want to be greedy. It also drives traffic to older posts. So again, when we say older posts, we're really referring to blog posts. So if you have a relevant blog post and you're writing a new blog post, then link the two together. If it's relevant, link it. Regardless of how old it is. You want to show Google that these older blog posts, just because they were written a year ago, doesn't mean they're outdated and old-fashioned, okay, or useless. You want to keep them alive by linking to them. So to me, that's a good strategy for internal linking. link to older blog posts. Show people you're an industry expert. You've been doing this for a while, and then you have lots of content to share. Okay, so the longer you can keep somebody on your website, the more likely it is they're going to engage and convert. And some other inherent benefits: improves page rank. So what we mean by page rank is simply just a rank that Google gives pages. So the more internal linking you have, the better off you are. And then it helps spread link juice across websites. And what we mean by link juice, again, just like backlinking, it builds relevancy. So just keep all these inherent benefits in mind to internal linking. The end result is keeping the flow of traffic on your site, and all these other benefits will fall into place. Okay, so another way in which you can really hone in on traffic to your website is long tail keywords. And long tail keywords to me are more than just 1 or 2 keyword phrases. Okay, so they're usually 3 or longer keywords in a phrase. Okay, so long tail keywords really nowadays account for most web searches. People really take the time to even post questions as a search query. Say it's unlikely somebody's going to go into search and just type in the word shoes. They might type in red shoes, but that's unlikely. What they're probably going to type in is, red Nike running shoes 2019, or some variation of that. Okay, that's a long tail keyword. And some of the advantages of using long tail keywords to be found for are less competition. So if you're using broad keywords like red shoes, then who doesn't want to be found for red shoes? Well, you don't want to be found for red shoes because it's too broad. You don't know what type of shoes somebody's looking for. You just know they're looking for red shoes. It could be running shoes. It could be work shoes. It could be, boots. It could be slippers. Okay. It's too broad. So long tail keywords help narrow it in. And the more narrow and focused a keyword is, the less competition it's going to have. And when something's not competitive in the form of a keyword, then that means your chances of ranking for that keyword are going to be greater, and the chances of you ranking faster are going to be greater. And then, of course, if somebody's looking for exactly what you have to offer, then you have a higher chance to convert that person. So if you have exactly those 2019 red Nike women's running shoes, and somebody does a search for that, and that's a long tail keyword, and they click on your organic listing, if you have the right price, then they're probably going to convert. So you have a really good chance of converting somebody using long tail keywords. So my point here is if you're looking for keywords to use, focus on longer tail. Don't focus on 1 or 2 keyword phrases. What it also does is it brings targeted traffic. So even if somebody doesn't convert, hey, they could be back because it's exactly what they're looking for. And if you're focusing on longer tail keywords, like I just mentioned, stay away from the shorter ones. It's just easier to optimize your page for SEO. So remember, SEO is a 2-pronged approach, on page and off page. We talked about off page with internal linking and backlinks. On page is all about making sure those keywords you choose are integrated in with the page you want to be found for. And so if you're using a long tail keyword, it's just easier to work that keyword in. So it enables easier on-page optimization. Okay, let's switch away from SEO to email marketing. So let's focus on email marketing as a form or method of driving traffic to your website. So email marketing has been around a long time in terms of digital marketing. Why? Because it provides an effective way to convert leads into sales. Why? Because you can send personalized emails to a target audience. So when you send an email to somebody on a regular basis, you know who that person is. So what are you doing in the email? You're writing a specific message to that person. Well, email marketing's the same thing, except you're just sending an email to a larger group of people. And when you send an email to a larger group of people, you're still going to personalize the message, right? You're not going to send a generic email to 1,000 people. Okay, nobody's going to do that. So make sure your email's targeted. And if it's targeted, it could be cost effective. Why? Because sending large amounts of emails, or let's just say an email to a large amount of people or a large group of people, is going to be cost effective. It's not cost per click, it's not cost per open. Okay, so email usually, depending on the email provider you're using, really is a flat fee. So it just really depends on how many emails you're sending or how many people you're sending the email to as well. But email generally tends to be more cost effective than other forms of marketing. So look at the email content provider you're using and just get a sense of what they charge. But if you look at it and do a comparison, email generally is cheaper than, say, doing pay-per-click, because with pay-per-click, you're paying for each click. Okay, so that could be expensive depending on the keywords. So email marketing is also time saving, okay, meaning it's a one-time thing and done. So once you send the email, it's just a matter of, watching and looking at the metrics and learning what's going on so you don't make the same mistakes again. But it is time conducive, meaning you send out one email and that's it. With pay-per-click, you're constantly measuring and managing the campaigns. And it provides real-time marketing. So when you do send the email, more than likely a majority of the people on day one or the day you send the email are going to be able to view it, open it, click on some of the links, and convert. So that's normally what happens in email. Majority of the people open it on day one and it kind of tails off from there. So think about it as real time. So when you send that email, and if you have 1,000 people on your email recipient list, break it up. Send the first 500 first with a different subject line. And then you can see the data come in. And if you don't see the good results from the subject line or the body of the email or, the page you're going to, then make adjustments before you send the other email to the next 500. So that's a great thing about emails. You can break up the email into two groups. The first group and then the second group with different subject lines. And you can probably send them a little bit of time apart. That way you can learn from the first email. Because with email, you are generally going to get results right away. Okay, within the first 24 hours. So that's a great thing about email. Okay, so the other thing about email, it's less intrusive. So normally people who are going to get the email are the ones who sign up for the email. So they're almost expecting your email. So when they get your email, again, as long as you're not sending an email on a daily basis, normally most companies send it monthly or bi-weekly, it's not going to be as intrusive. Okay, and then it also helps build credibility, increase visibility and brand awareness, meaning you're going to build your brand in that email. You're going to put content in that email that's going to show off your credibility. Meaning you could put some testimonials in the email, you could put some good affiliations, you can put a good article to an industry article you just wrote. So email is going to inherently continue to build brand awareness for you. Okay, and it's an easy way to track ROI. So if you're e-commerce, it's pretty clear. You send the email, somebody opens it, clicks on it, checks out and purchases something, it's easily trackable because you could track it right from that email. So one thing I want to say there is just if you do send an email, make sure you're tracking that campaign. And you want to be able to use an analytics program like Google Analytics. Okay, if you use Google Analytics, you're going to be able to track when you send the email, who clicks on it, and who converts. So you want to be able to measure an ROI for these emails, and you can. And that's the beauty of email marketing. Okay, let's move away from email marketing to webinars. So webinars, great method for effective social media promotion. It's a great way to bring traffic to your website. So why do we recommend webinars? Well, because it provides direct contact within your target group. What do we mean by contact with your target group? Well, you're going to host a webinar and you're going to invite this targeted group of people who are interested in your product or service. So if you have a Facebook community, you could do a Facebook Live event, or you could do a YouTube, or you can even set up a webinar on another platform but promote it on social media. And if you're promoting something on social media, you're probably promoting it to people who are already following you or like you. And so that's what we mean by direct contact with your target group. So you're going to be able to create a webinar and talk directly to that group. And that's going to help build brand awareness and credibility. And the great thing about webinars is you don't need some fancy software. I mean, I'm talking to you on a webinar right now. And so webinars are free. All you need is a video camera and a recorder. That's all. And that's all built in with software. So there's plenty of software out there that allows you just to do a webinar really quick and easy. There's lots of opportunities in software. And a lot of them are very cost effective. So if you want to create a webinar, you can do that by spending very little money. And webinars, again, allow you to talk to your targeted group, your community, maybe prospective clients. It helps build credibility and in effect drive traffic to your website. And when somebody does attend a webinar, they're likely going to be highly engaged because you're inviting them, they're going to opt into the webinar. And the great thing about webinars is even if they don't attend the webinar the day you have it, it's going to be recorded. So they can always go back and watch it. So whoever watches the webinar is going to be engaged because it's going to be a topic they're interested in. And then users are likely to become prospective customers. So having a webinar, talking about something inherently interesting to maybe a larger group of people, you can promote that on social media and potentially get prospective customers to sign up and watch the webinar. And if you do, they're going to be engaged and then take the next step. Oh, I like what this person has to say. They seem to be credible. I like their personality. I like their brand. I like their product. I'm going to go check out their website. Okay, so webinars allow you to kind of pull in more people as well as just your community because you can promote the webinar and you can promote it in advance and you can leverage social media for that. Okay, so something related to webinars is incorporating video content. So videos have been proven to be a really good way to attract new visitors. And it makes your website very engaging when you have videos on your website as well. So if you create video, you have an opportunity to post it on various video platforms like YouTube or Vimeo. Okay, there's plenty of video platforms out there, or just embedded in a blog post, or embedded in a Facebook post, or a tweet. Okay, so you can do a lot with video. And having video on your site is going to increase engagement. Okay, when you increase engagement, good things happen. That's going to lead to increased conversions and sales or ROI. Or just like we mentioned, the webinar can help build trust with your audience. So even that webinar you could post on your website. So you want people to engage by watching this video. If they watch the video, they're going to gain trust in you because you're talking directly to that person, that user, that audience, that visitor to your website. And when you can build trust, it's going to increase engagement. And that's the beauty of video. Unlike text or imagery, videos really do engage with the audience. And so the more video you can do, the better off you are because again, you can leverage social to draw attention to your brand and product and service. And then you can have that video on your website to increase engagement, which in turn increases conversions and sales and improves ROI. So always think video. There's plenty of video software out there that you can leverage. And the great thing about video too is, hey, most people are using mobile phones these days, smartphones. And so video works just as well on mobile as it does on desktop. So keep that in mind. Video is going to be engaging regardless of what device somebody uses. And then of course, if they're watching the video on Facebook or YouTube, then chances are they're going to share that particular video, which is going to bode well for your brand and traffic. Okay, so video, if somebody likes a video, it's very easy to share video, especially from a mobile phone. So YouTube just makes it so easy to share or like or subscribe to a channel. It becomes that much easier. Things can go viral and chances of them going viral with video are going to be greater. Okay, so other ways to drive traffic to your website is submit your content to content aggregators. So what's a content aggregator? Well, a content aggregator is like Reddit that provides a great platform for you to post your content. So that's what a content aggregator is, really a site like Reddit or Medium or Quora where you could post content to a large number of people. Okay, so with Reddit, people are either going to upvote it or downvote it. So the more upvotes you get or thumbs up or likes or people who encourage that content, the more of a chance it has to be found. And so first thing out of the gate, if you do provide content to a content aggregator like Reddit, make sure it's good quality content that's interesting. And that should be the case across the board, whether it's a social post or blog post. Make sure the content's unique, professional, and interesting. And then if you do, say, put something on Medium or you do put something on Quora, and it is professional and interesting and thought-provoking, then people are going to react to it. And then that, again, could lead to traffic. But even if it doesn't lead to traffic, it helps build brand awareness. So if you have content, just like videos, leverage it. Put the content out there. Okay, and when you put content out there, it's only going to, especially if it's good content, it's going to put you in a good light. So don't be afraid to share your content on the likes of Reddit or Medium or Core or some of these other content aggregator websites, because good things are only going to happen. And again, referral traffic, SEO, brand awareness, conversions. So all these are inherent benefits of just sharing your content. Okay, and then finally, we want to learn from analytics. Okay, so what do I mean learning from analytics? So there are plenty of analytics platforms out there. One of the most popular is Google Analytics. So you want to make sure you're tracking traffic on your site with Google Analytics. So all you have to do is just go to Google Analytics via search, sign up, add the analytics code to your website, and voila, they're doing all the heavy lifting. They're going to track traffic coming to your website. And not only are they going to track traffic, but they're going to tell you how that traffic engaged. And so the benefits of it, Google Analytics, is, hey, you could figure out where users are coming from. Are they coming from that email campaign that I sent out to 1,000 people? Are they coming from YouTube based on that video I posted? Or are they coming from Reddit based on the content I just posted there? Or are they coming from organic search? So Google Analytics can help us understand how much traffic we're getting from organic search. So it'll help us measure our SEO efforts. And then with Google Analytics, you could segment. So we could segment by mobile, we can segment by desktop, returning user, new user, by campaign, by page, by language, by city, by region. I mean, there's so many ways in which to segment your audience. And segmenting simply is breaking up the entire group of people who come to your website into different segments based on what you want to see. So if you want to look at, females between the ages of 18 to 24 who come from mobile via organic search, that's a segment. And you can look at that information in analytics. If that's your target audience, then you could see how they're performing. Okay, so there are a lot of benefits to Google Analytics. Definitely want to take advantage of segmenting in Google Analytics. You could look at your competition. So there's a benchmarking report. The great thing about Google Analytics, you can also look at content and how your content's performing once somebody lands on your website. What page are they spending time on? What page are they engaging on the most? Okay, what pages have the highest bounce rate or the lowest time on page? So you can really determine what pages work best. And then, of course, the end result in analyzing all this data is you want to be able to fine-tune your website. So take advantage of the data that Google Analytics or any other analytics platform is giving you by learning. Once you learn what's going on with your website, you can make adjustments to your website to improve user experience. Okay? So we went over a lot of different ways to drive traffic.
Imagine you started a small business, but it feels like no one knows it's there. That's tough, right? But today, we are going to help you change that. In this tutorial, I'm going to show you how to use Mailchimp, a tool that helps you connect with customers through email. So, what is Mailchimp? It's a popular platform that helps you send emails to your customers, make simple web pages, and even set up automatic replies, all without needing any tech skills. Mailchimp is used by many businesses around the world because it's easy to use and help you reach more customers. Today, I'll take you step by step through how to use Mailchimp, how to get customer contacts, create an email campaign, and set up automatic emails to keep your customers interested. And by the end of this video, you'll know how to use Mailchimp to grow your business and make sure your customers always remember you. So, let's dive in. You'll find the link to get started with Mailchimp in the description below. So let's get started with our Mailchimp tutorial. First, just go to the Google and type mailchimp.com login and just simply click on login from here. If you have an account, it's good. If you don't, then you have to sign up. Since I already have an account, I just need to log in here. Enter your username and password as well. And just click on login from here. So as you can see, we are directed to our Mailchimp's dashboard here. So this is our dashboard and we have opted for the free plan. So I'm using the free plan here. So this is the navigation bar as you can see. So after we have logged into this website, we'll go to the audience section here and just select sign up forms from here. And we'll start this tutorial first by creating a sign-up form. So you can also change the audience settings from here. So this is our audience dashboard here. So you can import the contacts. So we'll start this first by looking at the audience section here, where you can manage all your contacts. You can import them, manually add them, or integrate them from another service as well. So if someone emails you to update their profile, like suppose changing a birthday or promotions, you can also do that here. So if you want to add your contact here, you can just simply click on add your contacts, and you can set up your audience just by adding your contacts here. So this is how you can add your contact. You can do it from your SMS also, or you can import contacts using a CSV, this TXT file. So just skip this option for now. You can do it if you want to. So the next step is creating a sign up form. So we'll just simply click on sign up forms here, and then we will select this option, create new form. So we want a landing page here to be created. So we'll just simply, you have all these options here. You can use form builder, embedded forms on your website and share them on social media. So I'll walk you through setting up a simple sign-up form, collecting essential information like email, name, birthday, business, etc. So we'll just simply go to this create sign-up landing page name, and here you can just, page name is like Tasty Bakes is my landing page name. Okay, and I'll just select begin here. From here you can select a template also. So I'll just simply click on the lead generation template. So this is my template here, and from here you can alter the style and the blocks also. So as you can see, if you want buttons, product, promo code, you can also add them. So if you want to add logo, just simply click on edit block. You can replace it with some file if you have. Just select upload here. And since I want a bakery store, I'll just insert this logo. So this is my logo here. And if you want an image to be added at the back of your form, just select image from here. And then you can just simply go on to this upload option. So as you can see, I have uploaded this image here at the back of my page. And I just want to make it small, so I'll just select again image display size, just make it a bit small. Yeah, I want to just keep it like this. Alright, and now if you want to just edit this content here, stay connected with our customers, you can just add whatever you want to be displayed here. Subscribe button is also there, and this is the about us option. So here you can just simply click on this thing. So from here you can just simply write something like sign up today with and indulge in the world of delightful tasty bakes. And this is my heading here. Okay, just want to edit the style. So you can just simply click on style here and select color as well. This color is not visible, so the text style also you can change it accordingly. And so I've just edited the text here. As you can see, sign up today for tasty delightful cakes, and this is my content here, and this is the form page. So if you click this here, you have the sign up form, and from here whatever fields you want the audience to enter, like suppose I want the email address, the first name and the last name as well, you can just simply select from here. If you want birthday, company, phone number, address, you can select that also, but I just want to keep it minimal, so I'll just select all these options, and then I'll add the button text is here, subscribe. You can also write something like sign up now, hurry up or something. Send it to confirmation message, and this is the font size, and this will be displayed here. Success, you have been added to the audience. If you want to modify it, you can modify also, but I want to keep it like this, and just select save and close here. So as you can see, the page is being created. Now I'll just select save and close. So as you can see that our landing page is now ready. So if you want to publish it, you can also publish, and this is the page title and the site icon. And if you want to edit the social share preview, you can edit here also. And this is the URL for our page, and the audience and the tag also. If you want to edit the audience, you can keep it the audience bakery store, or if you want whatever audience. These are the tags. Contacts who sign up will be tagged automatically. And this is the content of our website and the settings and tracking. So I think it's good to go. So I'll just click on publish here. So as you can see that our landing page is now ready. So we can share a page also. We can just simply click here to our page and we will be redirected to our page. So as you can see, this is the page we have created. You have to enter your email address, first name and the last name, and just click on subscribe. So this is the page we have created here. Like, let's suppose you are entering your email address name and just you click on subscribe. So this thing will be shown here, success, you have been added to the audience. And now we'll just go back to our page again here. So as you can see, this is the recent form which we created, the bakery store. So now that we have a landing page ready to capture customer details, let's send them some deals. Go back to the main Mailchimp page and then click create. So we'll just go back to the main Mailchimp page, which is this, and we'll just select on create. And now we will create a regular email here, and we'll just select on this email, create regular email. You can enter your internal email name. Suppose I want it to be Tasty Bakes, and we'll just select on begin here. So now you can edit the name also. This is the internal mail we have. So as you can see, to whom are you sending this mail? You can add recipient. So this is, as you can see, to whom are you sending this mail? You can add recipients here also. From, suppose I subscribe to my form using this email ID which is shown here, and subject is also there. Since now we do not have much audience here, so it's like this. You can also send the time and the subject and write the content as well. So you can add recipients, whomever you want to, or suppose a group of people or contacts, you can just import it from here. And you can add subject also, the subject name if you want to be good. Suppose the subject name I want it to be good cake deals for today. And the preview text should be something like hungry exclamation grab a donut, and just select save here. So this is how our subject would look like. You can also send time. You can edit the time here. You can schedule it actually whenever you want your email to be with your audience. So you can select the time here. So actually to schedule it, you need to upgrade your plan. But for now, I'm just showing you. If you already have an upgraded plan, you can do it. You can just select on upgrade now, and the plans are not that expensive. For standard, it's just around 500 contacts for 575 rupees annually. I mean, you just have to pay 1150 per month. So if you want it, you can just upgrade the plans. And premium, you need to pay 11,500, which is for 12 months. And standard plan is 575, and these are the benefits offered here. So let's close this. And yeah, if you want to send them now, I'll just select on send now and click save here. Next, you have this content option. You can design your email. So we'll just select on design email here, and then you can select a template, your email purpose, style, and the industry. The industry type is food and travel, and style, whatever style you want, basic, minimalistic, designed, colorful. I want it colorful, so I'll just select this. Email purpose, newsletter, whatever you sell, products, thank you, welcome, you can do it accordingly. Suppose you want a welcome template, you can click on this welcome also. So we'll just go with the newsletter one. And here you can see that this is a free template here, and we'll just select apply, wait for a few seconds. And this is our newsletter template. You can actually customize this, set a logo. We'll just set the same logo here. Just select on the logo cake, and from here you can add images, upload image, and then just select on this donuts. I want this donut to be displayed as an image. So this is the donuts which I have displayed here, and you can type the content design if you want to. Tasty donuts, subscribe, and check out the check out for more discounts. And you just select colors. Also you can select here whatever you color you want it to be. Suppose I want to keep it minimalistic, so I'll just go with this. And then I think our newsletter email is ready now. So from here you can just click on save and exit. So this is how we have designed our first email here. And if you want to send this mail, a regular mail newsletter, you can do it. This is our email link here. You can also click and edit your custom URL. And if you want to add a social post, you can also add connect to Facebook or your Twitter and Instagram as well. And you can just send this email to the audiences you want to. And this is our newsletter email here. And we'll just click on send. So this is how we do it. So as you can see, we have learned about how do we set up our audience, and then creating a land page, and also setting up a regular mail, how to create mail. So let's now see what other options are there. Now let's move on to the automations here. So you can also choose automations, just simply you can email tagged customer. These are the pre-built journeys, as you can see. If you want to build from scratch, you can also do that. So we'll just click on build from scratch, and you can just provide a name, the internal name. Good donuts, and just click on start building. So we are creating a map of our contacts journey. So this is how we will automate it. We can just choose a starting point here. So as you can see, these are the starting points which are popular with other Mailchimp customers. The tag added, sent a mail, sign up for emails, birthday. So if you want to send a special discount, offer a gift, just say happy birthday. We can do that also. We'll just select on this. And as you can see, number of days before the date is reached. Suppose I want it to be 30 days and the field is birthday. You can save the starting point from how you want to automate your page. And you can add a journey point here. You can send a mail, and you can also send an SMS here. And survey also. These are the options. Unsubscribe, update contact. So we'll just select on send mail here. So this is our journey. And yeah, if we want, we can just do for send test emails for now. Now if you want to upgrade your plan, you can do it, and then you can send this mails. So this is how we use tags to segment our audience. And let's go back to our homepage. We have learned on how to start a campaign, automate a page, learn how to create a mail and send it to your audience. Also, we have learned how to create a landing page. Now, this is the audience dashboard. You can see we have also created a sign up form as well. And this is the analytics. Let's move on to the analytics option and check what is there. So this is the analytics option here, and this is the date range. This is the marketing dashboard basically. So you can see the performance, and you can also compare the message performance here. This is the performance all over the time, how your web page is performing, and the conversions as well. The delivery, total number of deliveries. So it's pretty good, but if you want to access this dashboard, you need to upgrade to standard plans. Let's move on and see how we can create reports also. So just select on report here. So see, this is a report here, and the bakery store, 1 total contact, 1 email subscriber. Since we do not have much number of subscribers and contacts here, it's just showing this much. and view by status, ongoing, completed, types. These are the types: ads, postcards, surveys. You can check it by emails. You haven't sent an email. We haven't sent an email yet, so this is how it's showing. So this is our landing page. As you can see, we can check and view the report also of our page. So as you can see, this is the page, this is the URL, it was published on this much, the audience and the tags here. So one visit, one click, one subscribe. Since we just made this website now, we won't be getting much audience here. So let's go back again. You can also send emails here. Let's see if we haven't sure we can create an email. Tasty Bakes, and just click on begin here. So we had already learned about this. Let's go back to the main page. How do we send an email? I think I already told you before. I think that's it for this. We have this audience. We have already gone through this audience section here. Analytics as well. Let's check on the website. What do we have in website? So you can also create your website, or you can connect existing Wix website as well. So if you want to create your website, you can set up your site here. You can also start selling products and offering services, but for this you need to connect it to your store. So let's see what do we have if we want to set up a site. Just simply click on this option. So this is the name I would like to use for my website here, and just click on edit my site. As you can see, this is a logo for our website, and you can just simply edit from here. You can add pages also. So let's look at the number of pages here. If you want to add page, you can also add link as well, website address and the name. So as you can see, we have added a link over here. This is a website page. You can manage your site, and you can also talk up to your brand. You can edit this accordingly. If you want to edit, you can also edit this. We have the styles also. So paragraph, text, the button and everything. If you want to change the button like this, or you want to make your website heading something like this, you can also do it accordingly. And I want to keep it like this only. So I'll just select this font from here, and the colors as well. The colors I'll just like this one more, but you can keep it like this. I think white looks better, so let's keep it white as only. Then we'll just click on preview here, and now you can edit your page. This is the Tasty Bakes, and this is the logo. If you want to keep your discount option for your food, then you can just simply write here something like 70% discount for first time users. Grab a donut. Delicious cakes. So whatever you wanted your content to be displayed, you can just write here. I think the spelling is wrong. So. And you can just edit this also if you want it to be like this color. You can, if you want to apply a link, you can also apply a link here. If you want to add a link, you can also do that. So this is how we can make a website using Mailchimp as well. Like, I think it's really amazing. You can do a lot of stuff using this tool. And now we'll just click on done, and we'll just select publish here, accept the terms and condition. So as you can see, we have our website ready. You can edit your site whenever you want to. And this is our website address, web address, and this is the traffic highlights you get. So we have learned everything now, how to create a page, write an email, organize campaigns, automations, audience, surveys, analytics, website as well. Let's check out what is there in Content Assistant. So from here, custom designs in just a few clicks. You can just enter your website URL. And if you want to import a brand, you can just do it. Or if you want to set up your own brand, you can also do that. For this, you have to just simply click on set it up. And let's see what we have got. You can upload your logos. Just simply click on add logo. and now you can just select on continue. You can add your colors, just click on next. You can choose your fonts also, just click next here. Your brand kit is complete. So this is how we can also create a brand kit. These are the email templates here, and then we also have the integrations at last. So you can connect your apps and integrate it. So you can create we have already learned how to create a website here. Also you can do a lot of stuff using this, and you can also import your site by using the Shopify store if you want to sync Shopify customers' products to Mailchimp and create highly targeted campaigns. You can also do this. You can connect your store with Mailchimp as well. Just simply you have to click on get started, and if you want to do it, you can just do it accordingly. So yeah. So we have covered a lot today, from setting up email campaigns, creating automation, building a website, and also scheduling appointments. But for that, you need to have an upgraded. Let me ask you something. Have you ever searched for pizza near me or best plumber in town on Google? What's the first thing you notice? Probably the businesses that pop up at the very top of the page or on Google Maps, right? That's the magic of SEO. Now, if you're wondering what's SEO, don't worry. Let me break it down for you. SEO stands for Search Engine Optimization, and it's how businesses make their websites and profiles to show up higher in Google search results. But why does it matter? Because if people can't find your business online, they can't become your customers. Studies show that 97% of people search online for local businesses before making a purchase or booking a service. And here's the thing, SEO isn't just for websites. If you own a local business, your Google My Business profile is your ticket to being discovered. So what exactly is Google My Business? Or as they now call it, Google Business Profile. It's like an online business card, but so much more powerful. You can showcase your address, phone number, photos, reviews, and even updates about your business. And it's completely free. Let's say you run a bakery. When someone nearby searches for best chocolate cake shop near me, your Google Business Profile can make your bakery pop up right at the top on Google Maps and in local search results. That's why optimizing your Google Business Profile is so important. Without it, your business might not even show up, and you could lose customers to competitors. In this video, I'll take you step by step through how to create and register your Google My Business profile, how to optimize it for better rankings, free tools you can use to analyze and improve your profile, and some pro tips to beat your competitors. So let's get started. So first, let's get started with how to create and register your Google My Business profile. So first, let's talk about how to create your profile. It's very super simple and it only takes a few minutes. Just simply go to Google and just search Google My Business sign in. And from here, you have to just sign into this account. If you don't have one, you just have to create your account. It's free to use. So the next step is you can enter your business name. Make sure that it matches with your brand. So the name of my business is The Baker's Corner. Just simply click on continue. Now this third step is to choose your business type. It's very important because it tells Google what kind of business you are. For example, if you run a coffee shop, you can choose coffee shop as your primary category. So from here, you can just select your category if it's an online retail or a local store. In my case, it's a local store, so I'll just click on this. Now you have to enter a business category. It's cake shop, okay? Now click on next. Now you have to enter your business address. It's in Myko layout, let's suppose, Bangalore South, and your state is. So we have entered our address also over here, and then we'll click next. So here you can also enter your contact details if you want your customers to contact you by your number. So it's an alternate choice. You can add your number or you can also skip. So you can also put your business on the map, start connecting with your customers across Google all in one place. If you put your business on the map, then you'll get discovered by people in your area, respond to reviews for your business. Let's say if somebody is searching for a cake shop near me, so they will obviously see your business list over there on the map. So you can just stick on this if you want to, otherwise you can just select continue. So now a verification code will be sent to your particular number you have registered. So just simply enter the code sent to your SMS. As you can see, it's showing that you're now verified. So verifying your profile is very important. Google will send a code to your address or also your number, and then you have to just enter the verification code and you're all set. So here just simply click on next. Now the next thing is customizing your profile. So you have to let your customers know when are you open for businesses. So let's say I want my business to be closed on Sundays. So I'll just click on open on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, as well as on Saturday. And from here, what timings do you want to be opened at? Let's say it should start from 8 a.m. in the morning and it will be closing on, let's say, 11:30. Same we will be adding for this also. So now you can just simply click on next after entering your timings. And now an important step is to add your business description. You have to let your customers learn about your business by adding a particular description about your business profile. So if when somebody is searching about your shop, it should describe that what your bakery shop or your cake shop is about and what items are available there. So here I'm adding my description. So my description says about where is it located, the baker's corner known for its cozy ambience and what it's offering like pastries, crunchy breads. And now just click on next. Make sure that your description consists of good SEO keywords so that it will rank in your Google map. Now an important step is to adding photos of your store. So make sure that you upload a high quality picture. So just click on pictures over here. So as you can see, we have uploaded the images of a store over here, and then we'll move on to the next step. So now the next step is customizing your profile if you want to claim your 2000 rupees advertising credit. So if you click on this option advertising, what will happen is when somebody is searching for cake shop in the nearby area, Bangalore South, then it will show as an advertisement and your cake shop will be listed on the top of the Google ranking. So it's not that important. If you want to go for advertising, you can, but for this time, we're just clicking on the skip option. You can do it later if you want to. Now you can also get a custom domain name for your website and custom email address as well. We'll be just skipping this option. So your edits will be visible once you're verified. So now we have created a business profile live, but creating is just one step. Let's now talk about how do we optimize it. So creating a Google business profile is now live, but creating is just one more step. Now let's understand why is Google My Business so important for local SEO. First of all, it boosts your visibility. A well-optimized profile helps your business rank higher in the Google Local 3 pack and on Google Map as well, putting you right in front of people searching for your services. Second of all, it builds trust. When customers see a complete profile with updated information, good reviews, and even pictures, they are far more likely to choose your business. And here's the big thing. It drives sales. Nearly 30% of your local searches lead to purchases, sometimes on the same day. Exactly. Even your GMB profile enhances engagement. Customers can call, message, visit your website, or even get directions directly from your listing. It's also like running a free advertising for your business 24/7. No other platform gives you so much visibility without spending a dime. Simply put, if you want more customers and better local rankings, you need a well-optimized Google My Business profile. Now let's talk about how does Google determine local rankings. It all comes down to three main factors. First, there's relevance. It's all about how well your business matches with what the searcher is looking for. For example, if someone searches pizza delivery, Google will prioritize businesses that clearly offer pizza and delivery services. Next, we are talking about is distance. How close your business is to the searcher's location. If two businesses are equally relevant, Google will usually favor the one that's closer to the user. Finally, there is prominence. This is all about how well known and trusted your business is. Google looks at things like customer reviews, backlinks, articles about your businesses, and even offline reputation. to measure this. The more trust and authority you build, the better your chances are of ranking higher. Now we have discussed about this. Now let's talk about how do you optimize a Google business profile. So for this, you just simply have to fill out all the details completely. The more information you provide, the better include your business hours. Also include catchy business descriptions. Don't leave anything blank. Google reward businesses with complete profile by ranking them higher. Adding high quality pictures, collecting Google reviews, everything is very important for ranking your business. So as you can see, after you have verified your account, you can just simply come to this page over here. And from here, you can just edit your profile if you want to. Business category, the business name if you want to change. The description if you want to just enhance more. The opening date also you can add if you want to. The phone, we have not currently added a phone number. We'll be updating it later. You can add your phone number over here. And if you already have a website link, you can just simply paste your website over here. The business location areas, what service area you are providing. So you can add more places, okay. I'm just adding more places near me. So when people are searching for nearby cake shop, they will also go through my business name. So now just click on save after you have edited your description over here. And then you have so many options like planning, payments, parking, offering, dining options, more from business. Just we can add more hours also, breakfast, brunch, happy hours. You can also add a list name as special hours, which you want your guests to be known. And these are our opening hours, which we have already entered before. This is the location over here. And the contact info. So we have gone through this edit profile. Next, the step is our reviews. Your reviews are very important. So for this time, we do not have any reviews yet, but make sure that you get plenty of reviews as much as you have, because this will help your business to rank higher on the SEO. Because Google will select that particular business, it will favor it more if you have good number of reviews and more replies you're giving to that reviews, because it will show that it's a genuine and authorized business. Now the next step is also adding your pictures, which we have already added before. Next we are talking about is performance. So you can just see from here, you can enter the time period and the overview, business profile interactions, at what time your profile is getting interacted more. You can have a tracker maintained from here. You can also grow your business with Google with advertising credit, 2,000 rupees. If you want to claim your credit, you can just simply click here. And because it's my new business account setup, so we do not have much views yet. But then after some time, you'll just get views on your profile, business profile. And you can also add menu pages over here. What menu are you offering? These are the calls. At what time do you get most of the business calls? From here, you can just select on bookings. Here are the directions request made for your business profile. How many website clicks you're getting. So everything, if you want to track the performance of your website and your Google Map SEO, you can just have it from this performance. Next, we're talking about is advertisement. So you can advertise your website with the help of Google Ads. So if you want to add new campaigns, if you're thinking about where should your people go after clicking your ad, you can just select this business profile from here and the advertisement. Next, we're talking about menu option. We have also seen food ordering from here, what accept orders on your profile, your service providers. You can add link also. Order with Google makes it easy to accept online pickup or delivery orders through your business profiles. We can also edit your products. If you have any product over here, you can just edit that. If you want to add any services, you can also add service from here, any custom service or weekend diets or anything. One more thing, adding update is very important. Make sure that you regularly optimize your profile, add status updates so that to engage with the audience and they'll be aware of what you're posting regularly. You can also ask for review over here. just you can copy your review link and you can give customers a link to review your business on Google. So after you have got an order, you can just simply call your customers or reach out to them for just leaving a review behind. That would help your business to rank. So these are the updates which you can see. So these are the updates you can see. You can also add exterior photo, update, add a phone number, unlock insights at no cost. You can also create an offer if you want to. If you have any, let's say the Christmas is coming now. So if you want to create an offer and you want to put some discount options over, you can do that also. Add amenity map to your website. Add your menu, set a booking, add map to your, so many options. You just have to make sure that you fill each and everything. Do not leave anything behind, because if you complete all the steps and all the criteria, if you fill it, it is very likely that your business will rank higher in the SEO page. Now let's go through some of the free tools to boost your profile. So first on the list is Bright Local. Just simply search for Bright Local on a Google search engine. So basically this Bright Local is an SEO tool which is designed to specifically serve for your local businesses. It helps you monitor, manage and improve your local search rankings. Bright Local offers basically a 14-day free trial period, after which there's a paid service with affordable plans. So this will help you to basically track your local rankings, audit citations and listings, monitor competitors, reputation management, performance reporting, and many more. So if you want to track rankings, fix listing errors, and get data-driven insights for improving your local SEO, Bright Local is one-stop solution for small businesses. Next on the list is GMB Everywhere. GMB Everywhere is basically a Chrome extension designed specifically for Google My Business Optimization. So you can just simply add this extension. GMB Everywhere has a free version, and it also offers premium plan for advanced insights if you want to, but the free version is sufficient for most small businesses. So it will help your business SEO, competitor analysis, it will help in keywords insight, review metrics, profile comparison, and many more. Make sure that you use the keywords from Keyword Planner so that you can keep a track on what this is this keyword ranking or not, and what is the volume of this particular keyword, and what are the keywords people are searching more. Next on the list is Plepper. So Plepper is also an advanced local SEO tool that will provide in-depth insights about businesses listed on Google Maps and Google My Business. It will help you to uncover hidden details, analyze your competitors, and optimize your GMB profile very effectively. That is Google My Business profile. And so basically, Plepper offers a free version with basic insights. It will help your business provide a good SEO, detailed competitor insights, category finder, location data, review analysis, and again, keyword and content optimization. Plepper gives you detailed GMB competitor analysis like no other tool. If you are serious about ranking higher in Google Maps, Plepper's insight will help you make data-driven improvements to Google My Business profile. So these tools can save your time and help you to stay ahead of the competition. So now at last, we'll be talking about the pro tips to beat your competitors. Now that you have set up your profile and optimized your Google My Business profile, let's talk about the pro tips that will help you stay one stop ahead of your competitors. So you can start by analyzing your competitors using tools like GMB Everywhere. Check the categories, keywords, and reviews. For example, if a top competitor uses emergency plumbing services as a secondary category, add it to your profile if relevant. Next, focus on long detailed reviews. Google values reviews with 200 plus characters. You should encourage the customers to write specific feedback, something like the team arrived on time, fixed my leaky pipes quickly, and charged with a fair price. Now the next thing is posting updates regularly using Google Post. Share offers, events, or business changes like special discounts this week. Regular activity keeps your profile relevant and boosts engagement. Optimize for local keywords such as bakery or plumbing services in Bangalore, let's suppose. You can use tools like Google Keyword Planner to find the right terms and include them in the descriptions, photo captions, and the post you're generating. Another overlooked feature we're going to talk about is the QA section, which is preemptively answer common question about pricing, services, or hours. This will improve user experience and it will boost relevance in Google's eyes. Finally, you can keep a track of your performance with tools like Google My Business Insights or Databox. Monitor metrics like profile views, customer actions, calls, click direction, and where searchers are coming from. If performance drops, reanalyze competitors, adjust your keywords, and collect more reviews. Consistency is the key. Optimizing your Google My Business profile is not a set it and forget it process. Stay active, adapt to trends, and continuously improve your profile. These small efforts will help you outrank competitors, attract more customers, and grow your business. And there you have it, folks. Everything you need to beat your competitors and dominate local search with your Google My Business.
Today, we are diving into an incredible new feature launched by OpenAI for ChatGPT, and trust me, this one is a game changer. It's called ChatGPT Search. So, what's ChatGPT Search? Let me break down it for you. Until now, ChatGPT was limited to knowledge it was trained on, and anything after its knowledge, cutoff date. Well, it couldn't help you there. But not anymore. With ChatGPT Search, the model can now browse the web in real time. This means it can find the latest news, up-to-date search, and even the most detailed or uncommon information directly from the internet. This upgrade is not just about keeping up with the times. It's about supercharging ChatGPT to make it more relevant and practical for all kinds of users. Whether you are a student needing the latest research for your assignments, a professional looking for industry insights, or just someone curious about trending topics, this feature is designed for you. But here's the most important part. This feature is currently only available to the pro users, those with a ChatGPT Plus subscription. If you are someone who uses ChatGPT regularly or relies on it for real-time insights, upgrading to Plus might be just worth it. So stick around. Today we will be exploring how to actually use it and what all the results we can look up to.
Now, as I'm a ChatGPT Plus subscriber, as you can see, I'm using ChatGPT 4.0, and when I zoom it over here, you can see a small globe-like feature, and when you hover on it, you see Search the Web. And to enable ChatGPT search, you must click on this globe. So as you can see now, if you click on this globe, you will see a list of the trending topics. It's showing Who Wants Dancing with the Stars 2024, Taylor Swift, the greatest of the singers, Earl Holliman, Hulu Black Friday 2024. And now the best part is my search trends may look not like yours and it will definitely vary. So, this globe icon actually means now when you chat with ChatGPT, it will pull data from the web in real time. So now, let's ask about the latest launch in the Gen AI field. To enable this, you need to click on this and then ask the latest launch in Gen AI field and see it has started making it. OpenAI's Sora video generation tool leaked. OpenAI's video generation AI tool Sora was leaked by artists protesting its rollout and minimal compensation. Apple's challenges in AI rollout in China. So these are great news, advancements in AI and CRISPR integration. AI's role in research and development. In 2022, the UK invested $71 billion in R&D. Wow, emerging AI hardware developments. And with this, you will find a clickable link over here. And if you click on this, you will begin going to combining AI and CRISPR will be transformational. It will be providing you with a supporting document. Like if you have any of the doubts that it is not true or anything, you will be getting this. And with each paragraph, it is given some of the documents that supports what it is saying. And after this, you can see it is sources. The sources, it will be appearing over here and it will be giving you all the documents that supports each of these paragraphs it has searched.
Hello everyone and welcome to today's video on AEO versus SEO. In this video, we are diving into one of the most important digital marketing battles of our time. With AI tools like ChatGPT and Google Gemini reshaping how users search and voice assistants like Alexa and Siri answering questions instantly, the traditional SEO alone is no longer enough. That's where answer engine optimization comes in, which is designed to give you direct, voice-ready answers that users want fast. So if you want to know more about it, watch this video till the end. So let us start with first understanding what is SEO. SEO stands for Search Engine Optimization.
It is a practice of enhancing a website's visibility in search engine result pages to attract organic, which we say non-paid traffic. When users search for information, products, or services online, search engines like Google scan billions of pages to deliver most relevant results to us. So SEO helps your website appear higher in those rankings by optimizing various elements such as keywords, meta tags, headings, backlinks, and content quality. There are three components of SEO, guys. That is on-page SEO, meaning optimizing content and HTML structure. Then there is off-page SEO, like building links and authority. And then there is technical SEO, ensuring your site is fast, secure, and mobile-friendly. SEO is crucial for digital marketing because higher visibility leads to increased website traffic, brand awareness, and conversions. Unlike paid ads, SEO brings sustainable long-term results when implemented effectively. So SEO helps businesses connect with the right audience at the right time through meaningful and valuable content. So in short, this is what exactly is SEO. Now, let us move ahead and try to understand what is AEO. So guys, AEO stands for Answer Engine Optimization. It is a process of optimizing content to provide direct, concise answers to user queries, especially through AI-powered tools like voice assistants like Siri, Alexa, Google Assistant, and chatbots like ChatGPT, Google Gemini, and etc. So unlike traditional SEO, which focuses on driving users to website via search engine rankings, AEO aims to deliver instant, voice-friendly responses that don't always require visiting a web page. AEO involves structuring content using schema markups, FAQs, and conversational formats so that AI systems can easily extract and understand the information. It's designed to satisfy users who prefer quick answers, like those using smart speakers or mobile devices without needing to scroll through the search results. Now, AEO is becoming essential as voice search grows and AI becomes more embedded in how people access information. So guys, by focusing on clarity, context, and structure, AEO is actually helping businesses stay visible in the AI-powered answer-first search environment. So this was a short sum up of what exactly is SEO and what is AEO. Now, let us discuss some of the core differences of AEO and SEO based on certain parameters. So guys, our first parameter is objective and core goal. If I talk about SEO, the goal of SEO is actually to increase organic traffic to a website by making it rank higher on the search engine result pages. And SEO helps a user to find variety of web pages related to their typed query. For example, if I say if someone searches digital marketing tips, so SEO ensures your blog post appears on page 1 of the Google. So that's the objective of SEO is. Now, if I talk about AEO, which is Answer Engine Optimization, it focuses on providing direct, immediate answers to users' questions without them needing to click on multiple links. It is optimized for AI systems like voice assistants and chatbots that pull answers directly from the structured content. For example, like if someone asks, what are the 3 digital marketing tips for beginners? Now, Siri or ChatGPT may read out your FAQ or snippet if AEO is properly implemented. The next goal that we have all over here is content format and structure. So if I talk about SEO, guys, it relies on long-form content with strategic keyword placement. So here, content must be informative, detailed, and media-rich, meaning images, videos, etc. Now, it also represents important elements such as meta titles and description, what are the keyword headings, are there any backlinks, and also the internal linkings. Similarly, if we discuss about content format and structure for AEO, it is kind of conversational, scannable, and structured for machines. Basically, it focuses on FAQ pages, featured snippets. People also ask type answers, and there is a schema markup like FAQs, how to, product organization, etc. The next one, let us talk about, it is one of the most important thing, which is user experience and interaction. If I talk about SEO, guys, users manually type keyword, scroll results, click links, and explore content. So it is best for exploratory searches, comparison, and in-depth learning, which is basically we're talking about SEO. So the user flow will be something like this: Google, read snippet, click the blog, and then you read the article. Now, if I talk about AEO, guys, here users ask conversational or voice-based queries, best for fast to the point answers. No need for multiple click or page navigation. Now here the user flow will be something like this. There will be a voice or chat prompt, and then there will be instant spoken text or answer. So that's how AEO works. Now let us discuss about our final point, which is keyword strategy and search intent. Basically, if I talk about SEO guys, keywords are usually short and typed. For example, like buying running shoes online. So it focuses on exact match, long tail keyword and variations. Now if I talk about AEO guys, here the keywords are natural question based and longer. Example like what are the best running shoes for long distance runner? And it is optimized for spoken language and user intent. Now, if I sum up all of this, so I come up with certain performance metrics. So SEO basically focuses on organic traffic, page views, bounce rate, time on site, conversion rate, and ranking position. So if you're not familiar with SEO, then look out for Digital Marketing Full Course on Simplilearn, where we have covered all these metric points. Now, similarly, if I talk about the AEO metrics, there are snippet placements, voice search visibility, AI chatbot appearance frequency, and also direct answer accuracy is there. So this is how we judge based on the metrics, like how SEO is performing and how AEO is performing. So in short, guys, this was the core difference between AEO and SEO. Now let us move ahead and discuss about how SEO and AEO can work together. But before that, let's have a use case comparison. So for example, I have built a use case comparison, like there is industry, healthcare, e-commerce, finance, and travel. And suppose you type in SEO example, okay, then there will be an AEO example. So suppose if I talk about healthcare, so you would see something like blogs on symptoms of flu. And similarly, AEO is going to give you the voice answer for the same. What are the early symptoms of flu? So this is how you interact. Similarly, you just type product pages for shoes, and here you search it on chatbot, like what shoes are best for gym workouts. Similarly, if I talk about finance, so you could say guide on how to save taxes. You would search on Google something like this. But if you say to Siri, like how to save tax under ATC. So this is an income tax code. Okay. Now, similarly, for travel, you could see blog on top travel destination, and here where I can go for budget vacation in April. So I could say there is slight variation, but end result you are getting like what you want at the end of the day. So as discussed based on this example, I hope so you would have got the core difference between SEO and AEO. And as I was telling earlier, we will move forward to understand how both of them can work together. So guys, if I say like while SEO, search engine optimization, and AEO, which is standing for answer engine optimization, may seem like separate strategies, but they actually complement each other beautifully when implemented together. Think of this way, guys. Like SEO attracts users to your website, and AEO answers their questions in real time through voice assistant or AI tools. And together they are ensuring that your content is discoverable and usable across both search engines and AI platforms. Now, let us discuss about our first parameter, which is serve different user behaviors. So basically, SEO targets users who browse, explore, and read articles. And AEO targets users who want quick voice-based or conversational answers. For example, if I have to say like an SEO optimized blog, maybe titled something like this, 10 best laptops for students in 2025. And AEO optimized FAQ might answer, what is the best laptop under 50,000 for students? Both help, but in different formats. The next thing is shared content and different presentation. So guys, you don't need separate websites for SEO and AEO. Instead, create one piece of content and structure it to serve both purposes. SEO strategy, it's a long-form keyword-rich blog or guide, whereas AEO strategy could include short summaries, bullet point answers, and FAQs within the same content. Now, there is some tip which I would like to give you. Like you can use the same blog to rank on Google and show up voice answers by embedding structured FAQs. The third one is structured data. So schema markup, or we say structured data, is key to helping both search engines and AI will understand your content. If I talk about SEO benefit, it improves how your content is displayed on search engine results like rich snippets, ratings, and FAQs. Where AEO benefits, like it makes it easier for voice assistants to pull the exact answer and speak it loud. So This is how we talk about the structured data. And finally, we talk about optimization. So you can optimize SEO keywords like buy affordable DSLR cameras in India, or AEO keywords could be like which DSLR is best under 50,000 in India. And your content strategy, try to target both short form and natural language queries, which will definitely help you. Now, finally, let us discuss about our future trends. So if I talk about future trends of 2025 AEO versus SEO, so like as we are moving into digital era, both SEO and AEO are evolving rapidly actually. The traditional SEO will continue to play a vital role, and AEO will become indispensable as users increasingly interact with search platforms through voice commands, smart assistants, and AI chatbots. Now, the first thing which I am pretty much confident that voice search will surge. Like with the rise of smart devices like Amazon, Alexa, Google Nest, and Apple Siri, voice search is set to dominate user behavior. So there's a data like over 50% of online searches are expected to be voice-based by 2025. Users will favor quick, hands-free answers, especially on mobile and in smart homes. Businesses must be optimized for conversational queries and natural language to stay relevant. The next is AI chatbots. So AI chatbots will be the first touch points. So like AI powered tools like ChatGPT, Google Gemini, Microsoft Copilot, Cloud AI are becoming the first choice for users seeking information. Then there is a rise of structured data and schema markup. Google and AI assistants will rely heavily on structured data to understand and present the content. So the businesses using schema markup, for example, FAQ page, product, or like how to. So it will gain a huge advantage in this scenario. Whereas structured content will also appear more often in rich results, knowledge panels, or voice answers. The next, this is amazing trend, guys, mobile first and AI ready content. With mobile users surpassing desktops and AI being integrated into messaging apps and mobile browsers, so the content must be mobile friendly, fast loading, and voice compatible. Google's mobile first indexing means desktop only sites will fall behind. And finally, there will be a blend of SEO plus AU strategies. So 2025 is not about choosing between SEO and AU. It's about combining them. So SEO will drive visibility in search engines, and AU will ensure that you're present in AI answers and voice searches. The future of digital search is multimodal and AI first. This is the first thing I would like to say. And to stay competitive in 2025 and beyond, marketers must embrace voice first experiences, use AI friendly formats, merge SEO and AU strategies to be everywhere. And finally, merge SEO and AU strategies to be everywhere the user is, whether it's a browser, a chatbot, or smart speaker.
Imagine giving your website a boost with the power of AI, helping it climb higher in search results and attract more visitors. Exciting, right? That's exactly what an SEO audit does. It's like a health check for your site where AI tools can quickly find the little things that might be showing you down, from page speed to broken links, and suggest smart ways to fix them. By using AI to optimize your site, you not only improve how it looks to search engines like Google, but also give users a smooth, faster experience. It's a simple but powerful way to get more eyes on your content, stay ahead of the competition, and make sure your site is always in the tip-top shape. Regular SEO audits powered by AI are your secret weapon to keep growing and succeeding online. Now you must be wondering what an SEO audit is. Is it necessary? How to even perform it? No worries. In this video, I will let you know everything you need to know about SEO audit and how to perform it as a complete beginner. Without making any delay, let's understand what is an SEO. SEO, or search engine optimization, is the process of making a website easier to find on search engines. It involves using the right keywords, creating helpful content, and ensuring the site loads quickly and works well on mobile devices. SEO also includes improving individual pages and building links from other sites. The goal is to help the website rank higher in search results so more people can discover it. After we have a basic understanding of what SEO actually is, let us know what is an SEO audit. An SEO audit is a detailed check of a website to see how well it can be found on search engines.
It looks at factors like how fast the site loads, if it works well on mobile devices, and if the content uses the right keywords or not. AI tool plays a crucial role in the process by analyzing data more efficiently, identifying keyword trends, and accessing user behavior to provide insights. The audit also checks how other website links to it and whether the content is useful for visitors. It examines how easy it is for users to navigate the site and compares it to the competitors. After the audit, you receive a report with suggestions, often enhanced by AI recommendations on how to improve the site's SEO, helping it rank higher in the search results and attract more visitors. So, by now, you must be wondering why it is important to conduct an SEO audit. So, here's why. Conducting an SEO audit is crucial for improving a website's search engine rankings and overall performance. It helps identify technical issues such as broken links or poor site structure that can hinder search engine crawling and indexing. Additionally, an audit enhances user experience by ensuring the site is mobile friendly, fast, easy to navigate, which reduces bounce rates and increases conversions. It also ensures content remains relevant and optimized for target keywords, driving organic traffic without the need for paid ads. Regular SEO audits help websites stay updated with algorithm changes and provide insights into how to outperform competitors. Now, the most important part, I will let you know the 2 AI tools to conduct a basic SEO audit for complete beginners. So let's get into the video. So the first SEO audit website I would be talking about today is AIO SEO, that is all-in-one SEO. It is very easy and beginner friendly. What you need to do is you have to paste your website URL over here in the search box, and then you have to click on analyze. So let's get started. I'm using today the Shopify's website to get you an SEO audit. So I will just show you. Analyze. It may take a few minutes as it is scanning, and see it has provided with a SEO free SEO report over here. So it will first start with the overall site score, that is how your website is doing overall. It is 82 by 100 is like good. Obviously it's excellent. It has commented also, and a very good score is between 60 to 80. For best results, you should strive for 70 and above. So 82, it is already good. It has now further broken down in the audit into 5 critical issues, 0 recommendations, and good results. The best part is it also shows you the good results and even the critical issues. So basically, it has divided the report into 1, 2, 3, 4 types, like the basic SEO properties, advanced SEO, performance, and security. So first, get into the first basic SEO. So it is good. It is good. Like the correct symbols are for those that are working well on your website, and the cross red mark is basically you need to fix this issue. So some images on the page have no alt attribute. So like there are 51 links. You can even see the URLs over here, and this is working good. Moving on to the next, advanced SEO. The page is using the canonical link tag. All this is fine. You don't have to fix over the advanced SEO part. Performance. The server is not using expires headers for the images, and you can click over here and see basically what is the problem. The page makes 43 requests. More than 20 requests can result in slow page loading. Like the performance would be less because it makes 43 requests. More than 20 requests can actually hamper the page loading. So it is necessary. You need to focus on this. And the size of the HTML document is 73 KB. You need to also focus over here. So this is over our recommendation of 50 KB. So they will provide you the recommendations too. And basically, this is nice, I would say. Moving on to the security part, everything looks nice. Directly listing seems to be disabled on the server. That is nice. And see, it is very beginner friendly. And the best part is you can even download the report from here. Like you can click on download and get the whole report into your own device, and you can see and make the free changes. So it is very beginner friendly, and I would suggest that use it and have a for all the beginners, I would say use it, and it would like help you to get a free SEO report. The next website I would be talking about is rankmath.com. It is also an SEO analyzer, and this is nothing different. You will just need to paste your website URL over here and then click on analyze. And after that, you will get the free report. Your free SEO audit report is ready. So it is giving you the overall website score. It is 82. It is nice. We have seen it. And there are 0 warnings and 3 failed tests. So let's see, move on. Common keywords, SEO description. So it has given a right symbol that the meta description was found, and it is 145 characters long. So it has no problem. You don't have to fix anything. And yeah, coming to the image alt attributes, as we have seen in the previous website, SEO audit, that some images on your homepage have no alt attributes. So yeah, you will need to say this. And the best part over here is, you will be getting some recommendations on how to fix it. So if you click on it, basically it will give you some suggestions that check your images for missing alt tags and add useful descriptions to each image. Add your keywords or synonyms, but do it in a natural way. So you basically need to check your images, that you are giving it the alt tags and using the descriptions for each image, that what that image is about, and you have to give the keywords or synonyms of that to make it a better one. So this all looks good. Links, ratio, SEO title. Coming to the next, advanced SEO. Search preview is good. Nothing, no problem is there. And scrolling down, you will see that it all works good. Performance is also good, but yeah, we can see one cross symbol. Your homepage makes 42 requests. More than 20 requests can result in a slow page loading. We have found this in the previous audit also. So like, it will give you how to fix. Try to replace embedded objects with HTML5 alternatives. This HTML new version has some alternatives, and you need to replace the embedded objects of that. Page size, the size of the HTML document is 71 KB over the average of 33 KB, and our recommendation is of 50 KB. You need to their recommendation is, they're recommending you need to do it on 50 KB, and you are having 71 KB. Then let's see how to fix it. First, remove any unnecessary tags from your markup. Okay, from that HTML, you need to remove the unnecessary tags. This includes developer comments, which are invisible to your users, search engines, and ignore the text in comments too. Sometimes inline CSS is a culprit. Okay, a little inline CSS can help your page render faster. Too much will bloat the HTML. Obviously, they prefer outline CSS, and inline CSS is not preferred. You can reduce the CSS repetition with HTML class and ID attributes. That is fine. Everything you need to change on the HTML CSS, that is coding part, and everything else looks fine. You can even share an email and print this SEO audit. And I will say this is 3 million plus happy users. So it is basically a very good website for a free SEO audit, and is very beginner friendly. And I will recommend to use this. So both the free AI tool will help you get a free SEO audit, and make sure you fix your website issues and make your website rank higher.
Are you still using the old YouTube SEO tricks? You might be hurting your YouTube channel without even knowing it. The YouTube algorithm in 2025 is smarter than ever. Those old keyword hacks, stuffing your tags or renaming files, not only they are outdated, they could be stopping your growth. But here's what the good news is. Today, I'll walk you through a step-by-step YouTube SEO system that's simple to follow, powerful for growth, and actually used by successful creators every day. We will cover what YouTube SEO really means in 2025, the 8 places to apply SEO in your videos, 5 proven strategies for more views and subscribers, how to use tools like vidIQ and Rapid Tags to save hours, and the outdated tactics you must avoid. If your views have been stuck or if you want YouTube algorithm to finally notice your videos, this is the guide you've been waiting for. So let's jump right in. First things first, what even is YouTube SEO? SEO stands for Search Engine Optimization in simple terms. It's how you help the YouTube algorithm understand, find, and recommend your content to the right audience. It's not about tricking the system, it's about picking the right keywords, optimizing your title, description, and your thumbnail, encouraging viewers to click and stay engaged, and using data to improve over time. Without SEO, even the best videos can get buried under thousands of others. And that's why this matters. Here's where things have been changed. First of all, YouTube's algorithm today looks at watch time and audience retention, how long people stay watching. Second of all, it looks into your click-through rate, your title and thumbnail's power to attract the clicks. It also looks into your viewer engagement, your comments, like and shares, contextual understanding. YouTube scans your video script, visuals, and even tone. Freshness and consistency. New and active channels get more love. Notice what's not on the list. Tags, file names, keyword stuffing, those don't really move the needle anymore. So if you've been focusing on the wrong things, it's time to update your strategy. Okay, so now you know what matters, but where do you actually apply SEO in your videos? Let me break it down for you. So now let's discuss the 8 key places where you can apply the SEO. So here's exactly I'll be showing you where you can put your keywords and optimize for further growth. So at first we've got the title. So here I've been headed down to my YouTube channel here, YouTube Creator Studio mode, and you can see the title name. Suppose this was my video on Firebase Studio. So I've given the title name as Firebase Studio Tutorial Explain Simplilearn, right? Now I'll just show you a demo. Let's suppose we are searching for a topic on how to make money using AI agents. And see, these are the top ranking videos which we get from here. So you can just have a look at the title name, how it made it really engaging, curiosity driven, and keyword rich. So you have to make sure that it interacts well with your audience, it is engaging, and plus it has got some keyword rich words, all right? So you can see the name, how they've put the title, do this to get rich with AI agents, 15 easy business ideas to get rich. And yeah, this is my video here, how to make money with AI agents, steps to make money with AI agents. So you can see from here what type of catchy, engaging title have they included for their video. Now the next thing we are going to talk about is your thumbnail. So you can see from here, you can upload your thumbnail from here. So one thing is there that if you use short, bold text that includes your keyword when it makes sense. Like for example, if my topic was about the Firebase Studio, you see you have to highlight your keyword which you're targeting for. So if this video was about to make money, then you can see they have included the figures right here and they have all the tools and all. So this makes it really look interactive and engaging and very catchy. So if somebody is even going through your video, they'll just be stuck looking at your thumbnail out there because it looks really compelling. And you can see what type of thumbnails they have used. Grok 3, Stripe paid $45 per day. So make sure you really highlight on all the key factors, key areas where the audience would be looking for. Like suppose it's about making money, then you can just highlight the figures, the numbers. You can see most of them, they have done that. They have just highlighted the numbers right here, 10,000 rupees. So it's really good. I mean, if anybody is going through the website, they'll be just looking at the numbers because it's catchy, right? So now there's the next thing I'm going to talk about is your file name. So let's suppose when you're saving your video, make sure you save it using your main keyword name. If your video is about Firebase Studio, so when you're just saving it, I'll just show you here. So let's suppose this is my video. So when I'm just saving it, I'll just give a right click. So I'll just do a right click from here, and when I just go on the property section from here, you see the name has been mentioned, right? Firebase Tutorial Final, and you can just simply, give your name, whatever name you want to give the keyword rich driven word. So it doesn't even affect that much. It's not a big ranking factor anymore, but then it will surely help you with your workflow. And yeah, it slightly supports a bit of SEO as well. Now let's talk about another important feature, which is the description. So make sure to write natural, helpful text that includes your keywords 3 to 5 times without stuffing. For example, in this video, I'll show you how to grow your shorts. So you can see in the description, I've mentioned that you will be seeing the new tool Firebase Studio, and make sure multiple times you can just mention whatever tools are you listing, lovable, bold, or how many times are you making your keyword appear in your description. So for this, you can use tools like vidIQ and Rapid Tags. I'll just show you later in the video the demos thing. And then we've got this hashtag section down here. Yeah, so you can see from here the tags in the hashtag section. So make sure you use 2, 3 to 8 hashtags with your most important ones first, which is the Firebase Studio, the video, the topic which you're working on. I would say they matter a little bit because they can help you with misspellings and variations. So for this, you can actually use Rapid Tags to generate optimized tags within seconds. So I'll just head over to my Google and search for Rapid Tags from here. You can see grow quicker on YouTube. So just click on this. So you can actually use this particular tool to grow quicker on YouTube. It will actually generate hashtags and tags generator for you automatically. So while I click on use tag generator, so let's suppose my topic name is AI agents. All right. I'll just click on the search thing. Yeah, so it has automatically generated tags for me, as you can see, AI agents use cases. So it's pretty cool, right? You don't have to actually search on YouTube manually. It gives you automated tag generator related to your keyword. But then I would say doing manually also affects a bit because you just can't simply rely on AI tool as well. Now, another thing I'm going to talk about is the subtitles and captions. So remember, speak your keywords naturally during the video, then review YouTube's auto captions to make sure they are accurate. So you can see the caption thing which appears on the screen right here. So while you review your video, make sure to just check if it's actually correct spelled or not. Then we've got this chapters timestamp thing in your video. So if your video is about educational, you can add chapters using keywords. So you can see I've already added my timestamps from here. So now when I just head over to this particular video from here, when I just view on YouTube, the automated chapters will be coming there, right? This is the caption thing I have. Yeah, so I'll just click on this. You also have this feature of summarizing your video through this. So while you just click on this summarize video thing, it will head over to the ChatGPT and it will give you to actually summarize your whole particular video. You don't even have to copy the link or do anything. It will give you an automated timestamps and the chapters of your video generated. So now that you know where to use your SEO, let's talk about how to use it smartly so your channel actually grows. So first, let's talk about the number one tool, which is the vidIQ, and it is actually a time saver. I'll show you how. So while I just click on this link from here, you can see, yeah. So it will let you find all the trending keywords. You can get video ideas, find the trending videos. You can also generate video content using this thing. You can also search for a particular keyword, like let's suppose it's 30-minute workout. And if I just head over to this, you can actually search the ranking and the search volume, which is high, and the competition is also very high. So make sure you target such keywords where you have less competition, but then the search volume would be really high. Now, for this particular keyword, you'll get the search volume as well. Plus, you will also get the matching keywords which you can use with their search volumes. And you can see the search volume is this is low, which is why 30-minute workout and all. And you can also get the top trending videos for the particular keyword which you are looking for. You also have this option of thumbnails, so you can just describe your thumbnails idea and it can actually generate your first free thumbnail for you. You can also generate titles, description using this particular tool if you want regarding your topic. And then we have this option of optimizing as well. So we'll just install this extension from here and I'll show you how it works. So now I have installed the particular extension from here. So I'll just search for a keyword like, let's suppose it's yoga for beginners. And you'll just see from here, so it will search the term for you. And you also have this option of enable inline keywords. It is not that necessary, but then if you want, you can do that. So it will give you an overall score of this particular topic. So the volume, as you can see, it is 81 and the competition is very high and it has rated 52 out of 100.
So these are the search term and the average view, average subscribers. It will give you a whole list of the particular topic you need. I mean, the whole particular SEO using this tool. And then we have the related opportunities as well and the top channels plus for this term. Now, if you want to just simply go to their channels and check their website, you can also do that. It has also given the top related opportunities as well. Now, this was a short tail keyword, right? Now, if I search for yoga for beginners under 30, maybe yoga for beginners under 1 hour, okay? Or maybe yoga for beginners under 30 minutes. See, yoga for beginners, 30-minute full body workout. So this is a long-term keyword out here. So we'll just check the search volume from here. Yeah, so for this particular topic, you can see the overall score is low. The volume is 54 out here and the competition is very high. So it would not be actually worth making on this particular topic or the keyword which you choose. Now let's talk about a second tool on our list, which is TubeBuddy. I'll just search for this TubeBuddy extension and you can see this is also a SEO tool just like vidIQ for growing your YouTube channel. So you can grow your channel confidently using the tools. And so it will help you know what content you create in order to grow your channel, just like vidIQ I said. It will also help you manage, grow your channel and all of these options. So you can just simply install this extension from here and I'll show you again how it works. So let's suppose I was searching for the similar topic, AI agents for beginners, all right? And I have both my extensions installed, vidIQ plus the TubeBuddy from here. Yeah, so you can see the TubeBuddy Search Explorer. So it will show you the keyword score and your keyword stats as well. So I'll just click on this show keyword score. Yeah, so it said that the search volume is good, the competition is also good, and the overall search volume is also very good, which is 72 out of 100. And you can also get the related searches from here, how to build AI agents for beginners, AI agents for beginners, Microsoft. So these were the top searched topics. You'll also get the common video tags for this particular topic if you want. So now if we compare it to vidIQ, you can see vidIQ has also given me an overall score of medium, which is 56 out of 100. And the competition is low, the volume is medium. But here it says the search volume is good and the competition is also good. So basically, TubeBuddy's SEO Studio will walk you through exactly where to add keywords so that you never miss an opportunity. So if I had to compare both the particular tools from here, I really like the vidIQ more because it gives you a lot of options, as you can see from here. Yeah, so it gives a lot of options of generating your thumbnails, your content, your keyword ideas and many things. But then on the same hand, TubeBuddy will also give you the overall stats of the video which you want. So you can see it will give you the overall stats of the video, the SEO, the social channel name, the best practices and all the tags which you want. So overall, if I would had to rate, I think both of them are really cool. So you can just try using both the tools if you would want. So now let's discuss some of the winning SEO strategies for 2025. So now that you have a good idea about the basics, let's go deeper. So here's what smart creators actually do. They research before recording. Never shoot a video without knowing if the people are searching for it. So while you get any particular keyword, make sure you have done a thorough research of that particular topic and you have the stats maintained of the search volume. Yeah, so if you want the keyword statistics again, you can use this free tool from Google, which is the Google Trends. And you can just head over to this explore section from here. And then again, you can just add a search term and then you'll be getting the whole stats of the particular keywords. I mean, is it a really trending keyword with a good volume or should you consider using it or not? So if it has got low search volume, then definitely it is not worth it. But yeah, if it has got a good search volume with good SEO, you can use it. So this will basically give you the Google search volume, and for YouTube, you could use tools like TubeBuddy and vidIQ. Now the second thing is using the YouTube autocomplete feature. So you can type your topic and see what phrases autocomplete will suggest for you. Now these are basically real searches happening right now. Then you've got the answer viewer questions. You can find common questions in the vidIQ's question tool or Google's people ask search question. And then you can just have a look of all the keywords which are trending. Then you can have the long tail keyword. Make sure you use longer specific phrases like how to start a podcast for beginners in 2025 instead of just searching for podcasts. Then you have to do a competitor analysis content, just not studying their competitor content but also their tags as well. So while I searched for any topics, which was notebook LM, right? So you can see we have got, this is the autocomplete feature which will give you a lot of options from here. Notebook LM Hindi, Notebook LM podcast, tutorial in Hindi. So while I search for tutorial in Hindi, you can see these are the top ranking videos which we get, and just look over to their title name, free AI tool, and their thumbnail as well. So they have really used a catchy thumbnail, plus their title also looks good. Now when you just click on this video, so you can just have a look of what they have mentioned in their description, and meanwhile you can also create content that includes all the particular contents and what hashtags they have included and what tags they have included. So make sure while you create content on similar topics, you also have everything mentioned what is already covered in these videos as well. Now, there are some outdated tactics which you should avoid. First of all, it is over relying on tags. Keyword stuffing in titles or description, this thing actually doesn't work out. The next thing is renaming files for SEO purposes only, which also doesn't work out. Then is the copying competitor tags. Now you can have a good look of the tags mentioned there, but just do not directly copy paste because it will not help you to reach your SEO properly. The next thing is buying fake likes, views, or comments. But this thing can even get banned because it is of no use. Now, YouTube's AI now detects natural language engagement and viewer retention. So you can't just trick the system anymore. You have to work on it now. Now let's talk about the ranking factors checklist which I have made here. So here's what actually matters this year: watch time and audience retention. First is the watch time and audience retention. So make sure your video actually has got some good audience retention, and in order to do that you can create engaging engaging video content so that your watch time is really good and it's really high. Second is the click-through rate, which you can get it using creating some catchy thumbnails or using really good engaging titles for your video. Then we've got the viewer engagement, like, comment and share. So it really matters how many people are liking it, commenting and sharing, also saving your video. Next, we've got the natural keyword. So I told you before, you can use titles, descriptions, spoken words. So try to use natural, engaging English only. Next, we've got the suggested video performance. Then we have personalization and session watch time. Now, next was using the smart tools like SEO tools, which was vidIQ, Rapid Tags, and TubeBuddy as well. Answering real audience questions. It's really important how you're interacting. So if you've got any question, make sure you answer that in the comment section. Plus, the next thing is, if you've given any topic, make sure you answer the real questions, like the application used, some real life examples, so which would actually be related to your audiences and they would feel like watching it, which will help you to maintain your watch time and your audience retention. So you see how everything is linked to each other. So while you're preparing for a topic, you have to actually make a checklist that how are you creating the content. So first, you can just start with creating a storyline with having some good engaging hook, using some best examples, and then make sure you include some quiz questions in between so that people would like to stay till the end of your video. Last thing which I would say was avoiding the outdated tactics. So which I already told you before, do not just copy paste your competitors' content or their tags or anything. So that will not lead to good views, obviously.
On-page optimization, as the name suggests, is the practice of optimizing web pages to rank higher and get relevant traffic from the search engine. On-page optimization includes both content and HTML source code optimization. Search engine optimization can be very complex. So when you're trying to understand it for the first time, I find it very easy just to break it up into general concepts that you might already have an understanding of. When you look at the hundreds of signals that go into SEO, they can be broken up into either relevancy or, because sometimes it's both, popularity. So relevancy and popularity. Out of all these signals, they fit into one of these two things. We're going to break all the signals we have into these two areas. In this section, we're going to talk about the on-page factors. That's because these are the factors that you have direct impact upon. And you can make a small tweak and have a big impact with organic traffic with your on-page relevancy factors. The primary on-page relevancy factors that I'll cover in this lesson are title tags and meta descriptions, header tags, which are used for headlines and subheadings, website URLs and URL structure, image alt text, internal links, keyword usage, and sitemaps. Let's start with one of my favorites, and that is the title tag. This is also called a page title. The page title is not shown on the page. Now rather, it is displayed on the browser tab. And this is what makes it highly important, is that in addition to being displayed on the browser tab, it is also the title tag or the page title that is shown on the text in the Google search results as the link to the page. The page title influences both the click-through rates and people's first impressions of our website. Next up, we have the meta description. Now, the meta description can be a bit confusing. The meta description is in the code, and it does not influence rankings, but it does influence clicks. People will see your snippet or your page information in the search engine results. That gray text is the meta description. If you don't have a meta description, then it may pull information from the page. You can affect this and improve the chances of your meta description appearing if you write a short descriptive phrase of the content or the purpose of the page. And just because we edit these elements does not guarantee that they will show up. I often say that we affect the change, but we cannot control it. This is because the search engine may override your changes and show different content in these areas. Sometimes it may help and it might be a better description, but many times it's not. Now let's go to the next element, the header tags. These are also referred to as the heading and subheading. And this is how HTML was built when the web was first created. It enables a logical hierarchy of content. So starting with the headline, then displaying a subheading, and then subheadings after that. The idea here is that you're establishing a hierarchy of information. So you start with the H1. Like a newspaper, there's only one main headline per page. It describes the main purpose of the page. Then a subheading, the H2. This is how you break the subcontent into subcategories. Obviously, you'll want to use a keyword in there as well. You see, by describing the purpose of the page in the headline, and then again in a subheading, you're naturally going to use your primary and secondary keywords because you're going to associate them with the product or the purpose and the benefit. The key is to keep it short. You see, after the headline are the subcategories, the H2s, and then your H3 is typically used as a paragraph heading. Now, putting the keyword in these headings alone does not make your page optimized. Remember, the purpose is to provide a quick reference for people to find the content they need within seconds. So short, explanatory heading and subheadings, paragraph headings are very effective. And naturally, you'll be using keywords to help people locate the information that is most important to them. Now, if we go back to the search engine results page, the SERP, there is another element in that listing. The page title is the large blue text. The meta description is the gray text. Now, the green text is the URL of the page that is listed. This is the address of the page. Just like the address for your home, the internet knows that the URL is the address for that page. This is extremely important for SEO for a variety of reasons. The most important, though, is your keyword usage. I like to make sure that I have at least one relevant word in the URL. Now, also, here, keep it short. One of the worst things you can do is have a URL full of keywords, or even worse, hyphenate them all. Remember, people use these URLs. They provide context for the page. People also copy and paste URLs into mobile messages, emails, and social links. So it is extremely important to keep these short, succinct, and I like to say readable. Now, I've just briefly touched about the importance of the URL, and now let's look at the URL structure. First, let's start with the primary core of the URL, the domain name. In the example with the URL I have here, example.com, that's the domain name. So this is the first thing that people see with your online business. Now, beyond the internet, this is going to be what's in all of your ads, emails, brochures, business cards, and online, your social profiles. All of your marketing efforts are going to drive people to this domain. There's a lot of advice about buying or using domains that have your keywords in them. And unfortunately, domains have been being sold for decades, so there's less chance of finding a domain with the keywords you want. Now, the search engines don't make the keyword used in the domain a primary ranking signal, so that's good. However, the domain is your business. It needs to be memorable. If you have a very, I call it a spammy looking domain name with multiple words and hyphens, or one that's hard to spell or confusing, people are going to make an initial impression off of that. So make sure you have something that's going to make a great first impression. Here's the rule for a domain name. Something that's easy to spell and easy to pronounce. Ideally, sure, it's something you can type and share. Something you're going to be able to put on a business card and be proud of. Not something that you bought primarily because you want it for SEO reasons, and you think with that you're going to succeed. As an example, just think about Amazon. Their domain name says nothing about books, and yet it grew to be one of the largest e-commerce companies in the world. The same with Alibaba or Google. Their domain names were not the keyword, but their marketing and branding built their company. Now, everything after the domain is a subdirectory. This is based on your website organization. As an example, if you have a website selling shoes, then the subdirectory can be called shoes. It's easy, right? The subdirectory is the folder that contains the relevant files or pages for that group. Think of a file folder with documents inside. The file folder is usually based on a major category of content or products. Now, inside the folder are individual documents or pages. These files or pages usually come after the subdirectory. In this example, you see the file.html. The next step in optimizing the URL is to name the page in a way that explains the content of the page. To use our e-commerce shoe website, a page name would usually be a specific product name. This way you would end up with domain name /shoes as the category /brand name running shoe. Insert that here. If you've ever looked at the HTML that make up the instructions of the page, you'll understand a bit more of how search engines get the information from the page. The text on the page and the markup, such as the headings, provide instructions as to where the text is located, the importance and prominence of the text, in addition to the arrangement of the overall page. HTML is a set of instructions for a browser to assemble the page, and the search engines use that as well. Now, the search engines spiders cannot see images. As the internet developed, many attributes were added to provide for accessibility and additional features. Users that are sight impaired cannot see images. And the alternative text tag describes the image. Further, there are many times when our bandwidth isn't strong and not all of the images will load. In that case, we need the alt text description to provide the context of the image and its purpose. Search engines use this alt text description to gain additional context about the page, the content of the image, and its purpose. Now, we have an entire section on links, but at this point, I just want to cover internal links. An internal link is a link from one page on your website to another page of your own website. Now, this is important from a relevancy perspective. You'll see internal links in your main navigation. You'll likely have a link that says Home, one that says Contact Us, or About Our Company. What you're showing to search engines and to humans is that this section, if you click on this link, is about our company. Or this is where you find our contact information. You see, these links are not votes like external links. However, they provide relevance and context to the information on your own website. Let's dive in a little more on keywords. When a search engine crawls and processes your website, it doesn't simply look for the instances of specific keywords. It's a lot more complex than that. It's using a technology called natural language processing. Natural language processing uses algorithms to try to understand the meaning of text. You see, search engine processing is attempting to be human. This is the same way that people see and hear the words, and we're using the words to find the meaning expressed in the words. Similarly, when a search engine goes to your website, it may seek keywords, but it's looking for the context of those words. You may say football, but just having the word football repeated throughout your website isn't going to help you rank specifically for football. What you need to do, and what is more common in actual human conversation, happens very naturally. When we talk about football, we use naturally additional words, such as goal and referee and World Cup. You see, Google and the other search engines are going to take these into account. By usage of other synonyms and other common words, you present the context of a bigger, broader idea for your website. The next site signal that we have is sitemaps. Now, there are two kinds of sitemaps. There's the sitemap that is for humans, and there is the sitemap that are for search engine robots, crawlers, or spiders. The one that is for human is called an HTML sitemap. You've probably seen these before. The link is generally in the footer of a website. If you click on it, it shows you the major sections of the website, provides some search functionality, but looking at it as a human, it shows you the hierarchy of the website and where to find important information. It shows how everything fits together. Now, there's something else that exists called an XML sitemap. It's not linked from any page of your website, but exists as an independent file on your server. Now, this is something you can see, but it is formatted for search engine spiders. Using a programming language called XML, it shows the hierarchy and the priority of each of the URLs of the website, every page, every document, every image. And it also shows the date that each page was last updated or changed. So at this point, we've covered a lot of things that are important and things that you should be doing when optimizing your on-page content. Now let's go a different direction and cover things that you should not be doing: keyword stuffing, hidden text, repetitive anchor text, and cloaking. The first one is keyword stuffing. Now, back in the early days of search engine optimization, people used to increase the instances of words on the page. Now, this is well before natural language processing. At that time, search engines were looking for occurrences of specific words. Well, search engines, they're very smart about this. What may have worked 20 years ago or 10 years ago, keyword stuffing does not work. You're not going to rank better for any given phrase by including it a dozen or more times on the page. In fact, you might get an over-optimization penalty by constantly repeating the same word over and over. Focus on writing content that engages with your visitors and uses language naturally. Now, the next one is hidden text. Unfortunately, I still see this. This is when you write content that is solely for search engines and not for people. Now, typically it is attempted by writing a lot of repetitive keywords as text, coloring it white, and placing it against a white background. You see, this was developed as another way to add more keyword-stuffed text without the user seeing the overuse of keywords. Now, it didn't work too well in the past, and it definitely does not work today. This tactic backfires in two ways. First, search engines can tell when it's white text on a white background. It's easy to tell from a computer science point of view. Search engines read the HTML, and in the HTML are the instructions for colors. When you hide text, modern search engines are smart enough to figure it out, probably better than a human. Now, secondly, it's done to hide repetitive keyword-stuffed text, which is the second thing against you. These outdated, unprofessional tactics will most likely get a website penalized by the search engines. The next one is repetitive anchor text. You may have followed a link to a page when looking for a business or information, and instead of the information you want, you get a page that doesn't feel like it was written for people. Every sentence is redundant, repetitive, and almost every keyword is linked even when there doesn't need to be a link. It confuses the flow of the information on the page. Now, again, this used to be a tactic that sometimes would work, but it's no longer helpful. Search engines and their natural language processing algorithms have advanced significantly. They can tell when something's not readable. When something is probably intended for machines and rankings but not for people, search engines will figure it out. Please don't waste time on redundant links trying to inflate the relevance of your links and pages. The last thing to cover here is cloaking. Cloaking is the idea of showing one thing to the search engines and something entirely different to humans. Now, this is related to the rest of the tactics I just covered. It's something that used to work, but it was expressly against the search engine guidelines. While it may have worked if the search engines discovered it on your website, you could have been penalized or dropped from the search engine results entirely. Now we've covered all of the most important on-page optimization factors. Let's take a look at what the theoretically perfectly optimized page would look like. In this example, we can see many of these elements being used together. You can also see that the base key phrase, digital camera, is being repeated, but always included with a specific context. First, at the top of the page is the URL, which has digital cameras in the address. The page title follows using the context of the information and adding the word reviews. You can also see at the top of the page that the main navigation and secondary navigation, also called the breadcrumb navigation, provides context of the page's location within the entire website and natural keyword usage. The H1 headline is the key phrase, but also happens to simply be the best title for the content of the page. The subsequent subheadings provide additional information, such as ratings, recommendations, and features. The links provide relevant ways to access additional content. The image utilizes alt text. There are also clear calls to action, which provide relevant offers to visitors. As you can see, the context of all of the content is very strong and sends a clear relevancy signal to both search engines and readers. To conclude this section, I'd like to cover the top influencing factors. Now, sometimes you may find these as lists, but I found it a bit more practical to separate them into categories. Typically, every year, you'll find these collections of lists from surveys, experts, or speculation. Some are from testing, but honestly, you can't ever truly test a search engine, as they change a little bit with every algorithm. So the best thing is to take from these lists these factors that are the tried and true factors over the years that have worked consistently. Also, those tactics that not only make your website more effective with users, they tend to do well with search engines. So if a tactic serves that dual purpose, it's a good tactic. So these are not exclusive and have-to lists for every situation, but guides and indicators for you to use. The top on-page factors from surveys, opinions, and data are these: a relevant page title, page headings, anchor text links, a keyword-based URL, a keyword or contextual file name such as page name, image name, or PDF file name, alt text and images, and finally, what you do with the content on a page to make it more readable, lists, bullet points, and bolded text. The top factors for off-page linking tend to contain these items: the total number of domains linking to you, the number of highly influential domains linking to you, the number of unique domain IP addresses, the total backlinks without no-follow limits, the total relevant anchor text in links to you, and finally, the types and context of keywords in anchor text links. The domain also contributes factors to your overall rankings, such as the age of the domain, which would include ownership information, such as the length of time owned and operated by a company, the real business information tied to that domain, such as the business address being the same as the business registration address for the domain. In addition, the signals from social accounts driving visits to the domain. Functionally, the search engines also utilize some attribution based on the quality of programming of the website. For instance, taking care of the basic search engine protocols of the robots.txt file, XML sitemap, and HTTPS protocol. Websites that implement these features have shown that they are familiar with search engine guidelines and protocol. Now, one of the changes over the past few years has been the implementation of page speed as an increasing ranking factor. Slow loading pages with a lot of extraneous code that slow the delivery of the page will be penalized as they take away from the user experience. Optimizing the page code, speeding up the load time of the page can directly impact your rankings, and this is closely related to the mobile friendliness of your website. If your website is not mobile friendly, it will be limited in visibility, as Google's primary index is focused on mobile devices and mobile delivery. Behavioral factors are the newest factors, and with the advent of artificial intelligence, it is making determining the intent and determining easier for a search engine to derive a judgment of relevancy based on interaction. While the extent of these signals is not fully known, it is suspected that they are minor but growing in importance. These include the amount of users that search for a brand name, business name, and go to that result, showing brand awareness. Also, the amount of direct visits, bypassing search. Time on page, pages per session, which is also called the depth of visit. And lastly, the behavior of a searcher from the results page. How many results are clicked? How many times do they return to the results? This evaluation is looking to judge if the results presented were satisfactory or deficient for that query. The two broad categories of ranking signals are popularity and relevance. Of the on-page factors, the page title is the most important individual field. The URL is important and should be memorable. Alt text is important for search engines as well as for sight-impaired humans. Avoid keyword stuffing, hidden text, repetitive anchor text, and cloaking. Natural language processing is a technology that aims to understand the intent that humans have when searching for information.
Did you know that 93% of online experiences begin with a search engine? That's a massive audience you are missing out on if your website isn't ranking high on search result pages, that is SERPs. But SEO can feel challenging, filled with complex algorithms and ever-changing practices. Enter ChatGPT, the AI assistant that's like having a secret SEO weapon in your arsenal. By using its language processing power, you can put it into work and watch your SEO results explode. With the help of it, you can generate keyword ideas that drive targeted traffic. You can craft compelling content that keep visitors attracted. And you can also optimize your meta descriptions and titles for maximum clicks. So in this video, we will understand how using ChatGPT, you can boost your SEO strategy backed by actionable insights and metrics that matter. So in this tutorial, we will cover finding a title, generating the content, how to modify the content according to you. Then we will understand SEO prompts for statistics and FAQs. After that, we will understand plagiarism check, meta title and descriptions, and in the end, ChatGPT for summary. Alright, so now before using the ChatGPT's abilities to enhance SEO in your system, we need to install an extension. That extension is known as AIPRM. So the AIPRM extension is a powerful tool designed to enhance ChatGPT capabilities, especially for SEO and digital marketing. This extension integrates with ChatGPT, enables it to perform advanced tasks that improve your online presence. With AIPRM, you can optimize your content for search engines, ensuring higher rankings and better visibility. So let's first understand how to add this extension to your Chrome browser. So this is our Chrome browser. Here we'll go and we'll type AIPRM extension. Click on enter. So this is the first link basically. We'll click on it. And this is AIPRM for ChatGPT. Don't get confused with any other extension. This is This looks like this. And now we'll click on add to Chrome and then add extension, and that's it. Now let's just click on allow, and it is integrated, I believe. Yes. So as you can see, it is also showing a quick start tutorial. Select a prompt template, enter the word phrase or more, send message. So we'll click on get. If you want to view tutorials, you can click on this. Otherwise, you can get started with AIBRM. So as you can see, the whole layout, the whole interface is changed. There are a lot of things over here. Let me explain to you guys what all these things are. Alright, so there are various options under public and on, from which you can filter prompts by topic, as you can see, or activity. And then prompts can be sorted by top videos trending, as you can see. And there are actually 4892 prompts available, and you can see the first 12 on this page, as you can see. And some examples of prompts here is like, you can say Yoast SEO optimized content writer, human written 100% unique SEO optimized article. So these are the examples of prompt. Now, first of all, we'll ask ChatGPT to write a blog post for us on, let's say, fitness. All right. So we'll ask ChatGPT, fitness in everyday lifestyle. All right. Let's click on this. So we haven't used any prompt till yet. So let's just first put this input and let's see what ChatGPT gives us. All right. So as you can see, this is the topic name, importance of everyday fitness, simple strategies to incorporate fitness. Then we can see subtopics are also there. All right. And here's the conclusion. All right. So this is basically our blog post. So now let's say we want to optimize this blog post and we want to do SEO on this one itself. So let's first just copy this. We'll copy this and paste in our document. Alright, so this is our document and we have pasted this. Alright, now let's go back over here and let's say we want to write it in a more familiar, or you can say friendly tone, and in a more explanatory tone you can also use. So let's just write this. Don't worry about the spelling, guys. ChatGPT take care of this. Alright, so let's see what are the changes in both of these blog posts. Let's just wait to finish it. And here's the conclusion. So this is the second blog post. So let's understand the difference in between these two first. We'll first check out for this one. Start small, begin with manageable changes. Alright. As you can see, here it is, begin with manageable changes. Take the stairs instead of elevator. Walk or bike to nearby destinations, or stand and stretch during work breaks. These small efforts can add up over time. Alright, let's just see what is written over here in the second blog post. In the second blog post, it is written, begin with manageable changes that fit seamlessly into your daily routine. For example, or for instance, choose to take the stairs instead of elevator, walk or bike to nearby destination instead of driving, or stand and stretch during work breaks. These small efforts can accumulate over time and contribute to your overall fitness. So if you want to take the second one, which is a few changes, it is more bit explanatory compared to the first one. We can just copy paste this one as well. So you can write a second prompt as well, in which if you want to write in a friendly tone or in a formal tone, you can write like that. All you have to do is to just write the prompt in ChatGPT. Let's just copy paste it. We'll replace it with the second one. All right, so now we are back in ChatGPT. So now basically we have the blog post content. Basically we have the content of it. Now we want to polish it. We want to select the best title out of it and many more things. So for that, let's just make use of prompts. Instead of writing all these prompts by yourself, you can make use of the prompts that comes with AI PRM ChatGPT prompts. All right. So let's just say we want to write about the title. We want to select a perfect title for this blog post. So what we can do is we'll go over here and first of all we'll select in topics we'll go and we'll select copywriting because we want to write about the SEO optimized title. We want the best title. We'll select copywriting, confirm. All right. Now after this you can just go for prompts, but whichever you like. I'm gonna go for this one, blog post title generator, as you can see. Also, if you didn't get what you wanted, then you can go for the search engine over here. You can just type. Let's just say if you if you're writing a script basically and you want a perfect title for it, then you can write a script generator or something like that over here. Automatically, whichever prompt that are relevant to it will come. All right. So we have selected this one, blog post title generator, because we have to create a title for our blog post. We'll click on this. And now all we have to do is to write the name of our blog post. The name of our blog post is, we'll select everyday lifestyle, fitness in everyday lifestyle. Let's just select this one. All right. Now, as you can see, you can select the titles to write. It is 5. Let's just select 10. All right. Now, the language you can select English, and many more languages are there. We'll keep it in English itself. Tone, emotional or default. Let's just be default itself. Poetic, default itself. We'll keep it like this. All right. Now, click on this. Let's just see. So according to ChatGPT APRM prompt, these are the 10 best titles that we can implement in our blog post. Now what we want to do is select one best title out of it. Alright, so these are 10. We have to select one out of it. So for that, we'll go to Google Keyword Planner. So this is Google Keyword Planner. We'll click on this, find your campaign and keywords. We'll click on this, visit Keyword Planner. Now you guys might be thinking, what is Google Keyword Planner? So let me explain to you guys. So this Google Keyword Planner is a free tool that helps you find keywords for your online content. It shows you how often people search for certain words and phrases and how much competition there is to rank for those keywords. This way you can choose the best keywords to target in your ads or blog post or website to attract more visitors and potential customers. So it will give you the numbers basically which are mostly ranking and having the competition. Alright, so we'll click on discover new keywords and let's select where it is. We'll select the first 10. Go to Google Keyword Planner and now here we will paste it. So all 10 of them are pasted. Now what we'll do is we'll click on get results. So after clicking on get results, as you can see, so this is average monthly searches. This is competition. We want the maximum monthly searches, fitness, healthy lifestyle, and low in competition. So according to your preference, you can select from here, and whichsoever, this is 100k to 1 million, and many more topics you can select from here, which has low competition. So as you can see, this treadmill has more average view, 100k to 1 million, but the competition is also high, so we should keep the competition low as well. So we should keep in mind, so we can select our best title from it, so whichever suits. All right, after selecting the best title, we can go to our what we call this blog post to change the title. So this is the new title. Let's keep it like this. All right, so now our title is done. Now let's go back to ChatGPT, and here is a ChatGPT. And now let's go to the its layout. Now here we want to write the content regarding that title. So what we'll do is basically we'll go over here and we'll select SEO, and once we have selected it, we'll select this prompt: human written 100% used SEO optimized article. Now based on that title that we have generated, we'll write a complete content on it. We'll use the help of this prompt. So as you can see, GPT 3.5 Turbo, GPT-4, GPT-4o. We'll select this and paste our title. So this is our title: transform your life, how everyday fitness can boost your health. So now this prompt will generate the content based on this title. Alright, now let's see. So as you can see, transform your life, how everyday fitness can boost your health. This is the content outline, the article outline, you can say. So this is the introduction. What is everyday fitness? Then physical fitness benefits, and it keeps on writing. I believe it'll be a long article or blog. So you don't have to write too many prompts for this. You can just do this and the whole thing will take care of it on. As you can see, FAQs are also being generated by this prompt. Otherwise we would have wrote another prompt for the FAQ, and many things are there that should be in there in the article or blog. So yeah, now we can select our article or blog, we can say. So we have the title, we don't want the outline, let's say. We'll take it from here, from the introduction. It's a long article, I believe. As you can see, this last question is not completed, but you can click on continue generating and it will complete that. We don't want the last question. I think 3 questions or 4 questions are sufficient for us. So now as we have copied it, first of all, we need to make sure that our content is unique. It is not plagiarized, because we can't publish or use the plagiarized content. So we have to be sure that we are using the unique content. For that, we'll have to go to this site known as Dupli Checker. We'll click on this first link, and now as you can see here, we can copy and paste it. We can just exclude this last question as I told you. Alright, now our content, our article is pasted. Now we will check the plagiarism. Alright, first of all, we'll have to tell them that we are not a robot, and then we have to click on check plagiarism. Alright, so it is showing maximum 1000 words allowed per search. Alright, so let's just do one thing. We'll do it, because if you want to do 1000 words, you'll have to go for their pro version or the premium version. So we now have to use some part of it, not the complete part. It's actually a long article. So from the role we'll take. As you can see, number of words is 505, and result found 0, 0% plagiarism, 12% unique. Alright, so plagiarism is 3%. I think we can neglect it. And now let's check for the rest of this one. right? All right, here we'll copy and paste it. Check plagiarism. As you can see, number of words 671, 0% plagiarism, 12% unique. So I don't think it will be a problem. So it is good to go, I believe. And now we just copy and paste it. So let's take it from here till here. All right, so this is our content now. So our content was not plagiarized, but let's just say if it is plagiarized and is not unique. So what should we do? Then we can simply put a prompt in ChatGPT that make it non-plagiarized or make it unique or rephrase it. But let's say that plagiarized checker, the duplicate checker, mentions the particular lines of where there is plagiarism. So you can select that line, put into ChatGPT, and ask them to rephrase or make it plagiarism free. By doing this, you can make the complete content plagiarism free. It is very easy. Or else you can use a prompt from AIPRM. As I told you, all you have to do is to just type plagiarism free content writer and a particular prompt will come. You can just put your content in that prompt and the rest ChatGPT will take care of. All right. Now to boost your SEO strategy, you must focus on EEAT, that is expertise, authoritativeness, and trustworthiness, and keep that human element strong. Use ChatGPT to improve your content with interesting verified facts and relevant examples. Create a FAQ section to answer common questions and look for any missing information to fill in. These steps will help you make high quality content that connects with your audience and ranks better in search engines. So, for that, we'll write a prompt to ChatGPT to include the what we call FAQs and the statistics. If you want to make use of statistics and FAQs and include it in our content. So how should we do that? Let's just understand it. Let's come to our chat GPT again. Now here what we'll do is we'll write a simple prompt saying no. First we'll go to the new topic. Now here because otherwise it will keep on writing in that prompt itself. Alright, we'll write please add to what we call stats, or you can write statistics, and one analogy and a FAQ section with answers to this content draft to increase engagement. All right, now you want to if you want to paste a particular section of your content, you can also do that, or else you can paste the entire content. It's as per your choice. So let me just paste a particular section. Let's just paste this one, and all right, let's see. All right, so as you can see, statistics. Studies show that engaging in just 30 minutes of moderate physical activity each day can reduce the risk of chronic disease like heart disease. So these are the statistics and these are the analogies, and this is the FAQ section that you can include in your content or a particular section of the content. Usually these statistics are included in the introduction part to make it more interesting. So you can make use of it and do that. Alright, moving forward, let's understand the ChatGPT prompts for meta titles and descriptions. So, crafting meta titles and descriptions is essential for drawing readers' attention. So, it is necessary that we should use that. All right. So, now we'll be writing a particular prompt for it. For that, for the content part, I'll be leaving the space content here and create a meta description and title for this content. Here this means this one, all right, including the keyword. Now here we'll mention the keyword, all right. So whatever is the focus keyword or the primary keyword you want to include it in, all right, and make it easy to read and add a CTA. So let's just paste our content over here. So where is our content? This is our content, and let's just use this one again. You have to use the entire content, but I'm just showing you, so you can use this one itself. It will be more than enough. You don't have to worry about it. And the focus keyword is healthy lifestyle. All right. So this is it. Now all we have to do is to wait. We've done something wrong. Here we'll paste the healthy lifestyle. And as we can see, title transform your health with everyday fitness. This is meta description. Discover how incorporating everyday fitness into your routine can transform your health. This is meta description. This is CTA. Ready to transform your life? Start incorporating everyday fitness into your routine today. So you can make use of it using this prompt. And yes, now let's understand the ChatGPT prompt for writing summaries. So now, like writing blog summaries and posting them on LinkedIn and Twitter helps you reach a wider audience. By sharing engaging snippets, you can attract more visitors to your blog, increasing traffic to your website. This practice also establishes you as an expert in your field, building your brand and reputation. So, social media platforms facilitate interaction through likes, shares, and comments, boosting engagement with your content. So, posting a blog summary in your social media like Twitter, LinkedIn, etc., will be helpful for you. So now let's just write a particular prompt in ChatGPT for creating that blog summary for us. All right. So let's make use of it. We'll write, please create 100-word summary of this of this post optimized for Twitter. So as ChatGPT already have your content, so you don't have to worry about repasting it. So let's just see. Alright, as we can see, looking to improve your health without spending hours at gym, everyday fitness is the key. Incorporate physical activity into your daily routine for profound effects on your physical and mental well-being. Just 30 minutes of daily activity can reduce chronic disease risk by 30% and boost mental health. So yeah, it has included all the things that we wanted from our content or blog to this. And it also has mentioned the hashtags, hashtag lifestyle, hashtag everyday fitness, hashtag wellness. You can easily post this on Twitter and drive traffic from there. And you can also post this on other social media handles as well. Alright guys.
According to Forbes, the global digital marketing industry is expected to cross $786 billion by 2026. Think about that for a moment. $786 billion. And that's what's fueling this massive growth. Two words: artificial intelligence. AI is transforming the way brands connect with their audiences, making campaigns even smarter and more personalized, and incredibly efficient. But here's the kicker. This isn't just about big brands dominating the market. Small and medium businesses are leveraging these tools to compete on a level playing field, reaching audiences they never could before. It's a digital revolution, and you have a front row seat to be a part of it. Entrepreneurs like Jeff Bezos have embraced digital marketing to create customer-centric empires, proving that authentic storytelling through social media is the ultimate game changer. Even Forbes highlights how AI-powered tools like ChatGPT are reshaping ad strategies, customer experiences, and content creation. And what does all of these mean for you? If you're looking to grow your career, the future of digital marketing is calling. It's exciting, dynamic, and packed with opportunities. So let's dive into the roadmap for mastering digital marketing in 2025. In today's video, we will cover why digital marketing is thriving and is in high demand, the core skills you need to succeed, and the future trends like AI and voice-activated marketing. I'll walk you through a step-by-step roadmap to kickstart your career, discuss essential certifications and tools like Google Analytics, and explore career levels and salaries. So let's break down these step by step and answer all your burning questions. So first, let's start by understanding why digital marketing is thriving in 2025. So as we know, by 2025, 75% of global ad spend will be on digital platforms, because businesses need to go where their customers are, and today customers are always online. This is happening because of the rise of e-commerce. Platforms like Amazon and Flipkart are driving massive online shopping trends, and digital marketers are essential for capturing this audience. The second one is data-driven advertising. Companies now have the ability to understand customer behavior better than ever before. Global reach. A small business in India can now sell products to customers in the US with just a few clicks. This is all happening because of digital marketing. This growth is creating a huge demand for skilled digital marketers who can drive results, and the best part is you can start your journey today. Now let's talk about the core skills that are required for every digital marketer, especially in 2025. Well, to thrive as a digital marketer in 2025, you will need a mix of technical, analytical, and creative skills. Let's break it down. At first, you need to have a strong understanding of SEO, which is search engine optimization. You must learn how to optimize websites so that they rank higher on search engines like Google. Second one, you should know about PPC, which is pay per click advertising. You should master platforms like Google Ads that create paid campaigns and deliver instant results. Content marketing. From blogs to videos, crafting engaging content is key to attracting and retaining customers. Hence, learning content marketing is very crucial. Next is social media marketing. Build communities and run targeted ad campaigns on platforms like Instagram, LinkedIn. The next one is data analysis. Tools like Google Analytics will help you track performance and improve campaigns. Also, you can use tools like HubSpot to streamline repetitive tasks, making your campaigns more efficient. These aren't just skills, they are your toolkit to dominate the digital marketing space. So now that you know what core skills are required, let's have a look at the future trends in digital marketing. The future of digital marketing is both exciting and fast-paced. Here's what's shaping 2025. At number 1, we have artificial intelligence. AI is no longer just a buzzword. We have tools like ChatGPT that can write ad copy, analyze data, and even predict customer behavior. Imagine having hyper-targeted campaigns just created in minutes. Next one, we have immersive technologies. AR and VR are revolutionizing the customer experience. Think virtual try-ons for clothes or immersive virtual tours for real estate. We will also have voice-activated marketing with smart speakers like Alexa and Google Home. Voice search is exploding. Optimize for conversational keywords to stay ahead. The next one is ethical marketing. Consumers demand transparency. Brands that prioritize sustainability and ethical practices are leading the way. The future isn't just about technology. It's about creating meaningful, human-centered marketing experiences. Alright, let's break down this step by step. Now, if you're wondering how to start and grow in digital marketing, here's your ultimate roadmap. And trust me, whether you're just a beginner or looking to switch careers, this guide will set you in the right path. So the first step is learning the basics. First things first, you should learn the basics of marketing. I know that sounds old school, but hear me out. Every successful marketer, whether they are running million-dollar campaigns or writing viral posts, understanding the core principles of marketing is very important. But you don't have to read textbooks all day. You can start small. You can watch free YouTube videos, especially from Simplilearn, or you can enroll in Google's Digital Garage. It's free and perfect for beginners. Get familiar with concepts like the 4 P's of marketing, which is product, price, place, and promotion, and the buyer's journey as well, which is awareness, consideration, and decision. So let's move on to the second step, which is understanding digital marketing channels. Now, once you have got the basics, it's time to explore the core digital marketing channels. Think of these as the tools in your toolkit. Each one has specific purpose. We have SEO, which is search engine optimization. Imagine this as planting a garden. You want your website to boom at the first page of Google when someone searches for a related topic. Learn about technical SEO, keywords, and link building. Tools like SEMrush and Ahrefs will help you find the right keywords and track your progress. The second one is pay-per-click advertising. This is your shortcut to the top of the search engine. With platforms like Google Ads, you pay to get your ads shown to the right audience. Mastering Google Ads can open doors to jobs as a campaign manager or paid media specialist. It's high impact and in demand. Next is social media marketing. Social media isn't just about posting cute pictures. Platforms like Instagram, LinkedIn are marketing powerhouses. Learn to engage your audience, run targeted ads, and analyze performance tools like Hootsuite. Next one is content marketing. Think blogs, videos, and infographics. Content builds trust with your audience and keeps them coming back for more. Tools like Canva and Grammarly are great for creating and polishing your content. The next one on the list is email marketing. Did you know that email marketing has the highest ROI of any channel? Learn to segment your audience and automate campaigns using tools like Mailchimp. Each channel serves a unique purpose, but together they are unstoppable. The next is you can build your online presence. Before you market for others, you need to market yourself. This is where you build your personal brand. You can create a website or blog. Platforms like WordPress and Wix makes it easy to get started. No coding needed. Write about what you're learning in digital marketing, SEO tips, campaign ideas, or even tool reviews. This shows potential employers that you are serious. You can also set up social media pages, create professional profiles on LinkedIn, Instagram, and Twitter. Share posts about industry insights, tips, and your learning journey. But why is this really important? Well, the employers will Google you. If they find an active blog or LinkedIn page full of insights, you'll instantly stand out. Plus, it's a great playground to test what you're learning. The next step is gaining certifications. Certifications are your golden tickets in digital marketing. They prove your skills and make hiring managers take you seriously. Here are some must-haves. First on the list is Google Ads certification. Learn how to create and optimize PPC campaigns, which is pay-per-click campaigns. Google Ads specialists are in high demand, especially for freelance gigs. Google Skills Shop offers free certification program. The next one is Google Analytics 4. GA4 is a game changer for tracking website performance. It also shows how people interact with your site, what's working and what's not. Companies love marketers who can turn data into actionable insights. The next step is gaining hands-on experience. Here's where the magic happens. You learn the most by doing freelance projects. Start small, offer to run social media campaigns or Google ads for local businesses. For example, creating a Facebook ad for a neighborhood cafe and track how many new customers they get. The next one is internships. Interning at agencies or startups gives you exposure to tools like Google Ads, HubSpot, and Hootsuite. Next we have is mock projects. If you can't find clients, create hypothetical campaigns. For example, designing a strategy for a fictional online store and including it in your portfolio. Experience builds confidence and credibility. When you show real results, even for small projects, you're already ahead of the competition. The next step is specializing in a particular niche. As you gain experience, you'll discover what excites you the most. Maybe it's SEO or maybe you love creating content. Specialization makes you an expert and experts are paid more. SEO specialist help website rank higher on Google. You can also specialize yourself in PPC manager who will manage high budget ad campaigns and drive ROI. You can also think of becoming a content strategist if you love creating engaging content that build brand loyalty. Specialization doesn't mean limiting yourself, it means being the go-to person in your chosen field. And thus, by following all these steps, you'll have the skills, certifications, and experience to thrive in digital marketing. The next we are going to talk about is career levels and salaries in digital marketing. Your salary in digital marketing depends on your experience and specialization. Let's talk about the entry-level roles. Roles like SEO analyst, social media coordinator, content writer, you can expect around 3 to 6 LP in India and around $50,000 to $70,000 in the US. Talking about the mid-level roles like digital marketing specialist, PPC manager, content strategist, you can expect around 6 to 12 lakh per annum in India and around $70,000 to $100,000 in the US. For senior level roles such as digital marketing manager, SEO manager, paid media director, you can expect around 15 to 30 LPA in India and around $120,000 in USA. Leadership roles like digital marketing, chief marketing officer, you can expect around 40 plus LP in India and $150,000 in the US. The key is growth in specialization and consistent skill building. To stay ahead in this dynamic field, join online communities and continuously learn new tools like ChatGPT. Most importantly, adapt to industry changes and keep experimenting. Digital marketing is your ticket to an exciting and rewarding career. Whether you're starting fresh or looking to scale up, this roadmap will guide you every step of the way.
Search engine optimization. We're going to go through a series of questions and I'm going to answer those questions for you. Okay, so the first question that you might be asking in an interview is differentiate between do follows and no follows. Okay, so if you've taken or listened to my SEO courses on YouTube for SEO, we talked a lot about do follows and no follows. And simply put, I mean, do follows are just signals to the search engines to follow the link. So there's a link on site A pointing to site B. We're going to basically tell Google, Bing, and some of these other search engines, hey, go ahead and follow that link. Now, a no-follow is just the opposite. So no-follow link doesn't allow the search engine crawlers to follow it. So if we have a link on our site, site A, pointing to site B, we can put a no-follow tag in there. And what that's going to do, it's going to signal to the crawlers, hey, don't follow this link. So in the end, if the crawlers don't follow the link, then there's not going to be any link juice passed. And so Google is not going to give you credit or give that site credit for having a link pointing to it or pointing to another site or from another site. And so it's all about linking. So we can control if there's links on our site, whether we want the crawlers to recognize those or not, simply with no follow tags. So just a reminder, link juice is the reputation or equity passed from one website to another. So if you have a link on another website and that website is of high quality, meaning their page authority, their domain authority is high, they have a lot of content, they're not spammy, they're really rich and they're relevant, then you may want to make sure that the link pointing from that site to your site is a no follow. So that way that Google can recognize the link from that site to your site. And basically that reputation is going to be passed on to you. Okay, so that's a do follow versus a no follow. And why would we do a no follow? Well, it depends. It really depends. A lot of social media platforms like Facebook have no follows. If you have a lot of content, you may not want to be pushing out a lot of do follows. It could actually look bad from an external linking standpoint. And so a lot of sites are really particular about who they want to pass link juice onto and give credit for the link. So it's a business decision at the end of the day. There's really no hard, fast rule here, except from an SEO perspective, if I have a site and I have a lot of external links pointing outward to other sites, I'm going to be particular about who I allow the search engine to follow and what links I allow not to follow. Okay, so here's an example of what they look like. So do follow is simply just the href. Notice the no follow has the tag appended to it, the href tag with a no follow. So if the search engine's crawling your site and they see that no follow there, they're not going to follow that link, and vice versa. If there's a link on another site pointing to yours and there's a no follow there, you're not going to get credit. The search engines aren't going to pick up that link. Okay, so question 2, what is 301 redirect and how is it different from a 302 redirect? So 301 redirects tell users in the search engine specifically that an original page has been moved, and this is the key word here, permanently. So permanently moved. We're going to explain that in a minute. So it's just moved from one page to another. And so if we don't have a page anymore, but we have a new page, let's just say you built a new website with new URLs, you want to make sure the old page is pointing to the new page with a 301 redirect. So if a 301 redirect is permanent, then a 302 is temporary. So we want the search engines to recognize that we have 301 permanent redirects in place. Why? Because if we have temporary, then it might alert Google to not keep that page in its search engine rankings because it's temporary. So why would Google want to keep a temporary page or even a page that is pointing to another page on a temporary basis? So they may remove both pages from its index. Okay, but if we have something permanent in place, Google may say, okay, this page is permanently linking to another page or redirecting to another page. Therefore, it's stable, it's permanent. We're going to keep that new page in the index and eventually remove the old page. So really, something permanent is more stable in the eyes of the search engine. Something temporary may not be as stable in the eyes of, say, Google. And if they don't see it as stable, then they may remove both pages from the index. Okay, so the idea is we want to be found in Google Search Index, and we get it. Sometimes pages go away for a variety of reasons. And if it does go away, just make sure you have a new page for it. And that new page is a 301 permanent redirect. Okay, so question 3. Why are backlinks important in SEO? Well, we kind of hinted on that a bit with the nofollow. Because if we have a link from another website pointing to ours, and that link from that other website is really relevant, and it has a high page and domain authority, then it's going to benefit us. And so backlinks are important because if we have backlinks from high quality sites, it's going to improve the credibility of our site, especially if it's a do follow tag. So the search engines are going to recognize the relationship between the site that has a link pointing to us. Okay, so it's just going to build our credibility. It's going to increase our domain authority. And then the net effect of that is if we're credible and we have high domain authority, then that's going to increase the rankings of our pages. And when the pages increase in ranking, then we're going to get more of a lion's share of the traffic for certain keywords that our pages are found for. And if our pages are found and getting traffic, then because we have increased rankings, we're likely going to have increased traffic. And then it's just a snowball effect. So more traffic leads to more engagement and conversions. So the whole idea for SEO is, remember, you have an on-page strategy and an off-page strategy. Building external links is part of an off-page SEO strategy, and we want to make sure that we are relevant in the form of a link or in the form of content on other high-quality sites. Being on a high-quality site only benefits us because, again, increases our domain authority. Google sees us as more relevant. Therefore, our pages are going to benefit by ranking higher, and therefore, when we rank higher, we get more traffic. So it's a snowball effect. So having backlinks is important because it snowballs all the way through to conversions. Okay, so what are the best practices to rank your videos on YouTube? This is a great question, really great question. Given the importance of videos, especially with SEO, because videos are found. YouTube in itself is a search engine. So if we have a video, how are we going to get it to rank on YouTube? Well, first things first, you never want to put a video out there and want it to rank if it's not engaging or informative. So make sure you go ahead and follow the best practices of having engaging and informative content in your video. Now, once you have that video in place, you want to optimize it. And then some of the key factors for optimizing the video are you want to choose a title that has high search volume and low difficulty. Just as you would keyword, for example, for a web page, you want to choose a title with a keyword in it that has high volume and low difficulty, i.e. low competition. Okay, so you want a nice ratio there. And you know what, you want to choose a title that's going to get people to watch the video too. So it's not all about just choosing a title just for the sake of high volume. You also have to choose something that's relevant, that's going to be catchy as well. And then with that title goes the description. So you want a description that's very relevant to your title, okay? Because most people aren't going to click on a video just for the sake of the title. They're going to want to probably get a sneak peek via the description of what it is. So again, you want to optimize that description, but make sure the description is just as snazzy as the title. Okay, you also want to use accurate and relevant video tags, just as you would on Twitter or Facebook. Tag these videos. Okay, so make sure your title tag length doesn't exceed 100 characters because it will get chopped off. So again, that goes back to just writing something really short and to the point that's going to grab somebody's attention. Okay, you also want to upload a captivating thumbnail, something that's relevant, that's going to grab somebody's attention. And then again, we set it similar to the video tags. We want to use relevant hashtags. Again, just as you would with Twitter and Facebook, go ahead and throw some hashtags in there that people could see because people search via hashtagging. And then this goes without saying, you did all the work, created a really great video. It's engaging, it's informative, you optimized it. Feel free to promote your video on other social media platforms. Okay, don't just stick with YouTube per se. So the benefit here is if you post it on Facebook or LinkedIn or whatever platform of your choice and it gets engagement, people click on the link, go to YouTube, they're going to like it, and then other people are going to see that engagement. They're going to see how many people liked it or how many subscribers you have. So promote your videos to help you with the ranking of the video on YouTube. So that does play into it. So go ahead and promote it so other people can watch it, like it, comment, etc. And that's going to engage other people to want to do the same. So what is mobile first indexing? This is a really important and timely question. Mobile first indexing means Google's just using mobile friendly content for indexing and ranking websites. So in other words, Google, for example, has two bots. They have the traditional desktop bot and they have a smartphone bot. And eventually everybody that has a website is going to be migrated over to the smartphone bot. And so if that smartphone bot goes to your website and starts crawling, what do you think they're looking for? Their smartphone bot, they're looking for mobile friendly content. If it's not mobile friendly, meaning the page isn't designed for a smartphone browser, or let's just say the images are way too large, or you have to expand the text just to read it. You know, a lot of these issues that somebody would have just simply trying to read something on a web page on their mobile device, Google's not going to grab that content. So you want to make sure it's mobile friendly so it gets indexed. And so if your website has a responsive design, Google will rank your website based on its performance on mobile devices. Okay, so you want to make sure that your website is mobile friendly. And if you're in an interview and somebody asks you this question, you could even take it a step further and say, look, I'm going to measure how friendly my website is for mobile devices in Google Search Console. Because Google Search Console has a report that will show you what pages on your website are not mobile friendly. And it's not a guarantee, but I could tell you if I'm Google and I'm crawling your site with my smartphone bot and that page or one of my pages is not mobile friendly, I'm probably not going to index it or rank it. So you want to leverage that report in Google Search Console to see what pages are mobile friendly. So that's a little bonus for you to really impress the interviewer who asked you this question. Because how are you going to know if one of your pages is mobile friendly or not if you don't look at a report? So keep an eye on Google Search Console's mobile usability report. Okay, number 6, list down the most important local SEO ranking factors. Okay, so organic local ranking is just as important as anything else in organic search, because if you have a local business, you want to use the likes of, say, Google My Business to show up when somebody types in, looking for a florist or looking for a coffee shop. So what you want to do is you want to create a web page for every product and service. Okay? You also want to opt for your business listings on Google My Business. And there are plenty of other local business directories out there, like Yelp, for example, or Bing even has one. So go ahead and also make sure you have a business listing as well. But since Google in the United States has a huge market share, you want to start with Google first. You want to update your NAP citations on your website, maintain consistency of your NAP. Okay, so NAP is name, address, phone number. So you want to make sure that that's current and consistent. So if you have a number on your website, make sure it's the same number on Google My Business. Okay, you can embed a Google map on your website. You could certainly optimize the meta tags and content, not only on your web pages, but within your Google My Business directory. So you can add your business to other local directories, like I mentioned, Yelp. And then also, just as important, opt for reviews and ratings. Okay, so the more reviews you have, the better off you are. Okay, so I always say this with local search. 3 of the main factors in showing up for local search on, say, Google is obviously the keyword. The second is the proximity of where that person is. And then third is the reviews. So you can't really control the proximity, but you can control the keyword and you can control the reviews to some degree. So work hard at getting reviews for your business, but at the same time, you can certainly work in some keywords, let's just say for your product and service pages on your website, but also you can translate that over to Google My Business. Okay, so working in those keywords, making sure your number, your address, your name, they're all consistent. And really just spreading the business out on other directories. That's really, all these are really key factors for local SEO. Okay, so question number 7, how to avoid duplicate content, getting penalized for duplicate content. So for example, if you have 2 different versions of a web page, you may result in a duplicate content issue. So it's just SEO 101. You never want to have two or more pages with the same content. So what do? Well, we can avoid this in having Google penalize us by, again, setting up a 301 redirect. Remember, 301s are permanent. We can also use what they call a canonical tag. And a canonical tag basically alerts the search engines as to which page is the original. Okay, so if we have an original page, we want to point to that page with our canonical tag. And then the third option is opt for preferred domain in Google Search Console. Okay, so if you have multiple domains, make sure you set up a primary one in Search Console. So those are ways to work around it. Of this 3, I would always go with the canonical tags, because that's just a tag that's going to sit on the page. It's going to alert Google as to what the original is, just in case they get their hands on the duplicate. So all the pages that have the same content are going to have the same canonical tag pointing to one page. So again, 301s are permanent. You can simply just redirect one to the other if you end up having duplication, or you could just tell the search engines, hey, this is the original page, or you can go through Search Console. Okay, number 8, what are the tactics to increase a web page speed? Okay, so what are some of the tactics? Well, when you build a site, especially for mobile, you want to keep it as simple as possible. And what I mean by simple as possible, really, I mean, hey, use a simple website design. Don't get overly creative, if you will. Most websites, all websites have images. You're not going to be able to get around that, but just make sure you optimize your images. In other words, don't have such a large image size. If you don't need something very large, don't have it. Okay, you want to improve server response time. And what do we mean by that? Well, your site's sitting on a server somewhere. You can own that server, or you can be renting it out from, say, Amazon Web Services, or let's just say GoDaddy as your registrar. They also have web hosting. Well, if you have it on, say, GoDaddy's server, you may be sharing that server with other businesses. And at certain times of the day, other businesses may get a lot of traffic and suck up a lot of bandwidth. What is that going to do? That's going to reduce the server response time for your site. And so you want to make sure you have an idea of, what server your web page or website is on. And you want to be able to have some control over that. Because if your server response is slow, that's going to slow down everything else in terms of loading in the browser, and that's not going to be good for SEO. Okay, optimize your code. What we mean by minifying. When we say minifying, we mean get rid of some of the redundant code. If you have CSS, get rid of the JavaScript you're not using. So that's what we mean by optimizing code. Reduce redirects. Okay, ideally, you just want to have one redirect in place. You don't want to create a daisy chain, so to speak, of redirecting and redirecting after that. That's never going to bode well, and it's going to slow things down as well. Enable browser caching. So if you enable browser caching, basically, if somebody comes back to the page they've been on, say, 2 days ago, they're probably going to see a cached version of that page. And then opt for the content delivery network as well. So these are some of the ways to reduce page speed. Now, if you're curious about the page speed of your website, you can always go to Google's Page Speed Insights tool. And all you have to do is just Google Page Speed Insights, or even just something generic like Google Page Speed. And you're going to get this tool, Page Speed Insights. And all you need to do is just plug in a URL. When you plug in the URL, Google is going to analyze the URL for both mobile and desktop. And so here we could see Google gives a score. So we could see the score for mobile and we could see the score for desktop just by clicking on desktop. And so here I could see some of the issues that the site may be having in terms of page load time for their desktop. If I flip over to mobile, here I could see some other issues. For example, they have a server static assets with efficient cache policy. Now, if you're not sure what the heck that means, you can always just click on it and you can see some specifics here. Or you can just always Google it as well. Here you got to reduce the impact of third-party code. Okay, so that's another thing. Reduce JavaScript execution time. So again, going back to some of the comments we made about coding. Okay, sometimes too much code or code not functioning as well as it should will tend to slow down the site. Okay, so you can use PageSpeed Insights. You can always get a glimpse of how pages are loading simply by also going to, for example, Google Analytics. Under Behavior, okay, you can go to Site Speed. And if you click on Overview, okay, what Google does is they do a sampling of pages over time. And in this case, based on 89 page views, they have an average page load time. And so you can get a sense of how quick specific pages load or your site overall simply by looking at the Site Speed Overview report in Google Analytics to get a sense of how quick your pages are loading. Now, there are certain factors that do affect load time. So obviously the way the page is built with the code, the images, etc., but also the browser. Each browser loads differently. Okay, so you want to take a look at it by browser, also by country. Every country has a different network. Okay, you can be in the United States and have worse network service than you do, say, in Ivory Coast in Africa. Okay, so it really depends on the network you're on. So, and also the page. Every page is built differently. So you want to get a sense of what pages are loading quicker and which pages are not. You can simply just go to page timings in Google Analytics and you get a sense of what pages do not load fast and which ones do. And maybe hone in on the pages that aren't loading fast and address those pages first. Okay, so you have two tools at your disposal, one Google Analytics and one PageSpeed Insights. Okay, so let's look at question number 9 here. So when should an individual target short tail and long tail keywords? Okay, so remember, short tail are usually 1 to 2 keywords, very broad in nature. Long tail keywords are maybe 3, 4 keywords in a query, or maybe an entire sentence. Those are considered long tail keywords. So usually short tail keywords have higher volume, but also higher competition. Longer tail keywords usually have lower volume, but also lower competition. But the great thing about long tail keywords, the conversion rate will tend to be a little bit higher than, say, a short tail because it's less vague and more specific. So you can use short tail keywords if you're trying to drive a lot of visitors because those keywords are going to be vague or broad in nature. Long tail keywords are used for targeted pages such as product pages and articles. So if you have a specific product with a long name, you can certainly optimize that page for that product name. Again, the product name may have low volume, but if somebody types in exactly that product name, you show up, the chance of them converting are going to be very high. So you don't have to always be that specific with the product name, but try and be as specific as you possibly can in order to get somebody to click on your link in the search engine results and get them over to your site to convert. Okay, so those are really the big differences. Short tail, very broad, very vague, a lot of volume, but also a lot of competition. But hey, if you're ranking for a short tail keyword, you're probably going to get a lot of traffic. The conversion rates may not be as high as something, say, long tail, where, hey, maybe you're just honed in on a few set number of products and you don't care a lot about the traffic. You just care about getting the relevant traffic to your site to convert. Okay, number 10, what are the important elements to focus while developing a website? So we're talking in terms of SEO. Okay, so if somebody asks me this question in an interview, what am I going to focus on while developing a website? Well, the answers are right here. Yes, we talked about mobile. Mobile is so important because a lot of websites are going to be indexed with Google Smartphone Bot. So mobile usability is very important. So we need to make sure our website is responsive for mobile. Just some basic practices when it comes to site architecture and navigation. We want to have a simple URL structure. Okay, no overly cumbersome. The navigation should simply be clean and neat. Okay, if you have 5 products, okay, maybe you have in your navigation you have something called products with all 5 listed, or you have all 5 products in the main navigation. The key is you just want to make it clean and neat and easy for somebody to find. The rule of thumb is if it's good for the end user, it's probably going to be good for Google. But if it's complicated for the end user, it's probably going to be complicated for Google. You always want to create a sitemap. Now, what is that sitemap? A sitemap is simply just a formatted file that includes all your URLs and assets, your images and your videos. They're going to be sitting on your server as well. So you want Google or these bots to be able to find your pages and assets. And by the way, you want to take it a step further and make sure you upload that sitemap, which is sitting in the root directory, meaning domain.com/sitemap.xml. Okay, you want to take that sitemap and make sure you input that sitemap location in Google Search Console. That way, Google Search Console has a one-way ticket to grab the elements in the sitemap. Another important element to focus on while developing a website is having a robots text file. And all a robots text file is, it's like a lock, I always say, to a house. So if you lock a door in your house, nobody's going to be able to get in that door. So that's all a robots text file is. You're telling Google and these other bots that are coming to crawl your site what's locked and what's not locked, meaning what they have access to and what they don't have access to. So you want to be able to make sure you have a robots text file if you're trying to not index specific pages of your website. Because if you tell Google, don't crawl these pages or this directory, they're not going to get crawled. And if they don't get crawled, they're not going to get indexed. So robots text file is an important element to focus on while you're developing your website. And while you're developing your website, it could be on in a directory just called new website. So you probably want to have new website as the directory in the robots text file, and just to let Google know, don't go into this directory because it's my new website and I'm not ready to go live yet. So you don't want it indexed. So there are a lot of reasons to have robots text files. That's the main reason. Sitemap, you want Google to get these pages and assets quickly. Okay, you want to make sure that your site architecture navigation is in order. You want to make sure your site is mobile friendly. And you also want to make sure you have content on your website. That's the key, because that's what's going to keep people on the website and engaged. And when I say content, I don't necessarily just mean words. I also mean videos. I also mean images, something interactive. Okay, you want to keep people engaged. That's the key behind it. trust me, if an end user finds your site engaging, Google is likely going to find your site engaging. Okay, so those are good brownie points to bring up if somebody asks you this question in an interview. So just a recap here, it's important to have a better site structure so that bots can easily access and index the content. Okay, with a responsive design, helps to make your website mobile friendly and user friendly. Would also increase the amount of time a user spends on your website, which may improve your site's ranking. Sitemap is simply just a file that helps search engine bots to understand the structure of the website. Okay, how many pages are on your website and where are they located, along with the videos and images. Okay, and then the robots text just instructs the search engine crawlers to understand what pages should not be indexed. Okay, this is simply just a text file, and it's added to the root directory. Again, think like a door, think of a lock. Okay, you can lock whatever doors you want in your house. Think of it that way. Okay, so those are our questions for SEO. Again, if you have any additional questions, or if there are other questions maybe you've been asked in an SEO interview, then go ahead and add them to the comments section below. We'd love to hear from you. Now we're going to turn our attention to search engine marketing. So let's turn our full attention to search engine marketing. So we're moving away from SEO and over to pay-per-click. And so you really have to know your stuff here. You really do. So a lot of the questions we're going to ask are going to be centered around Google Ads, formerly known as Google AdWords. And so if you're familiar with Google Ads, the platform, then you should have no problems whatsoever answering these questions. But that's why we're here and that's why you're watching. So if there's anything you want to add to any of these questions, as a reminder, feel free to comment under the video. And so right out of the gate, question 11, what is ad scheduling? So ad scheduling is a feature in Google Ads. And really all it does is allow you, the advertiser, to set up certain hours or days you want your ads to show. It's as simple as that. So if you have a customer that you're running ads for on Google search, and let's just say they have a restaurant and they're closed during certain hours of the week, then you can go into the ad scheduler and schedule your ads to not show when they're closed, as an example, okay? Because if somebody calls and they're not there to answer the phone, then it's not going to be good for the restaurant or you, the advertiser. And so that's why they have the ad scheduling. So it ensures your ads are not running when they're performing poorly. Let's just say you're running a business and you just don't get that much traffic during the weekends. Well, you can go in and adjust accordingly. It also is there to make sure you can serve your customers when you do have limited client service hours. So let's just say you have a customer service team that's going to answer phones for a couple hours a day. Well, again, you can schedule your ads to show during those couple of hours a day. And then really what it comes down to is you're making sure you can satisfy customer demand and supply. And so that means showing your ads when you can best fulfill the customer's needs. Okay, and so that's really what it's all about. And that's what ad scheduling is. So take advantage of ad scheduling. Schedule it according to the business hours, schedule according to how they can best serve the customer, schedule the ads when it's performing best. And don't schedule the ads when you know you're going to have poor performance. Okay, so next question. What are the different ad formats available on Google Ads? It's a trick question because it really does come down to what network you're advertising on. So Google has two networks, the search network and the display network. Okay, so on the search network, there's only one ad format, and that's text. Okay, so Google recently changed the format of the text ads. Now they're called expanded text ads. So here you can see you can have up to 3 headlines and 2 description lines. And then you can also have ad extensions. And so you can see here underneath the ad, you have what they call site links. So shop by category, in-ear headphones, on-ear headphones. Those are all site links to specific pages on the site. So text ads are available only on the search network, but they're also available on the display network as well. Then you have responsive display ads. Now, responsive display ads are only on Google's display network. Okay, so here you could see some samples of responsive display ads. And these ads adjust their size and format depending on the space available. So again, you could have text ads or you can have display ads. Now, display ads, again, come in different sizes. So you can create ads, for a variety of different sizes. For example, 250 by 250 or 468 by 60. So those are some of the different ad types. There's a plethora of different ad sizes you can choose. However, your ad's not going to show on a website if they don't have that particular size available. So it's always best practice to create different ads, but create ads in different sizes as well. Okay, and then have a backup text ad as well, just in case the site doesn't even display a display ad for you or serve up a display ad. So you can have a text ad as a backup. Okay, so lots of different ad sizes, but this is the second ad format, and that's responsive display. And again, the responsive part is Google will automatically show the ad that's best performing based on a series of headlines, descriptions, and images that you provide Google. And so the responsive part is, hey, if this combination of headline, description, and image work best, meaning it has the best click-through rate, then Google's going to serve up that ad. So that's why they call it responsive. So obviously you can have just an image ad that's not responsive, again, across different ad sizes. They could be, again, 250 by 250, 300 by 300, 468 by 60. There's a number of different sizes. Google can provide you that information. But the one thing to note here is that when you do create an image ad, it could be JPEG, it could be interactive, or it could be static. So different types of image ad formats, like PNG, for example, or it could be a static, or it could be interactive. So definitely take advantage of the different opportunities, meaning a static ad versus an interactive ad. You may want to have two variations of that so you could see which one works best. Okay, there's also app promotion ads. So these ads are used to drive app downloads. So you're going to have to set up a campaign accordingly. Okay, but here you can see this is what it looks like with a call to action. So it allows you to go ahead and click and install that app. So that's an app promotion. Again, if you have an app and you want to promote it, you can use this type of ad format to align with a campaign that's driving traffic to download your app. Okay, and of course you have video ads. Well, Google owns YouTube. And so if you have videos, you have the opportunity to advertise on YouTube. Okay, so these ads can be standalone or inserted into other streaming video content. And so to me, video ads work well with specific strategies. And what's one strategy you would use a video ad for? Brand awareness or education, explainer videos. And so YouTube allows you, the advertiser, the opportunity to get your ad, your service, your product in front of a lot of eyeballs. So that's the beauty of video ads. They attract a lot of eyeballs and definitely help with the strategy of, say, brand awareness. Okay, another ad format, going back to the search network, is shopping ads. So if you sell shoes, then you may want to think about having a campaign for shopping. So shopping ads work with Google Merchant. So Google Merchant is another Google product, and basically Google Merchant allows you to manage your inventory. So if you have 100 different types of shoes that you're selling, you can upload your inventory to Google Merchant, connects and talks to Google Ads. So basically what you're doing, you're setting up your campaign in Google Ads and connecting your inventory from Google Merchant to Google Ads. And so the great thing about the shopping campaign is it puts your product front and center. It puts the price, it puts any promotion that you have, and it puts the brand all front and center. So when somebody does type in, let's just say lime green sneakers or women's sneakers, and this particular shoe shows up here, the third one from the left, then somebody's going to see it's from the United Colors of Benetton. It's a woman's shoe. It's on Amazon and it costs $45. So the great thing about shopping ads is if somebody's interested, they're going to click. Okay, if somebody's not interested, say, well, it's a little bit more expensive. I can get something similar, another shoe on Amazon for less. Okay, they're probably going to click on that particular ad. So again, the great thing about shopping ads, put your product front and center with any promotion, the price, the brand. So if somebody clicks on it, then they're probably serious buyers. Okay, so that's the beauty of shopping ads. It allows you to get your product out there, and on the search network, it's a cost per click. So you're only paying for the click. So if somebody looks at it but doesn't click, you're not paying for that. So that's the beauty of shopping ads. And so you can showcase your shopping ads. So these ads have an image and a description that expand when clicked. So you can provide more information, more product and store information as well. You also have call-only ads. Okay, so call-only ads are enabled to users to connect with your business directly using the phone number provided. Okay, so it allows somebody on a mobile phone who, in this example, is searching for drywall repair. Well, if you're in the business of drywall repair, you can have your ad show up on mobile with a phone number, and somebody can easily click on that phone number and just call you directly. Now, the way call-only ads work is you're still getting charged for the click. Okay, so anytime somebody clicks and calls, you're going to get charged. And you're going to get charged just as you would if somebody clicked on your ad. So it works the same way. So it's a cost per click. Again, this is on search. So search is cost per click. And the beauty about call only is, again, you can track the calls right in Google Ads. So you can have Google Ads track how many people click on the number, and you can even count those calls as conversions if they meet a certain criteria. For example, the criteria is somebody talks to you for a minimum of 60 seconds or 1 minute. Then Google will count that as a conversion. So you can monitor calls right in Google Ads, and it's a cost per click model, so you can actually see what the average cost per click is. So moving on, question 13. Okay, what is RLSA and how does it work? Well, RLSA stands for Remarketing List for Search Ads. So if you're familiar with remarketing on display, it's similar. They just call it RLSA. Okay, so it enables you, the advertiser, to customize your ads for people who have visited your site, just like a typical remarketing campaign. Okay, so you can tailor your bids and ads to these visitors when they're searching on Google and search partner sites. Okay, so there are two basic strategies for using RLSA. Okay, so you can optimize bids for existing keywords for visitors, or you can bid on keywords that you don't normally bid on, just for people who recently visited your site or converted on your site. The key here is you're the one that's picking the customer. You're the one that's enabling the list. If you're trying to target people who went to your site and didn't convert, well, you could certainly optimize your bids for existing keywords for people who went to your site and didn't convert, or you could set up a whole new campaign for RLSA and have a different set of keywords with a different ad, because you know who you're talking to. You're talking to somebody who's already been to your site. They know your brand. They just didn't purchase. And so this all happens on the search network. And that's the beauty of remarketing is, one, you know who your audience is because you're the one establishing that audience. And two, you're the one creating the ad, so you can talk directly to that audience when they see your ad again, in this case, on search. So that's RLSA, Remarketing List for Search Ads. I recommend pretty much any industry, any client, any customer run remarketing lists for search advertising and remarketing for display. So those are two key campaigns you should always recommend running to a client because, one, again, you're defining the audience. Two, you're the one that's talking directly to the audience because you know who the audience is. And three, if they see the ad and they click on it, again, because it's cost per click, then the chances of them converting are going to be higher because they've already been to your website. They know who you are. And so if they click on your ad again, then they must be interested. So those are all the benefits of running an RLSA campaign. Okay, so number 14, what types of audiences can be used in GDN, Google's display network? So a lot of different audiences here. Okay, so let's go through them. So you have affinity audiences. So basically, affinity audiences are basically what are people's interests and habits. What do they have an affinity for? Are there food sites, travel sites, shopping sites, fashion? Okay, so that's what affinity really relates to. Okay, then you have in-market, custom intent, life events. These are what they're researching or planning for. So again, it could be travel, it can be finance, etc. Okay, you have remarketing. We just went over that with the remarketing list for search advertising, RLSA. And so with the remarketing, it's an audience that has interacted with your website. So they either came from mobile or came from mobile and didn't convert, or female came from mobile and didn't convert. So you're the one defining the audience there. You also have a similar audience. So this is what Google creates on your behalf. So these are users with a similar interest to your site visitors. So Google is monitoring the type of traffic that's coming to your site, and based on that traffic, they're going to create a similar audience. And then you have a custom match. So what you know about your customers' activities, basically. So these are all the different audience types, and you can see the different types of ads available. Okay, so notice the far right column, video ads. So video ads are available to every one of these audience types. Why? Because YouTube. So Google knows what people's interests and habits are based on the videos they watch. They know what they're looking for. Okay, they know that they've been to your website because they're cookied, so you can remarket them. Okay, so video ads are a very powerful tool for any one of these audience types. So next question, what are the types of keyword matching available in Google Ads? Okay, so this is a good question. Very important. If you're going to manage a Google Ads account and a campaign, you have to be aware of the different match types. You can't just go broad match. That's a sign of somebody who doesn't know what they're doing, is by bidding on a one keyword phrase. That's a short tail keyword. If you think back to SEO, we have our long tail and our short tail keywords. The worst thing you could do is bid on a keyword, short tail keyword that's broad match. Because what is broad match? Basically, broad match are keywords that appear when a user searches any word in the phrase. Now, you can define specifically what you want your ads to appear for in terms of keywords. And when I say specifically, you can use a phrase match. So phrase match are ads that appear only when a user searches for that exact keyword phrase in the precise order, but with some additional words in the beginning or at the end of the query. Okay, so usually these are sentences. So you could be, bidding on red Adidas running shoes. And somebody could type in, looking for red Adidas running shoes in Portland, Oregon, okay, as an example. Okay, so as long as red Adidas running shoes are in order in that keyword phrase, then your ad's going to appear because it's a phrase match. And then you can get really specific by doing an exact match. So exact match are keywords that are triggered only when that keyword and exactly that keyword phrase is queried. So if you do an exact match for red Adidas running shoes and somebody types in only red Adidas running shoes, then that's an exact match and your ad's going to appear. So let's take a look at these again. So you got broad match. Okay, we got a term cheap smartphone. So if somebody types in smartphone, cheap phone, smart mobile, phone cheap, any one of those combinations, your ad's going to appear. Now there's one thing you can do for broad match, and it's called broad match modifier. So you could put a plus sign in front of the keyword. For example, let's just say you really want to emphasize the word cheap. Okay, you're selling really inexpensive smartphones. Okay, not just any smartphone, but an inexpensive smartphone. So you can put a plus sign in front of cheap. And so if somebody puts in, just smartphone or smart mobile, your ad's not going to show up because the keyword query has to contain cheap. So anytime you put a plus in front of the keyword query you're bidding on, then that means that keyword has to be part of the keyword phrase. So that's a broad match modifier, if you will. And that prevents you from getting unwanted impressions. So we have phrase match, again, blue smartphone. So somebody could type in smartphone in blue color, cheap blue smartphone. Notice though, the second one where it says smartphone in blue color, your ad's not necessarily going to show up because guess what? Blue smartphone is the keyword query and the query here is not in that order. So remember, in order for you to show up for phrase match, the keyword has to be in that order. So I'm looking for a blue smartphone that is less than $100. Okay, that could be somebody's query. Blue smartphone was in that query in that order. So if somebody says looking for a smartphone that happens to be blue, less than $100, then your ad is not going to show up. So remember, it has to be in that precise order. One thing I want us to go back to on the phrase match, notice that there's quotes around the keyword. Anytime you see quotes around the keyword, that signifies it's a phrase match. Because if we look at exact match, notice there are brackets around the keyword red shoe. that signifies is an exact match. So if you put brackets around a keyword, then you're signaling to Google that this is an exact match and I only want to show up for the keyword red shoe. Well, the only option that will work here is the second one, red shoes. Okay, so because that's an exact match. Okay, so disregard the first and the third one because shoe and red color is not going to work and footwear that's red is not going to work because this is an exact match. So you're saying I only want to show up for the keyword red shoe. And Google recognizes plurals and singulars together. So if somebody did type in red shoes, then your ad is going to show up. Okay, so moving on, what are some of the reasons as to why your ads could have been rejected? It happens to the best of us. And if you're writing ads and they get rejected, it could be for a number of reasons. So at the end of the day, you're violating Google's advertising policies. So some of the policies that could have been violated are, and just some of the many, we're just listing some here, prohibited content, prohibited practices, restricted content, or editorial and technical. So when you look at prohibited content, I will say this, you're not going to be able to sell drugs. Even if you're selling pharmaceutical products, that's considered drugs, and that's going to be prohibited. Or prohibited practices, like selling drugs online, that's illegal in the state. So you're going to definitely get flagged for that. Okay, so there are a lot of different ways in which your ads can be disapproved, okay? But if you do see restricted content, then that means you can advertise, but with limitations. And usually those limitations are restricted to, say, only Google search and not Google search partners or to a specific geography. So usually the key here is if somebody asks this question, okay, there are a lot of different reasons. Google is usually going to provide the specific or the reason why it got disapproved. And they're usually going to include a link that you can refer to. Okay, so at least Google does that much. They're not going to leave you in the dark and tell you your ad's just been disapproved. They're going to tell you why and include a link that you can go to figure out how you can best resolve the disapproved ad. So what are the different kinds of bidding available in Google Ads? So we already covered part of this earlier on. So remember, Google Search Network is only cost per click, CPC. When we talk about Google's display network, you have three options: cost per click, cost per view, and cost per impression. And CPM is cost per 1,000 impressions. So you're paying per 1,000 impressions. Impression is when somebody actually sees your ad. Cost per view is actually somebody looking at your ad for at least 30 seconds or the entirety of the ad. So if the video ad only runs 15 seconds and somebody watched the entirety, then you're going to pay per cost per view. So if your video is 2 minutes long and somebody watched 30 seconds, you're going to pay cost per view. Okay, so again, let's go through these. Cost per click. It just enables you to set up a maximum price on the cost of somebody clicking on your advertisement. You only pay when somebody clicks on your ad. Okay, cost per view. Again, this is the default method to set the price you'll pay for your video ads. Okay, you only pay when a viewer watches your video advertisement for at least 30 seconds. And then cost per 1,000 impressions. So this is the amount you pay each time your ad is displayed in the search network. And you pay for impressions that are generated for your ad, and you're paying for every 1,000 impressions. So the M is actually the Roman numeral for 1,000. So that's where the M part comes in. So you're paying for 1,000 impressions. So every 1,000 eyeballs, you're going to pay a price. And so cost per impression is good for brand awareness. If you're trying to generate a lot of eyeballs onto your brand, then you'd want to go with a CPM model. Okay, so question 18, what are some automatic bidding strategies? So let's define automatic bidding strategy. Automatic bidding allows Google take over. Okay, not you. Google's taking over and they're the ones setting the bid amounts automatically. And it's going to be based on criteria. And that criteria is going to be centered around conversions. So if Google bids on your behalf automatically, basically what they're doing is they're collecting data on the behavior of your ads. And so if your ad is likely to get the click or conversion, then Google is going to set the bid amount so you can win that auction in order to get the click or the conversion. So there are different types of bidding strategies. But remember, you have to align a bidding strategy with the strategy of the campaign. So for example, if your goal of the campaign is to increase site visitors, you just want people to click on your ad and go to your website, then you're going to have an automated bidding strategy of maximize clicks. That aligns with your campaign strategy. So this strategy automatically sets your bids to help to get as many clicks as possible within your budget. So Google is going to do its best based on historical performance of the campaign to generate traffic to your site. That's the goal. That's the bid strategy. Okay, let's take a look at some others. So, hey, the goal of our strategy campaign is to increase visibility. So that's an easy one. Remember, cost per impressions. Hey, we want to maximize how many people look at our ads. Okay, so target impression share. So this bidding strategy allows your bids to show at the top of the page. Okay, so you're getting the impression, so people are able to look at your ad. Okay, so you're telling Google, hey, I want to be shown at least 50% of the time when somebody types in a keyword that I'm bidding on. So they're going to make sure that they meet your target impression share 50%. So they're going to set your bids automatically to make sure your ad shows at the top of the page so it's seen at least 50% of the time. That's the goal of the campaign. That's the bidding strategy goal. We set up a campaign to drive conversions. So there are a couple of bidding strategies against conversions. So target CPA. So this strategy sets a search or display bid to get as many conversions as possible, but there's a caveat here. Cost per acquisition is what CPA stands for. So we're trying to get as many conversions as possible, but at a certain cost. For example, if I'm selling t-shirts for $10, do I want to pay $20 CPA for every sale? Do I want to pay Google $20? No. I'd be losing money. I'd be out of business. Okay, so if I'm selling t-shirts for $10 on my website, I'm probably going to put the CPA about $2 or $3 again, depending on my cost of goods. So if I factor in my cost of goods, I'm trying to make a profit, then I'm going to tell Google, look, I'm trying to get some sales, but I don't want to lose money getting the sales. So you're going to put in a threshold, and that threshold is your target CPA. And so Google's going to automatically bid and win the auction for keywords when they feel those keywords can get you a target CPA that you put in. For example, $2. Okay, so the goal of our campaign is to meet a target return on ad spend, meaning return on advertising spend, meaning we're getting more revenue than we're spending. That ratio needs to be positive. So Google's going to help us, again, adjust our bids to make sure that our return on advertising spend meets our criteria. So we could put a ROAS as 100%, 200%, etc. And Google's going to adjust our bids accordingly based on the keyword that they think will meet that criteria of 100% or 200%. So that's target return on advertising spend. And that's there to see if Google can help you generate a profit. So we have another campaign set up. We're trying to get more conversions. We have a budget. We want to spend the budget, but we want to get conversions. So this is a gimme. The bidding strategy here would be maximize conversions. So this strategy sets bids like all the others. It automatically is going to adjust your bid. That is Google. It's going to adjust the bid to help you win the auction based on historical performance. So if a keyword historically has performed in terms of conversions, you better believe Google's going to try and win the auction on your behalf to get the click, to get that conversion. And that's maximize conversions. Okay, moving on, question 19. And this is probably the most important question that you're going to get. If an interview asks you this question, this is what Google Ads is all about, quality score. So what is quality score? So simply put, quality score is a score between 1 and 10, given to every keyword you've been on. And basically between 1 and 10, Google's giving you the score, the quality score of that keyword. And so how does Google come up with that score between 1 and 10? Well, there's 3 main factors here. One is expected click-through rate, the second is ad relevance, and the third is landing page experience. So obviously a higher quality score, the better off you are. Okay, a low quality score, it's not going to bode well for you. And so if you have a low quality score, Google actually will tell you which of these 3 components you're not scoring very well on. So you're either going to get a below average, average, or above average for each of these 3 components that make up quality score. And I will tell you this, if I were to divide them up And 2/3, click-through rate, expected click-through rate is more important than the other two. So that's about 2/3 of quality score. An expected click-through rate is basically Google saying, look, other advertisers have bid on this keyword and their click-through rate has been historically around, say, for example, 3%. So if you can't get 3%, then your quality score is going to suffer. Ad relevance is simply, does the ad or is the ad relevant to the keyword you're bidding on? Likewise for the landing page. But the landing page experience is a little bit more subjective because the landing page has to load well, fast, no pop-ups, a lot of external links, nothing spammy, no ads being served up. So a lot of factors in landing page experience. Google wants to make sure somebody clicks on your ad that they're going to have a good experience when they land on that page. And so quality score is so key here. It is very key because if you don't have a good quality score, the repercussion means you're going to have to bid higher because quality score times bid equals ad rank. So for every auction, whoever has the highest ad rank is going to be at the top of Google search results. So if you have a low quality score, let's just say 1, and you're bidding $4 on that keyword, then your ad rank is 4. 1 times 4 is 4. So you got to keep that in mind because other advertisers could have a higher ad rank or better quality scores for that keyword. So again, expected click-through rate. This just shows how likely it is that your ads will get clicked when shown for a particular keyword. Google expects a certain number here. You should always try to achieve the highest click-through rate possible. And click-through rate is simply how many times your ad was seen versus how many times it was clicked. That's all click-through rate is. Clicks divided by impressions. So you should always try to achieve the highest click-through rate possible. That will avoid getting a low quality score. Ad relevance. So ad relevance simply means how relevant is your keyword to the ad? Okay, so if you're bidding on red Adidas running shoes, then make sure your ad discusses and mentions multiple times, naturally, red Adidas running shoes. Okay, and remember with those text ads, you have 3 headlines. You have 2 description lines of up to 90 characters. You have site extensions. Okay, you have path 1 and path 2. That meaning you can add additional keywords to the end of a URL. So you have lots of opportunities to make sure the ad is relevant to the keyword. And then landing page experience. Again, this is a little subjective, but hey, Google's going to use landing page experience to estimate how relevant and useful your website's landing page will be to people who not only click on your web, but land on that page. So does that page load fast? Does it have any unnecessary pop-ups? Does it have some quirky external links that look spammy? Okay, you got to take all these things into consideration and think about the end user here. And then last question for search engine marketing. So what are the hallmarks of a good PPC landing page? So going back to landing page experience, this is a good segue. So you always want to make sure you have an attractive and powerful headline on the page. Remember, it's got to be a nice flow. You're bidding on a keyword. Somebody types in the keyword. They see your attractive ad. They click on that attractive ad, which has the keyword in it. They click on the ad, they go to the landing page. They want to be able to see something very similar to what they typed in, the ad they saw. They want to be able to see it seamlessly on the landing page. And so that attractive and powerful headline should include that keyword. Should also have persuasive copy that can convince prospects to convert. To me, bullet points always work here. Simple bullet points, easy to read, easy to understand, easy to just convey the positives about what you're trying to sell or convert. Have engaging media like videos. Videos always help because they're interactive. It keeps people engaged longer. Or have some really good images. Don't just go stock photography. Complement the video with some images. And then your landing pages should have enough white space to draw attention to specific elements on the page, and meaning don't cram the page together because remember, users are also coming to these pages via mobile. So you got to take that in consideration as well. So cramming your pages full of content, videos, and images is probably not going to bode well. So make sure there's breathing room for people to read, understand, and react. And those are hallmarks of a good PPC landing page. Some other factors here. Adding trust indicators like some statistical evidence, meaning how many people downloaded your app. You can always have testimonials, third-party sales of approval like Better Business Bureau. Privacy policy links help. Okay, so you want to add some things in there that's going to, give you credibility. Okay? Having a properly designed lead capture form to collect visitors' information is always helpful. If you're trying to get that conversion, then have a lead form. Make it simple. Don't have a lead form with 20 forms or fields. Have a simple name, email address, make the phone number optional, and have one field that they can type in specific information. And then last but certainly not least, have a good call to action. So make sure that call to action aligns with what you're trying to do. Again, you're selling those red Adidas running shoes. If they're on sale, then make sure the call to action aligns with that sale. You can always say 20% off for the next 2 days, or $10 off if you purchase today. So have some good, strong call to action.
That's a wrap on a full course, guys. If you have any doubts or question, ask them in the comment section below. Our team of experts will reply you as soon as possible. Thank you and keep learning with Simplilearn.
Staying ahead in your career requires continuous learning and upskilling. Whether you're a student aiming to learn today's top skills or a working professional looking to advance your career, we've got you covered. Explore our impressive catalog of certification programs in cutting-edge domains, including data science, cloud computing, cybersecurity, AI, machine learning, or digital marketing. Designed in collaboration with leading universities and top corporations, and delivered by industry experts, choose any of our programs and set yourself on the path to career success. Click the link in the description to know more.
Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to the Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, click here.